Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Life Drain Healing Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Third POV. The child cursed and blessed by the heavens is what they all would say, and many would agree with this sentiment when they would first think of the hero known as Apollo. There were many reasons for this line of thinking once they heard the life of the famous hero, but they also knew that the pillar that they all relied on nowadays doesn't let his past stop him or his team of heroes from moving forward towards a brighter future. No, the hero of Radiance used his past to fuel his determination for training and his sprint towards his dreams once he became a free man. He also used his past to fuel the destruction of the demons that hunted him before and allowed him to save others from the hands of evil that created his initial fate, as he refused to allow others to come to harm like he did at the villainous hands of those men. This is the story of how a young child known as Izuku Midoriya was blessed by the great heavens to go on to be the greatest hero of all time, but to be blessed by the heavens also means that one must also suffer at the hands of the heavens as well. This is because one does not get blessed without also being cursed by the heavens in the form of tribulations that would befall an individual blessed by the heavens. Only by overcoming the tribulations of the heavens can one push forward to greatness, and the first tribulation that Izuku Midoriya must face is the tribulation of being declared quirkless. Now some may be confused on how this was the first tribulation that Izuku Midoriya would go through, but let's look back a bit at the finer details of the situation that Izuku now finds himself in currently. Izuku Midoriya was 4 years old when the tribulation has first begun for him, and he had yet to present a quirk like everyone else was doing around his age. Now, in some worlds that would be fine, but in this world, or at least in the country of Japan, this was a large issue, as Japan was one of the first countries for quirks to ever appear, in which changes things a bit. The reason this changes things is because Japan had a large number of quirk marriages once quirks started to appear and be accepted in Japan. This large number of quirk marriages meant that in an unnormal world that quirks became the standard feature of the vast majority of their citizens. Later on, a person who was declared quirkless like Izuku Midoriya was now the freak or unnormal one in such a world that seemed like it came out of a comic book. Other countries have slightly higher quirkless populations, but even for them, the number of quirkless tends to be in the older generations instead of the younger ones. These other countries also tend to have a slightly higher percentage of quirkless people in their younger generations due to the fact that they allowed quirks to progress a bit more naturally instead of having massed amounts of quirk marriages, which increased the speed of the quirk gene spreading. The biggest difference truly stems from how countries adapted to the appearance of quirks and how fast their country became quirked instead of having a majority of their population being quirkless. As such, countries that allowed quirks to spread naturally had quirkless people around for a much longer time, which resulted in these countries having better views than slowly adapted to modern times. As such, they didn't become heavily quirkless countries due to how fast the quirkless diminished in countries like Japan. Now let's shift back to the main focus at hand, which is Izuku Midoriya. Both he and his mother had long left the doctor's office where Izuku had been declared quirkless, and they had his results in hand when they arrived home. Of course, for a child such as Izuku Midoriya, the news of being declared quirkless was truly devastating to the mind of someone so young, since he always dreamed of being a hero, but then it was made worse in the end because when they were at home, Izuku turned around in his chair and wished for hope from his mother as he asked her, "Can I be a hero too?" He said in a low tone for a devastated child, but the answer he was given was not one filled with hope or reassurance. No. It was filled with regret and sadness, as Izuku Midoriya could only hug her child and apologize to him non-stop, as there was nothing she could do, as she knew how much he wanted to be a hero, but in her mind, a quirkless child wouldn't be able to do it in their quirked world. There was simply too much of a difference in power, and she didn't want her child to die, so she only apologized to him as much as she could. This all happened with the sound of All Might's voice going off in the background, as Izuku had the debut of All Might playing on repeat. "So, have no fear, for I am here," could be heard from the computer, which seemed to only make the situation worse and even more depressing in the young child life, because he wanted to be a hero like All Might, but everything was currently against him. Even though he never was given hope by his mother, Izuku Midoriya still loved her greatly, but he wasn't going to give up just yet. In his young mind, he believed there had to be some way for him to obtain his dreams, and he was right, but unfortunately for him, he didn't know that it would come at such a large cost in the future that he would debate if everything was worth it or not, but for now he remains unaware of what would come. No, right now Izuku Midoriya knew it could be worse off, because he knew he had his mother, he had his aunt Mitsuki, his uncle Masaru, and even his little cousin Katsuki Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo was born recently as he was 3 years younger than Izuku, who enjoyed spending time with the fierce child who was still just a little baby, but it was clear he was inheriting a personality like his mother. However, all good things seem to come to an early end for Izuku Midoriya, and that seems to be a trend in his young life that even he himself realized. The reason this is said is because of the fact that as Izuku grew older and older, he would learn that life was crueler than it had let on. He knew he had gained a large setback at the young age of 4 when he was declared quirkless, but people were cruel to even their own kind, as many people would be rude or mean to Izuku Midoriya. Sadly, that now included little children like his cousin Katsuki Bakugo, who learned to be cruel as well to those that were meant to be family like Izuku had meant to be, but that didn't seem to register in the young Bakugo's mind anymore. The reason this can be said is that we can see it in how at the young age of 5 years old, Katsuki Bakugo ended up saying something that he would later come to regret, as it would haunt his young mind for years until he could find forgiveness, even though it was something said as a young child, but he was denied the chance to ever apologize for it. One afternoon when both of the families were out at a park, young Katsuki Bakugo ended up repeating what he had learned in school from his teachers. These things were the fact that a person like Izuku shouldn't be around someone like Bakugo, who has an amazing heroic quirk, which was explosions. Though Katsuki wasn't done speaking yet either, as he went on to say more things just as his teachers had taught him to say, and even though Izuku knew that his little cousin was being corrupted by these teachers, it still hurt to hear the next set of words the most. Katsuki then said that quirkless people shouldn't be in our society anymore, as quirkless people are just a drain on our society. Katsuki said, and in very short words that were hidden in that message, Katsuki basically told Izuku that he should die. Now, Izuku of course knew that this wasn't his cousin's true feelings, since he knew his aunt and uncle never taught their son to be like that, but he also knew he just heard it out of Katsuki's mouth, which still hurt a lot since it was his face and mouth saying it, just like the teachers at the school would always say in hidden meanings to him each day. Now you might wonder what Izuku meant by this, and it was kind of straightforward in how he meant it. As his classmates at school found out he was quirkless, Izuku started to be bullied and separated from others children his age, which meant that Katsuki was really the only other child that was ever nice to Izuku. This is because the teachers would encourage the actions of the other children at school and would say that Izuku was just too weak, or it was an excuse like boys will be boys whenever Izuku had a larger injury. Of course, Katsuki, being so young, truly didn't understand the implications of what was said, but it was still said by the time their parents had arrived to stop Katsuki from talking anymore. Katsuki's parents scolded their child and apologized to Izuku, as Katsuki was just downright confused about what he had done wrong. In his young mind, he was only repeating and doing what the teachers at his school told him to do, and Izuku could never blame him for that. The teachers were meant to correctly teach him, but when it came to a quirkless child, it always seems that the teachers stopped seeing Izuku as a human being as well. After apologizing to Izuku's mother, it was decided that it would be good to end the day there, as his aunt and uncle needed to have a more thorough talk with their child and plan to deal with the teachers. After everyone went their separate ways back to their individual homes for the night, it was unknown by everyone that night that Katsuki would never get the chance to apologize until many years later. The reason for this would be due to the fact that later that night the Bakugos would be awakened and disturbed by the loud sounds of the first responders' sirens going through the streets and headed down the block. Mitsuki decided to go take a look since she had a bad feeling, and their young child of course wanted to get out to see the first responders' vehicles, so he was brought with them, but in all honesty they would regret every stepping out that night, as they were faced with the harsh reality that would be thrown into their faces that night. As they walked out of their house and headed down the street, they realized there was an orange glow on the horizon that was nearby, and smoke was rising into the air. It seems a house or some building was on fire, and this nagged at Mitsuki because the direction it was coming from would be directly where the Midoriya's apartment complex would be located at. Slowly but surely they arrived at the police line for the first responders to find the very exact complex that the Midoriyas lived in on fire. Mitsuki was devastated as she looked around to try and find Inko and even tried to call her, but sadly no answer ever came. The first responders and rescue pro heroes worked on the fire all night long, but the Bakugos would not get an answer until the very next day, which kept them up all night long. It was declared that the Midoriyas were missing, and information came out that the fire had started with their individual apartment as well. A call to the emergency line had been placed a few minutes after a scream was heard from the Midoriya's apartment in the complex by people around the room, but by the time police and others arrived the building was already on fire. The reason the Midoriyas was declared missing instead of being declared dead is due to the fact that when it was investigated inside of their apartment there were no actual bodies of the older Midoriya or the younger one, which meant that they were either never in the building or were taken away from the building before the fire engulfed the building. As such, the sight of the fire consuming the building would be another haunting memory for the young Katsuki Bakugo that he would have to live with, as he never got to say the words, "I'm sorry," to his older cousin Izuku Midoriya that was now missing. Though, unknown to all of them, of course, the heavens work in strange ways, as the next tribulation for Izuku Midoriya had now started for Izuku, but unlike him being declared just quirkless and it directly affecting him, this tribulation would have long-lasting effects and have an impact on his mother Inko Midoriya as well. The reason this was going to have an impact on more than just Izuku Midoriya is due to the fact that the villain known as Dragon, who was wanted international, had decided to invade the home of the Midoriyas and took them both for his goals. Now, the Midoriyas actually knew of the true name for the wanted man, and it was none other than Hisashi Midoriya, who had invaded their home that night and decided to take both of the other Midoriyas. As such, we now begin the next tribulation for Izuku Midoriya, and it would be a costly one for the young child, but can he survive and push forward is the question in the end. But again, this is the story of the child blessed by the heavens but also cursed by heavens as well, which meant that everything he faces will be far more difficult to deal with than what other people will typically deal with. Third POV. Izuku groaned when he came to, but he was still startled to find himself in a cage, as he couldn't remember at that moment how he ended up in a cage in a dark room that had limited light. As he became more and more aware of where he was at, his mind became clearer for him to think, so he decided to try and free himself from the cage, but sadly this was tribulation from the heavens for the young child, and tribulation is never easy to get through. Now that being said, as Izuku reached forward in the limited amount of light, he found the hole where a key would go into, and he knew he would have trouble figuring a way to get out of this cage, but all of this sudden movement and trying to mess with the cage gate created noise, and this noise alerted his captor, who he didn't remember about at that current moment. As Izuku was focused solely on trying to figure a way to get himself out of the cage, a man wearing all black got up and close to the cage and landed a solid kick against the side of the cage, which caused it to move around a bit, which startled Izuku. As Izuku became startled due to the sudden loud kick against the side of the cage, Izuku was startled backward, which resulted in his young 8-year-old head slamming against the back of the cage, causing him to hurt his head. After hitting his head against the back of the cage, Izuku cried out in pain, which caused the man in black to lean down, which allowed the light to hit their face just good enough to reveal themselves to Izuku. The face that was revealed to Izuku belonged to none other than Hisashi Midoriya. "Don't try to escape, you useless child, otherwise I'll punish your mother in your stead, because she already made a large mistake in giving birth to a quirkless child in the first place, so she can go ahead and take the beatings for you, since you will be sold soon, which means you can't be damaged," Hisashi Midoriya said with a grin on his face. It was now at this moment in time that the memories from before started to come rushing back to Izuku and made him remember what truly happened to put him in such a place. Flashback. As Izuku and Inko left the park and started to head towards their apartment, you could hear the little sniffles from Izuku as he cried a bit at what was said to him, even though he knew that his little cousin most likely didn't mean the things he said, and it was just put in his mind by the adults at the school. Soon they arrived at their apartment, and Inko always knew the ways to cheer Izuku back up whenever he was sad, as Izuku always loved to eat some ksuden that was made from scratch by his mother. As such, she sat him down in front of the TV while it played some All Might cartoons, and she got to work to quickly make the meal. After about half an hour the food was done, and they were sitting down to eat the food to help fix Izuku's chaotic heart. Inko though wanted to reassure her son as she spoke, "Sweetie, it may seem like he meant that, but I truly doubt he meant it. Your aunt and uncle would never teach him stuff like that, and I am sure they will get that nonsense that his teachers at the school filled his mind with and get it out of his system." "Okay, dear?" Inko said and asked him, and Izuku nodded his head, as he of course knew that Katsuki wouldn't truly be like that, because he's never acted like that before, and it was such a drastic change that came out of nowhere. Soon the night moved forward, and Izuku was placed in bed by Inko that night, but the night was not going to come to a calm ending. As Izuku was starting to fall asleep, he heard an awful scream that he knew came from his mother, which worried him about if she fell or something, so he decided to get out of bed to check on her. Entering the living room, he looked around the apartment complex and soon found his mother, but he found someone else in the apartment as well, which confused him since it had been a long time since he had last seen this individual. This individual was none other than Hisashi Midoriya, who was now standing over Inkeo Midoriya, but something was wrong that Izuku didn't truly understand due to him being so young, as his mother looked terrified for some reason. In Izuku's young mind, he didn't understand why his mother would be scared of his father since he was married to his mother, so in his young mind, he did the only thing he knew to do, and that was to call out for his father. "Dad?" Izuku said as he called out for the man, not knowing any better, and both of the heads of the adults snapped right away to the sound of his voice. After finding the source of the voice and knowing it belonged to his son, Hisashi Midoriya smirked as he made eye contact with Izuku, but for some reason, this smirk did not make Izuku happy. No, it made his blood run cold for some unknown reason, but he would soon find out why this was as Hisashi spoke up. Well, if it isn't my useless child that this speech birthed. You're going to end up being my next meal ticket for a long time, you know that, brat? There is a group that is looking for young children, but they are also interested in quirkless children as well, so what better use do you have for me outside of that, brat, since you useless all of the other time? Hisashi said as he moved towards Izuku, who tried to back away as he knew deep down that he needed to get away, but even then his mother was yelling for him to run as well. However, for a boy as young as Izuku, he had no hopes of ever fighting against Hisashi. There was a complete difference in the size of the two of them, which meant that Hisashi was able to easily subdue Izuku without much of a fight or really any fight at all. As such, the last thing that Izuku heard that night before he blacked out fully was the sound of his mother screaming out for him one more time. After that, he blacked out for good, and the next thing he knew he woke up here in this cage. Flashback and now that everything had come back to Izuku, he remembered why the man in front of him had returned and what he had done to Izuku and his mother, which made him only more scared as this was his so-called father who was meant to love him. Even though Izuku was downright terrified of the man that was currently standing right in front of him, he was still a mother's boy, which could be seen by the fact that he mustered the little courage that he had to ask where his mother was at, since he was concerned about her, as the last thing he heard was her screaming out for him. However, instead of getting a verbal response, Izuku received a physical response as Hisashi Midoriya lifted his finger up and pointed towards another cage in the room that Izuku hadn't noticed in his young child mind, as he was more focused on trying to get out of the said cage and not looking around the entire room like an adult might do to understand where they were fully located at. Inside of the other cage that was near him was none other than his mother, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya tried to call out for his mother by screaming out for her, but no matter how much he screamed for her, she wouldn't answer him, which only made him scream out more and more to try and get her to respond, because any response was better than none at all in his young mind. Hisashi, though, only looked on in amusement at what was going on, and he continued to do so for several minutes until he finally got tired of hearing all of the screamings that Izuku was doing. At this point in time, Hisashi stood up as he kicked the cage and yelled for Izuku to stop his screaming, as it wasn't going to work. She's still under the effects of the drug that she was given, you brats, so stop your yelling now, as it has lost its amusement factor for me. I would rather not want to damage the goods I am about to sell, so do as I tell you. Hisashi said as he reminded Izuku of the fact of why he was taken away from his home and the coming fate for him, which made him pale a bit at hearing this information once again. Hisashi soon left the room, and this meant that Inko and Izuku were now alone, as Izuku noticed that no one else was currently in the room, as it had no windows and only minimum light from a light source above them that barely did anything for a room of this size. As Izuku sat there in the room in silence, he worried about his future, he worried about his mother, and he worried about ever seeing the Bakugos once again. However, after about 10 minutes of waiting in the room in quiet, he noticed that his mother Inko had finally started to store awake, but was having a bit of trouble due to being sluggish due to the drugs still having a small effect on her. As she started to wake up, Izuku spoke up and started to call out for her once again, which his screaming voice made her push through the remaining drug effects, as she knew her son was in danger, which empowered her to get through the drugs the best she could. Inko was awake enough that she could now call out to her son as she called his name. Izuku, she yelled out and tried to reach for her son but was unable to do so. The reason this happened was due to the fact that she was in a cage as well, which she now noticed, but also due to the fact that, unlike Izuku, who was quirkless and was a young child, she had chains and anti-quirk cuffs on her arms to stop her from using her quirk, which would have been pretty good to use in an escape attempt, as she could likely steal the keys or break small things like a lock on a cage if she had her quirk. After a bit of time, which felt like days but in reality had only been several hours, Hisashi had returned to the room. This meant that whatever fate had in store for them now was soon to come and be decided, as Hisashi looked around at both of them with a small smirk on his face as he was enjoying the sight before him. Alright, it's time for the auction to start going on, and it will be your turn soon, you useless child, Hisashi said as he vanished again, and reality fell upon them once again, but neither of them noticed the wording that Hisashi used, as he only ever mentioned Izuku being sold and not Inko, but again neither of them realized what he had said due to the situation they were in and both of them being scared. After a while more, it was now their turn, as Hisashi returned with a much wider grin on his face, but soon they were interrupted as Inko wanted to know what had happened to her loving husband that she knew in the past, but sadly the answer truly would fit a monster like Hisashi. Hisashi chuckled as he looked at her as the cages started to be lifted by some guards and they began their trip. Hisashi revealed the fact that he had gotten with Anko for the sole fact of him wanting to create a quirk marriage for a better child based on their quirks, since he wanted a child that could have far better control over flames than he had. As such, Izuku Midoriya was in truth a byproduct of an illegal quirk marriage, which Inko didn't even realize what the marriage had been, since Hisashi had such a perfect act going on the entire time, so she never realized anything. Outside of that, the only reason I kept supporting you was to keep a cover story up. Otherwise, I would have gotten rid of you both a long time ago, but the luck seems to be on my side, as this auction was looking for young children and they have a value in quirkless children as well. As such, I decided to act and earn me some money as well. Hisashi said, shocking them, but their shock didn't last long, as the cages they were stuck in were now placed down on the ground on a stage in front of many people. Izuku could hear many disturbing comments being made by all of the people in the building as they looked him over and treated him as if he was a simple object they were buying in a store, and in their eyes he was truly just an object and not a human. After a bit more chatter, the room went silent as the auctioneer came to the stage and started to speak up, which made them all go quiet. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a wide range of products today, and for our last one we have a bit of a special product today. We have a quirkless child at the age of 8 years old who will soon turn 9. The auctioneer said in a loud voice as everyone paid attention. The man spoke and explained how they all knew a young quirkless child was rare nowadays and was extremely good for those wanting to conduct human medical experiments that many wouldn't approve of, and that a quirkless body was a perfect testing ground for a wide range of drugs that might be affected by quirk bodies. Izuku found it ironic that out in the normal world he lived in he was a freak, but here he was seen as a prized object to be tested on. Other place I don't have human rights? Izuku thought in his young mind, as even though he was a child, he understood that as a quirkless person he was not seen as human in the eyes of others. Soon the bidding started off, and the starting bid was 500 million yen, which was around 4,500,000 million US dollars. The auctioneer was calling the bids out, and the bid just kept going up and up as Izuku could only cower in fear as the final bid finally happened, with it being at 1 billion yen or 9 million US dollars. Hisashi though wasn't done yet, as the bids came to an end and he had one more thing left to do as a screw you to his old family before Izuku was sent away. Hisashi leaned down in front of Izuku's cage and looked at him. Brat, as your last present for your coming birthday from your old man here, I want you to say goodbye to your mother. Hisashi said as Izuku was confused until he saw what Hisashi was doing. Hisashi took in a large breath, and soon out of his mouth came a large number of flames that he breathed out and burned Inko alive. Everyone was expecting to hear her screaming, and even Izuku was waiting for it, but it never came, which shocked everyone, even Hisashi. The only thing that did come out of Inko was the final words that she left him with, "I love you, Izuku, remember your dream to be a hero." Inko said in her final moments as she gave reassurance to her son as she passed away due to the fire that Hisashi used on her. What no one knew was that this was also the start of the blessings from the heavens for Izuku, as something inside of Izuku snapped at that moment as he witnessed his mother's death. As she passed away, Izuku's eyes started to glow, and what looked like a thin layer of a mist started to fill the stage around Izuku and Inko. All of this mist soon converged upon Inko's body and healed it fully, which shocked everyone as they just witnessed the awakening of a new quirk in a quirkless person. It was a rare quirk, as well as it was none other than a healing quirk. The thing is that this mist was healing energy that Izuku had gathered and applied to his mother's body without him really controlling it, since it was the first time he ever used it. The entire room was still in shock as a guard walked up to her body and checked it to see if she was alive again, but sadly for Izuku, he couldn't bring her back from the dead, as not even he could bring the dead back from the grave, even if he could completely heal a body from all mortal wounds. Though this shock soon came to an end by the sound of Hisashi's body dropping like a fly to the floor, which confused everyone until it was discovered that he was dead, as they figured out a bit about how Izuku's quirk worked by the view they could see on the stage. Turns out that Izuku's quirk can pull the life energy from any life source and use it to heal wounds if he chooses to do so, as they could see that all of the plant life that was near him on the stage due to decorations that the trafficking ring had set up to look fancy were now all dead. It was also concluded that Izuku used Hisashi's energy as well, since the man was inside of the zone for Izuku to pull from, as it was a clear circle that they could see from the dead plants compared to the alive plants, which were about 6 feet on all sides of him for the range of where he pulled the energy from. This new information caused everyone to ask for the bidding to be redone, since the object they were bidding on had changed from the originally proposed bid, but this was shut down quickly by the winner of the bid as everyone realized who it was. The winner of the bid was none other than a high-level villain from America that was known by the villain name of Rage. Now, Rage normally wouldn't get high on a top villain list under normal cases, but once his quirk was taken into account with the things he had done, it made him a dangerous man, as his quirk was called Rage Trigger, which even the drug called Trigger was based on his quirk. Rage's quirk allowed him to boost himself depending on how angry he was, but another feature of this quirk was that it allowed him to boost himself off the anger of others as well in a range around him, which was a powerful factor of his quirk, as he could make himself nearly unstoppable if he was in a dense area filled with people that were angry with him, which was easy to make happen as the man was a villain that attacked others, which causes people to be automatically angry with him. His quirk did have some drawbacks, of course, such as the fact that he could only boost off his own anger or anger from others, but never in combination. It was also the fact that if he used the anger of others, it would compact onto each other and made him go into a berserk-like stage with less critical thinking skills due to anger making people blind in their actions sometimes. As such, Rage would often get injured often due to going into this state to fight high-level heroes, but now he had just acquired a rare healing quirk instead of a quirkless child like he had thought. If the bidding had happened again, then Izuku would go for a far higher rate due to the rare number of healing quirks in the world. Even when he was bidding on Izuku, he had a purpose, and it was the fact that he liked to have people he could easily overpower under his control, as they would not require him to use the anger of those around him, which causes him to get a bit blinded in his actions, and a quirkless child would fit perfectly in his servants, but a person with a healing quirk was far more needed, as he could go into his blind state more often and win battles now but not require longer healing times that the other healers that he had or those in the underworld took to heal his wounds. As such, he would be a far more deadly villain moving forward with Izuku under his control. Soon Rage walked down the stage and made his way to Izuku, as no one tried to oppose him keeping his original bid anymore. As he arrived at Izuku, he quickly knocked Izuku out, as he knew Izuku was dangerous as well, since with just a wave of his hand if he could control his quirk could mean death to him and many others once the quirk was trained. As such, Rage knew not to underestimate the boy in front of him that was now knocked out. Though Rage knew he had a way to keep Izuku under control with a method called mutual destruction, as he had no 100% method to force his will completely, he could at least control Izuku enough to not allow Izuku to escape from his grasp, as everything else would come with time and some hard work on Rage's part to keep Izuku in line. This though was the end of the auction, and now the start of the next tribulation for Izuku, but also the start of the first blessing he would receive by the heavens, which was a quirk but at a cost which he had now started to pay greatly for. As the saying goes, better be careful of what you wish for. Third POV. Rage had knocked Izuku out pretty well, considering the fact that Izuku had not wakened up during the entire trip that had happened, especially considering the fact that trafficking of a human is not a quiet task like you would think it would be. There is also the fact that you can't just transport a missing individual through an airport, because of the fact that the said individual you were transporting would need to be verified by the security before an individual would be allowed to get on the said airplane, but even a private plane would have its own challenges. For example, using a private plane would still require the trafficked human to go through a customs gate, and an unconscious child like Izuku Midoriya would without a doubt raise some good questions and red flags if the people were doing their jobs at the customs gate for leaving the country. As such, traveling via the air is out of the option, which means that transporting illegal goods or kidnapped individuals such as Izuku is far easier to do by transport on a boat, as it's far easier to pay off a handful of crew members on a large cargo ship or a passenger ship where they could help hide the said individuals, as hiding on a large vessel is far easier to do than a plane. Now Rage would like to be quick about getting back to the United States of America where his organization was located at, but he did not want to risk losing Izuku, since Izuku had such a powerful healing quirk, and it was extremely rare to get a healing quirk in the underground world, as governments tended to protect those with healing quirks, but even then a person with such a powerful healing quirk like Izuku was far more of a rare jewel than any other quirk really. Though Rage did hope that all of the noise from the docks and crew members would not wake up Izuku, as he did not have the device needed to help keep Izuku in line currently, since he didn't plan or know that he would acquire such a rare individual like Izuku at this auction. Though Rage seemed to be really lucky lately, as Izuku never woke up during the entire trip and they were able to successfully arrive back in America where Rage operated from. Though Rage did have a bit of concern about the fact that Izuku hasn't woken up yet, even though they were back in America already, since he had paid so much money to acquire Izuku, but then he did remember the fact that Izuku had just witnessed the death of his mother at the hands of his father right after being sold off himself. This is also added to the fact that Izuku had awakened a brand new quirk which resulted in the death of his bastard of a father at his hands and failed attempt to review his mother, so being knocked out by Rage most likely sent his body into a deep sleep that it's using as a way to recover from all of the trauma and shock that had just been dumped onto the young child in a short period of time. This fact did help Rage calm down a bit, since he had invested so much in Izuku, and of course, Didn't want to lose his investment, but more importantly, he didn't want to lose such a rare healing quirk so quickly. Then again, it all worked out well for Rage in the end, as they were able to fully get back to Rage's compound in the outskirts of New York City, New York. Once they were inside the secured compound and had dealt with the initial things that he needed to do with his return, he ordered the doctors that he had acquired in the underground to start working on Izuku and ensure his overall health due to the fact that Izuku hadn't eaten for days since he had been knocked out cold. They were also ordered to start preparing the pulse bomb that would be placed inside of Izuku, and for anyone that doesn't know what a pulse bomb is, a pulse bomb is a small explosive device that is injected into the human body around someone's heart so that if it is triggered then it could explode, which would destroy the injected host's heart, resulting in their death. The device is also powered by the natural electrical currents that run in the human body when the heart beats, which allows for the device to be pretty small as it doesn't need an internal battery supply which would run out naturally if it was implanted in the body with no way of recharging. As such, feeding off the human body's natural electrical current allows the device to not be removed to replace a battery and stay active at all times, which allows the individual with the trigger to control the said individual, since they could trigger the bomb whenever they wanted if they were in range. As such, the doctors got to work after receiving their orders and soon had the device prepared as well as checked Izuku's overall health conditions, since it was stated that he needed to be fit for training in the future, as Rage had many plans for what Izuku would be used for and he was going to get his money's worth out of what he paid to acquire Izuku. And who could blame the villain for wanting to get what he paid for out of Izuku? Well, Izuku could blame him since he was trafficked, but that newly injected bomb in his chest makes complaining about such things a bit complex for him to do so. Another few days passed by when Izuku Midoriya finally woke up from the long sleep that the stress had placed him into once he had got knocked out. As such, when Izuku woke up in the medical wing of the compound, the doctors got right to work on checking him over again, and one doctor right away went and alerted Rage of the fact that Izuku had finally woken up. Rage was thrilled with the information that his prized possession was now awake, which pleased him greatly since he has been dying of boredom to get his time to start talking to Izuku and getting things rolling with what he wanted to do. He also knew he would need to actually figure a way out to control Izuku Midoriya due to the powerful quirk that is in Izuku's control. Our H knew that his usual methods wouldn't really work in controlling Izuku, as they would only work up to a point before Izuku decided to lash out with a quirk that could end Rage. As Izuku gets older and older with time, he would become more and more experienced due to the training that Rage plans to put him through, so he would become more and more dangerous towards Rage himself, but that was a risk he wanted to take. The reason that Rage was willing to take the risks is due to the fact that the healing quirk that Izuku had was so powerful that it would allow Rage to push his limits in his quirk control and the operations that he did, as long as he provided Izuku enough fuel sources to use for healing. An example of how powerful Izuku was currently is the fact that no one truly noticed when Izuku had drained Hisashi of his life energy at the auction, as it had happened so quickly. As such, with more and more control and training, Rage believed that Izuku could possibly get around the pulse bomb itself if it went off, since Izuku could possibly heal the damage as it happened or quicker than him dying out to do how powerful his quirk could grow. As such, Rage knew he needed to build fear plus loyalty into Izuku to ensure that he didn't run away or attempt to test his chances at overcoming the pulse bomb. As long as Izuku had some doubts about overcoming the bomb, then Rage could most likely control Izuku for the rest of his life, which would be ideal for Rage. After Rage had finished getting an update on Izuku's health from the information that the doctors had sent over to him, he headed over to the medical wing to find Izuku Midoriya now dressed in the new clothing that Rage had prepared in advance before he woke up. Izuku was now wearing some clothing that was more of an athletic type clothing that would be seen if you were going to be training or working out in. As Rage was thinking, he was soon knocked out of his thoughts as a doctor pushed Izuku right in front of Rage, and the man could already see a lot of fear in Izuku's eye, which was normal for someone in Izuku's situation since he had been sold off to Rage just recently, so fear was expected. Soon Rage spoke up and started to talk to Izuku, but realized that Izuku most likely had no clue on what he was saying since he was speaking in English, since they were back in America and not Japan anymore. As Rage stopped talking, he was able to switch over to Japanese since he realized most kids Izuku's age wouldn't know English yet in Japan, but he was surprised a bit when Izuku stuttered out a response to what he had been saying, which meant that Izuku had fully understood what he had been saying when he spoke in English. Rage had asked how he understood, and Izuku told him that, "I learned to read, write, and speak mostly English due to Hisashi when he first left on his so-called business trips. It was in the event that we ever went to visited him or needed to move to America with him," Izuku said as he stuttered out his answer in English, which made Rage happy since it was one less thing Izuku had needed to learn to adapt to America quickly. Soon though Rage told Izuku to follow him as Rage started to show Izuku around the entire compound as he wanted Izuku to get familiar with the place as soon as possible since Rage intended to get Izuku to work as soon as possible and to start getting his plans in motion for everything else. As such, Izuku followed right behind Rage as the man started to show off the entire compounds and Izuku did his best to remember how to get around the place as Rage told him it would be important to remember everything for later on and Izuku knew he really had no choice but to do as he was told. The house itself was in a style of an old castle and they had trees on all sides of them but the thing that had Izuku currently as they were doing this so-called tour of the compound building was that Izuku was downright confused since this was not how he had imagined this entire situation would be going. Izuku had figured that he would wake up in a cell or a cage but instead, he was in a medical room where he was checked over for his health and given food and new clothing. Now the villain that had bought him was taking him on a tour of the place and showing him everything in the entire building from where the control room was at and even the gun room was at which shocked Izuku. Izuku decided to open his mouth and asked what the man in front of him wanted with him since nothing was making sense and this caused Rage to come to a sudden stop. Izuku wondered if opening his mouth was a mistake when Rage turned around slightly and looked at Izuku W with a smirk as he spoke, "What I want from you? At first, I wanted a servant to serve me but one that couldn't fight back or oppose me but then you awoke your quirk at your mother's death?" The reminder of that detail made Izuku's face pale a bit as he didn't want to be reminded nor deal with the fact that his mother had died for his quirk to awaken so tears were pooling at the side of his eyes currently now. "But now I plan to train you to fight and be an expert in the medical field so you can use your quirk to the best that you can do so that you can aid me in my operations," Rage said as he looked at Izuku before moving forward, and just leaving Izuku even more confused at the fact that the man would train him to be stronger. Rage though just continued on with the tour and had Izuku continue to follow him around the complex as he learned more and more of the building and the fact that the complex was actually just on the edge of the city with the train station only being a few blocks away even though they had a forest around the entire building. Though as if he could read Izuku's thoughts and mind, Rage stopped in front of a door and looked at Izuku with a deep frown on his face as he grabbed Izuku by the shoulders and leaned down to speak. Izuku thought he had done something wrong and was about to be hurt but then Rage spoke, "I know you are likely thinking of about escaping into the city due to the fact that we are so close to it and the train station being near and all but you can't ever escape my grasp Izuku," Rage said as he looked at Izuku in the eyes which just confused Izuku and Rage could see this. Rage stood up and explained the details of why Izuku couldn't escape and Izuku was downright horrified about what he was told as he clutched his chest as he learned about the pulse bomb inside of him. He knew that Rage was right and that he couldn't escape unless some miracle happened and that ate at his insides as he hated the situation he was in and what little kid wouldn't hate this entire thing? "Now, I know you are going to be strong in the future, and even now with a wave of your hand, you could end me with your quirk if you could figure it out as you did back at the auction. Would die as well with me as me or a high-ranked member in my group would trigger the pulse bomb that is inside of you which means that it's mutually assured destruction if you tried to end me or I tried to trigger the bomb in the future since I am sure you would want to take me with you which I wouldn't blame you at all kid as I would do it if I was in your position," Rage said with a laugh as he looked at Izuku for a second in silence before speaking once again. Rage decided to offer Izuku a deal to help keep Izuku in line since he knew in the future it was most likely the only thing that would keep Izuku in some form of control outside of the threat of triggering the bomb but that kind of threat would get old quite quickly and push Izuku to figure a way around the bomb if Rage kept using it as a threat all of the time. As such, the deal was offered to Izuku, "I want to offer you a deal kid. I will give you many privileges and freedom in my group and allow you to do normal things like going to school to learn if you be a good boy and follow orders I give you and don't rebel against me. As such, do we have a deal?" Rage said as he leaned down and offered his hand to Izuku since Rage thought this was the best way to keep Izuku in line as it was a carrot and stick method. Izuku in his mind though just accepted as he believed he had no other options but to accept and in reality, at this moment he had no other options as he could only accept or be forced to do things without getting some freedom like he would end the deal so he accepted Rage's deal which made the man smile as he opened the door they were standing in front of. What was revealed was a bedroom and not any typical bedroom but one designed for a kid in mind as Rage spoke up and said that Izuku would have his own room moving forward. After letting Izuku walk into the room Rage started to walk away before turning around one more time and speaking. "Oh Izuku. I just wanted to say one more thing before I go for the day. Happy 9th birthday kid. Welcome to your new home," Rage said and then closed the door behind him as he left which just left a shocked and tearful Izuku alone in the room who broke down on the bed as he realized that it was indeed his 9th birthday which set reality in much more as he had been denying everything that had been happening but this made him fully accept it. He had lost so much and gained something in return, but in his mind, he wishes he could have his mother back, but he knew that was a birthday wish that was never going to be granted as he cried out into the sheets on the bed. Third POV. The first night that Izuku had been awake had already come to an end, with him having spent the majority of the night crying as everything had been brought up anew in his mind with everything that had happened, and he was forced to accept the fact that he was now alone for good without anyone who would truly care for him, as those that did weren't around anymore, nor did he think he would ever get to return to Japan. Sadly, all of these facts caused Izuku to start crying as he ended up crying himself to sleep that night, so he was quite a bit exhausted when the sun rose in the morning of the next day and a resounding knock came on his bedroom door as it ended up startling him out of his sleep, which caused him to fall out of the bed. The individual that had knocked on the door decided to open it after hearing the large thud and found Izuku tangled in his sheets on the floor. Izuku though was confused about who the man in the butler's suit was, as he didn't remember him from the tour around the compound on the previous day, and he had seen quite a few people the previous day. As such, Izuku decided to ask the man who he was as he got untangled from all of the sheets. "Sorry to be rude, but who are you?" Izuku asked the man, who just chuckled a bit as he seemed to find what Izuku had asked a bit funny. "It's quite alright for you to ask questions as you are in a unique position here in this family," the man said, which just left Izuku with even more questions than answers in his head. Though it appears the older man was truly willing to answer anything as he had said, because as the man grabbed some clothing out of the closet in Izuku's room, he started to speak and talk to Izuku. "My name is Leon. Leon McPhillis, but you can just call me Leon, as we do use our first names here in America, unlike in Japan where you would go by your family name. Now for what I do around here. I am the main butler for the Corona family, which means the Crown family, as we have been around since before the dawn of Quirks, and are one of the only true pure mafia families left. Indeed, we are not a typical villain organization, as we have been doing this long before the tag villain came around, as even All Might failed to crush us during his time in the United States all those years ago," said the butler named Leon as the man finished helping Izuku dress in the clothing that he was given, and the clothing looked similar to the ones that he wore the previous day, as it looked like training clothing once again. "Now let's head to the dining room, as you will need a proper diet to do the training that is going to be coming as Rage has planned for you, so let's walk and talk, young man," Butler Leon said as he started to guide Izuku out of his bedroom and towards the dining hall. "Now, as I said a little bit ago, you are in a unique position in the family, as I've been informed of your deal with the boss of the family, who you should know by his villain name as Rage. You are more or less granted the right to do as you please in the family, as long as you do the training and don't rebel against the family. Then no one can really stop you, as you are free to even order most of the men around, as long as it doesn't conflict with the orders they have already received from the boss or one of the executives. Now, of course, this is all due to the deal you have with the boss, and if you did refuse to obey or decided to rebel, then I am sure the boss would restrict your movements and freedoms, so please be good and obey the boss," Leon said as they continued to walk, and they soon arrived at a bigger door that was below the main floor of the compound. This door was the entrance to the dining hall. As Leon opened the door, and the sight before Izuku was a bit shocking due to how many members were in the group from what he could see in the entire hall as it was filled. There was also one main table at the far front of the entire room where Rage himself was sitting, with what appeared to be the executives of the family were also sitting at. As Izuku and Leon stood at the open door, everyone's attention shifted towards them, since most people would already be in the room by the time it was, but Izuku wasn't waken up into a bit later, since Rage wanted everyone gathered before Izuku showed up, so he had Leon get him a bit later than when he normally would have Izuku waking up in the future. As everyone looked at Izuku, Rage stood up and started to speak as he grabbed all of their attentions. "Family, I would like to introduce you all to our newest member, Izuku Midoriya, as all of you will likely be seen by him for medical needs in the future, as Izuku has one of the rarest quirks, an extremely powerful healing quirk that most likely when trained can even regrow limbs as well," Rage said as he announced Izuku's quirk to the entire family that was gathered. The reason he did this was that he wanted everyone in the family to know about Izuku and know why he will be treated differently by the boss of the family, since Izuku is known and will be getting privileges that others wouldn't be right away. Of course, Izuku didn't join willingly, as he was bought from a human trafficking auction, but that was small details in the grand scheme of things right now. After everyone absorbed the new information, Rage called Izuku up to the main table and had him sit down at it with him and the executives of the group, and this was done really like a power move on Rage's part to show in reality that Izuku truly was being placed in a powerful position and was held in high regard with the family leaders, so that other members would know to not offend or be rude to Izuku, or else they would face Rage's wrath. After a few minutes, a plate full of food was placed in front of Izuku as Rage told Izuku to eat, since they would start on his physical training later after they finished eating. Izuku could only nod his head and start to eat as he knew it was better to be fed well instead of starving while being mistreated, which he was sure was an option if he ended up with some other person that could have bought him. Though as Izuku was eating, he did notice that the food he was eating was different from all of the other plates of food in the dining hall that he could directly see, and as if reading his thoughts, Rage spoke up and answered Izuku's unasked question. "I can see it through your eyes. Your meal is different to help give you enough to start building your body up since we will be kicking off your training, which means you need enough to burn through," Rage said, and Izuku silently nodded his head to show that he heard what was said. The meal for the entire group lasted about 1 hour before everyone started to break away from the dining hall and stood up to get to work. Izuku had also finished his meal already and was just sitting in his chair as he was waiting on instructions on what he should be doing next, which came a few minutes later when Rage stood up from his chair. "Izuku-come," Rage said as he pushed his chair in and started to walk away from the table, which Izuku just copied and followed right behind the man. Soon they walked through the compound and Izuku found himself outside in the forest behind the compound in a bit of an open area that had a training ground and training equipment spread around the place. Izuku knew this would be where he would likely spend a lot of his time when it came to training, as he looked at Rage as he was about to start speaking. "Each day after breakfast you will meet me here unless you are told otherwise, as we'll start your training with an hour or so each day before you are sent off to school once we enroll you. I plan to enroll you into one of the private academies in New York City, since you have a good education will be important when it comes to the medical staff training that will likely start soon," Rage said as he told Izuku to get in the training circle, as Rage or others would be teaching Izuku how to fight quirkless, since Izuku couldn't always rely on his quirk, and there was also the fact that Izuku had a risk of being attacked by rival villain organizations or other criminals. This was because New York City had a bit high of a crime rate, and in truth, the family did have a hand in part of the crime rate, though they honestly tended to do all of their crime quietly or away from sight. The training started to go off, and it consisted mainly of Izuku just getting his butt beaten up due to him having zero previous training, and as this happened Izuku wondered how the government and heroes never put a stop to Rage's mafia family, so he decided to ask how they haven't been stopping, since he had a bit of courage in his bones at that moment. "Sir, how has your group lasted without the government putting a stop to your operations?" Izuku asked in between breaths as he laid on the floor bruised. Rage looked at Izuku and chuckled as he spoke. "What, want the heroes to come and save you as they put a stop to me?" Rage asked, and Izuku paled a bit at that question because in truth he kind of did hope that the heroes would come and save him, but before Izuku could give in to his fear of being hurt due to his question, Rage spoke again. "Don't freak out, brat. I know you want the heroes to save you, and that's normal considering I just recently purchased your butt from an auction, but they can't save you from me. My men are good at leaving no traces of our jobs, and all of the family assets are funded or held via other names/corporations which can't be traced back to us. As such, it isn't easy to get a warrant for our operations since they can't really link much back to me, even though they have me listed for a lot of crimes that I did indeed do in the past, but tracking me down and having enough evidence to hold me for the said crimes we do has been impossible for them so far," Rage said, and that indeed would explain why they don't take the man down and why even All Might failed to put the group out of business since it has been around since the dawn of quirks. If you can't get enough evidence to hold the man, then you can't really arrest him since he would just be on the streets in a short period no matter what. Rage informed Izuku that the morning training was completed and that they would have him try his quirk now to heal himself by taking the energy from a tree near them. As such, Rage started to explain the basic ideas of quirk control to Izuku so that he would have some idea of what to be looking for when he searched for the power of his quirk or turning it on. As Rage finished explaining what to try to feel for, Izuku was able to feel inside of himself and felt his quirk, or rather some energy, but that wasn't his quirk but his own life energy itself. The next step was for Izuku to try to feel for the life energy of other living things since he could now feel his own, and at this point, Izuku's eyes started to glow since he was now searching for external life energy that wasn't his own. "I can see energy inside of things," Izuku said with his eyes glowing as his vision was now something akin to being layered with his quirk vision on top of his normal vision, as he could see the life energy that floated around people or living things. Rage though reminded Izuku not to try anything funny as he had a bomb in his chest if he did try something. The reason this was said by Rage was that Izuku was currently starting right at Rage himself with his quirk turned on, so Rage was a bit on guard as he knew Izuku could use his quirk to end him if he truly desired, but Izuku snapped out of his stare and apologized as he turned away and faced a tree now. Izuku then was told by Rage to try and take the energy from the tree and put it with his own energy to try and heal the bruising on his body that he got from the training they had done. Though they soon discovered he could indeed heal himself with the energy he takes from other living things, but it was really slow, which Rage was warned about beforehand by the doctors he employs. The doctors warned Rage that the speed that Izuku showed when he first activated his quirk was likely done by Izuku's subconscious mind, and the fact it was the first time using it most likely made it far more powerful until Izuku can train it up himself with time. As such, currently, as it stood, Izuku could heal his own bruises within 2 minutes before they were completely healed up, but Rage had his theories that this could be quickened, of course, by training Izuku's speed but also trying to have Izuku learn how to pinpoint where he wants to use the energy at instead of spreading it across the entire body like he was currently doing. Soon though, Rage decided he had seen enough of what he wanted to see for the day and wanted to allow Izuku to keep adjusting to the place and explore the compound more. Now, why is Rage acting so nice towards Izuku, you may ask, and of course it is as Rage explained before. He knew Izuku would be a powerful tool, but it was also a double-edged sword, so Rage planned to keep Izuku in line with the carrot and stick approach. As long as Izuku stayed in line, then he would be treated nicely and rewarded from time to time to make the compound seem like a home to Izuku, but if Izuku ever stepped out of line or tried to rebel, of course, then the stick portion of the Rage's methods would come into play and Rage would need to remind Izuku of why he was a high-ranked villain in America that lead a group that was ranked as the #1 villain organization in America. This was how Izuku's second official day with the Corona Mafia family came to an end as he started to explore the compound, as he didn't honestly know what else to do since Rage had no other need for him, so Izuku just complied and explored. Third POV. Several weeks have gone by in the flash of an eye for Izuku Midoriya as he explored the new environment that he was in now, but all of the training that Izuku had been starting to do has helped pass the time as well. Now you may ask, why would Izuku decide to devote far more extra time to doing a training on the side outside of the already pre-planned training, since it would only just speed up the day that Izuku would end up getting used by the boss, Rage, for healing services or potentially even getting involved in more direct criminal activities that Izuku would hate to be a part of? Well, the reason that Izuku is doing this is that a few days ago, after Izuku's introduction to the family, there was a special ceremony that Izuku went through as all new members must undergo, and this ceremony was the branding ceremony. During this so-called ceremony, Izuku was required to accept the branding of the family's emblem upon his body, and luckily due to Izuku's unique position, he was given the choice of where he wanted the said emblem to be placed on his body. The one he would be given was slightly different from the normal members' brands that they received, but this one showed that he was a member of the executives, and honestly Izuku of course didn't want to have a permanent mark on his body that would always remind him of the fact that he had no true freedom but only an illusion of freedom. In the end, Izuku decided to have the mark placed on his left bicep near his heart for several reasons. 1. Having it on his chest would allow him to hide it by wearing clothing over it, and 2. It would be a reminder to him always that the family controlled him by having a more literal hold of his heart to control him due to having the pulse bomb near his heart. The mark that he was being given looked like this. Overall, getting a tattoo marked onto his bicep did hurt quite a bit for a child at his age, as his skin was a bit more sensitive than an adult's, but the process had finally come to an end. After the mark was finished and the others left the room since they had witnessed the ceremony being completed, Butler Leon grabbed some medical cloth to wrap around Izuku's chest to cover the mark until it fully healed up, though if Izuku really wanted to he could just steal some life energy from a tree and speed up the healing, but that wouldn't really make the tattoo dry quicker though in his mind. Though Izuku was in for a talk from the butler, who decided to give Izuku some personal advice that he believed Izuku needed so that Izuku could survive in this new environment that he was in now. As such, Lean sat down and started to talk as he kept covering the mark. Izuku, let me give you some advice that will help you survive the family, the underworld, and even the world itself. Hide your true emotions behind a mask of indifference or even coldness, as there are those in this world that will gladly use your kindness and large heart to manipulate you and take advantage of you without even caring a little bit. As such, perfect your mask and let only those that you love, trust, or care deeply for seeing behind the mask you put up. In this world, strength is what matters the most, and is what allows you to decide your own future. Because you were weak, you were taken advantage of and sold by your father. Because you were weak, your mother died. Because you were weak, you had a bomb placed next to your heart. Because you were weak, you have no true freedom. As such, I suggest you take advantage of the resources that are being provided to you and grow stronger so that you never regret another what if because you were weak. Butler Leon said as he stood up and started to leave the room, while he left a shocked and confused Izuku in the room. Izuku didn't know if there was a trap in the so-called advice that the old butler gave him, but it did something for Izuku. It created a spark of determination inside of him because he knew he was weak and wanted his mother back. He wanted to feel the loving hugs she gave even though she wasn't supportive of his dreams, but he knew he wouldn't get her back. No. Instead he would grow stronger so he could one day have a chance to break free from the so-called family that he is now a part of. Izuku didn't know if that was the intention of the old man, nor did he believe it would be, but regardless of what the butler wanted Izuku to get out of that advice, Izuku knew he would indeed take advantage of anything he could since he knew he would be here for the long future. This conversation was indeed what triggered Izuku to start going more often to the training grounds, and it made Izuku remember his mother's last words as well as she told Izuku to remember his dream of being a hero before she passed away. Those were a bit bitter to Izuku since she only encouraged him in the end and never before then, but it still made him happy to hear it from her, but it did remind him that his quirk could be highly lethal if he uses the quirk too much on others. As such, Izuku wanted to train and have a way that wouldn't likely result in him needing to end people, so he decided to train in weapons such as knives or batons so that one day if he found himself in a fight he wouldn't need to rely heavily on his quirk to win. Though he did remember that becoming a hero would be nearly impossible with the invisible leash that was around his neck due to the pulse bomb being placed in his chest, he still wanted to take advantage of the resources in front of him to better prepare himself for the future. Sadly for Izuku though, he couldn't spend all of his time training anymore since the boss had the family finish forgiving the new documents that Izuku would need, as they showed that Izuku had been born in Japan but then legally moved to the United States after the death of his mother so he could live with relatives in the United States. Overall, it was a smart story to go with since it was indeed quite similar to the truth outside of some small details like having actual relatives here in the United States and entering the country legally part. The most ironic part of Izuku's situation with the new documents is that they didn't have to forge a lot of the documents due to how quirkless Japan is towards quirkless people. As such, they were able to just pay a lot of money towards some people for the actual legit documents from Japan for Izuku's previous schooling. Anyone that might have noticed in the government of Japan wouldn't care either since Japan's government still believed Izuku to be quirkless, which meant his case of being missing was really never looked into and his mother's body was discovered with no clues on how she died since Izuku had completely healed her, so there was no evidence of being ended. As such, Izuku Midoriya's case was closed, but Izuku's case went cold as no police really put effort into the cases of quirkless children due to how quirkless Japan was. As such, Japan made the process a lot quicker and smoother, which Izuku just rolled his eyes at in his mind. Rage did inform Izuku that his quirk was registered as a low-level healing quirk, which would get some attention from others on him but not enough to be concerned about since healing quirks are rare, but if they are low-level ones then the government doesn't really care about them. As such, Izuku was instructed to not show his true abilities and only heal bruises or small wounds of others if for some reason he did so out in public. So having these new documents now meant that Izuku had a government ID and everything else that he would need to start going outside in public as well as start attending the private academy that Rage had him signed up for, which was one of the best in New York City, New York, but it was also a simple and direct trip on the train. This was so if Izuku decided that he didn't want the driver to take him or pick him up from school, then Izuku could take the public transit. Izuku was still nervous about the whole deal of him being allowed to live a somewhat normal life outside of his obedience to the boss, so Izuku gathered some courage and asked if he was indeed allowed to do those types of things like making friends or hanging out after school. Rage nodded his head and informed Izuku that as long as he alerted the head butler, Leon, then said that as long as Izuku alerted Butler Leon, who had the authority to approve of any changes to Izuku's schedule. Rage did say that he would no longer be micromanaging Izuku anymore since he felt Izuku knew to obey and what to do around the compound or who to talk to if he had questions. As such, Izuku was free to do as he pleased, and if Rage had a need for him then either himself or Butler Leon would alert him of changes to his schedule that Izuku would need to know about. Izuku of course knew to obey because if he didn't then his illusion of freedom would be rescinded and things would be far more difficult to manage and plan for his future if the little fake freedom he had was taken away. Rage stood up from his chair and threw a Coke on as he said he would be going out to deal with some operations in another state for about a week, but that he wished Izuku had fun starting his schooling in the coming days as it was currently the weekend and his first day was scheduled for Monday. Izuku nodded his head and thanked the man in a neutral tone as he'd been practicing since he had started to adapt to not showing his true emotions through. Rage just chuckled. "I see you're starting to adapt to our line of work as you are getting good at hiding your emotions and expressions. Good, as it will serve you well for the underworld," Rage said as he walked out of his office door with Izuku right behind him. Izuku watched Rage walk out the front door and sighed when he was gone as he was driven away. Izuku decided to just relax his body since school would be starting in the coming days and he wanted to practice his English a bit more since it would be used non-stop in school. Izuku was confident in his English but still wanted to be on the safe side because it would be weird if he ended up switching to Japanese during class and ended up coming to people. There was also the fact that Izuku didn't want too many questions asked about his current living conditions as that would be a horrible route that would lead to nothing but trouble. As such, Izuku laid down on his bed and just started to practice his writing, reading, and speaking of English on some packets he had acquired from Butler Leon a few days ago. Here we go. I wonder if I can make and keep any friends here without risking their safety with the life I now have? Izuku thought as he worked on his packets, but only time could tell. Third POV. The weekend had quickly passed by and Izuku was somewhat dreading the fact that he would be returning to school, but make no mistake, he doesn't want to stick around in the compound of the Corona family and get involved in things he doesn't want to get involved in, but he was also dreading going to school because he hasn't had any good relations with teachers in his past when he was quirkless. Now Izuku will admit he doesn't think it will be like that here due to the fact that being quirkless is more accepted in the United States, but that doesn't stop bullies from picking on him for his weaker quirk that he has or teachers looking down on him. It's just learned behavior that he has which he now hides behind the mask he is still perfecting as he goes, and so far he thinks he has been doing a good job since the head butler has been making comments on his progress, so Izuku thinks he can slightly trust the man to be true when it comes to Izuku's position and work in the family, but outside of that Izuku wouldn't trust the old man as far as he could throw him, which is nowhere since he couldn't even lift the old man currently with his strength. Now back to the problem at hand. Izuku was currently dressed in the uniform of the private academy and was standing at the front door of the compound waiting for the driver. Izuku kind of wished he could just take the train, but Butler Leon instructed him to ride via the car for the first week or so until he got more familiar with the city so that he didn't end up getting lost, as this will be the first time Izuku will have been allowed to leave the compound, as he now has all of his documents in the event a hero or cop stopped him and questioned him about anything. With the yellow backpack that he had bought to purely spite rage since Izuku could see the twitch of the eyebrow the day Izuku was given it, Izuku just sat in a chair waiting as he hummed a small tune he remembered from somewhere. Overall, Izuku did like his school uniform since you could take parts of it off if you were getting too hot or put some back on if you were getting too cold, but as Izuku was looking at himself in the mirror across from his seat, he heard a slight clearing of the throat which came from the driver of the car that Izuku would be taking. The driver alerted Izuku that the car was ready to leave when Izuku was, so Izuku got off the chair and followed the driver outside to the car. As they pulled away from the compound, Izuku did his best to memorize the route that they had taken and the sights around in the event he wanted to go out and explore the city near the compound. After about a 10-minute drive they soon arrived at the private academy that Izuku would now be attending, and Izuku could honestly say it was honestly an interesting style of building as it was nothing similar to what Izuku was used to in the past in Japan. This building was more dignified looking in the colors and style, as it appeared as if it was indeed on a high level of education than a typical school building back in Japan. It had a wide open area for people to sit outside and enjoy the day, as well as other buildings further back behind. The main building that Izuku was informed of by Butler Leon that they are used for clubs or other activities that the school puts on. As Izuku was about to get out of the car, he realized the driver had already moved around to the other side and was opening the door already, which was quick since Izuku was sure he was only in his thoughts for a few seconds. Izuku stepped out of the car and felt really out of place because, in all honesty, if you didn't know the truth of Izuku's situation then you would mistake him for a child of a rich family or something, but he wasn't. No, he was a captive of a terrifying mafia family that even All Might failed to stamp out during his years in America. Moving on though from such depressing thoughts, the driver handed Izuku a folder of stuff that he needed to hand off to the receptionist that would be at the front desk because it was the last of the forms that the school would need and a list of who could take Izuku out of school without approval from others. Izuku thanked the driver and moved towards the building as he headed towards what appeared to be the main office location, since only the right side of the building had a main office looking typeface of a building, so Izuku went into the doors there and soon found the front desk quite easily as he handed the documents off. After a few minutes of waiting, the administrative assistant at the front desk printed off Izuku's schedule that he would have for the semester, and luckily for Izuku it was the start of only about a few weeks ago since the summer break had come to an end and a new school year had started, so Izuku wasn't coming in too late at all. The lady at the front desk told Izuku that a guide would come around in a few minutes to show him around the building and to his first class, so Izuku just needed to sit down on the chair. It only took about 5 minutes of waiting before the tour guide arrived, and it was a teacher or staff person that Izuku didn't exactly know what they did but didn't care, as he only wanted to be shown around the building and to his class. As such, they started off on the tour, and Izuku was shown around the place, but Izuku only really paid attention to the more important places that he would end up going to more often than the other places. These places included the dining hall for lunch, the classrooms, the training facilities for the gym, and a few other places that the tour guide showed. Izuku must admit that the American schools are quite different from the schools back in Japan, as back in Japan the students would be the ones on cleaning duty and everything, but here the teachers take care of cleaning up the classroom at the end of the days and the students switch between classrooms depending on the subject that they would be teaching, while back in his old school the teachers would be the ones that would come to them so that the students wouldn't be out in the halls all of the time wasting time switching between classes. Japan saw that it was easier for the teachers to just switch between the classrooms instead, as they could walk faster and just bring whatever material they needed from the staff room or have it prepared in the classroom beforehand. Izuku's first class of the day was similar back to Japan, where he had a homeroom class, and luckily for him, the tour didn't take that long as he was taken to the classroom just a few minutes after homeroom started. The tour guide knocked on the door and was called in when the teacher inside called them in so that Izuku could be introduced to the class. Izuku followed the guide into the room, and the class had only a limited amount of students, which made sense due to the fact that it was a private academy that aimed to have lower student-to-teacher ratios so that the teachers could spend more individual time with each student instead of spending it across 30 or so students. So at this school the numbers were limited to a max of 15 students, with Izuku being the 15th student in this classroom. The teacher asked Izuku to introduce himself to the class, and he was about to bow but remembered he was in America and not Japan anymore. As such, he stopped himself and looked at everyone as he spoke. "Hello, my name is Izuku Midoriya and I recently moved to America due to the recent passing of my mother, so I live with relatives here in America. I hope we can get along," Izuku said in a monotone voice that seemed to put everyone a bit off from Izuku, since he didn't seem open or like a welcoming individual, which Izuku was fine with as he remembered the advice that Butler Leon gave him to only allow those he truly cares for past his mask, and Izuku didn't honestly care to get along with anyone here if they couldn't deal with his lack of expressing himself, since this was only elementary school, and he had middle school as well to attempt to make friends if he can find anyone that would get past his indifference of a mask. Moving on those, Izuku was given a seat and the class started to work on some basic things, as homeroom here in this school was used to work on homework from other classes or do whatever a child needs to do in the early morning before they get into their other classes, as it was a good way to start getting the students prepared for their other classes later in the day if the homeroom teacher got their brains starting to wake up and moving this early in the morning. Though Izuku was quite bored with himself in all honesty, because due to how he was treated back in Japan, he was easily able to do the missing work he hadn't done due to him showing up a few days later into the semester, because he was always a bit further ahead in his education, since he always had to be self-taught, since he knew teachers back in Japan would always try to screw him over. As the day went on, Izuku did hear something weird about the royalty of the school, which just confused the hell out of Izuku, but he didn't care as he went to eat his lunch as he followed everyone into the lunchroom. Though unknown to Izuku at this time, his future would have a lot of involvement with these so-called royalty of the private academy, as they would be his closest allies and friends in the future, but it wasn't the right time yet for him to meet them. No, Izuku needed to grow stronger himself and undergo many more things before fate would have them and Izuku cross paths, which would start altering Izuku's fate to one he would truly enjoy, as they would become the individuals that would help set him free. Now though, it was time for Izuku to return to the compound and bring an end to Izuku's first day of elementary school here in America, which he found quite boring and dull, but he would rather be doing this instead of being involved in criminal matters and having his hands stained with sins that he couldn't get rid of due to the Corona family's orders. As such, Izuku would put up with the boredom and just use the extra time he had to start expanding his knowledge into other things like the basics of medical information that he knew he would need for his quirk training and medical training back at the compound. Third POV. It has been half a year now as Izuku was heading into the winter break for his school, and many things have changed over the course of this semester. Izuku himself, due to holding his mask to hide his true emotions and expressions, had become somewhat of an outcast in his class and school, but he doesn't get bullied for it. No, it's just that people don't invite him to do things or attempt to make friends with him because they only see him as a cold and indifferent individual who is too hard to approach, and so far no one has been willing to attempt to break down his walls, as everyone is too put off by him to even attempt in the first place. Other things that have started to change is the fact that Izuku has been working more in the Corona family's line of work, even though Izuku wishes he didn't have to do so, but he knew better than to try to resist, since he wasn't being forced to end someone or anything. No, what Rage was having Izuku do was gain experience in using his quirk on family members down in the medical wing, or Rage would sell off his services to be used by other organizations that would pay large sums of money for healing services for individuals that were critically injured and couldn't simply be taken to a hospital due to the fact that they were criminals or highly wanted villains by the government. As such, if they appeared in a hospital, then they would be arrested before treatment really begun. Even if they did end up getting their life saved, they didn't want to go to prison. As such, Rage saw it as a way to earn a large amount of income for the family via using Izuku's healing quirk but also spreading Izuku's name and influence, but Rage isn't stupid in actually giving out Izuku's real name, especially since they use it for his schooling and everything else. No, Izuku had what would be called a villain name as well now, and the name he decided on personally was Grace, and there were several reasons why Izuku decided to go with this as his new name in the underworld. One of the reasons was because he wanted to feel as if he was doing good, and if his name appealed to him as he was a saving grace to individuals that he was healing, then he must be doing good things, even though in his mind he knew those that he was going to be healing would go back out and cause harm to others. He couldn't let himself get stuck by those thoughts, and the second reason was that one day he hoped that he would be given a saving grace himself to allow him to break free of the Corona family, though that reason was just a whimsical one in his mind. As time passed, Izuku's quirk grew stronger and faster every single time he used it to heal people, as when he first used it on that first day of training it took him a few minutes to heal just bruising and very small cuts on his body, but now Izuku could healing a large gash that was lethal in about 5 minutes now, so he was improving quite well, as he was really only limited currently by the lack of available life energy sources, so Rage made sure all of the places that Izuku would perform his services would be near a forest or several large trees so that Izuku wouldn't have to use his own personal life energy or others, since it would be bad for business if he ended someone from the other side to heal another one on the other party side. As such, by the end of the first school semester, there were rumors going around the underground of the Saving Grace or the Prince of the Underground that would heal individuals for the right amount of money, and it didn't matter how bad the wound was. Izuku was quite sure these so-called rumors had been started by the Corona family themselves, without many people even realizing that they were being somewhat played, because the more famous that Izuku was in the underground, then the more money that Rage could end up charging other villains for the use of Izuku's healing abilities. Though Izuku hates to admit it, he had to agree what Rage was doing was smart, since it meant that the family was acquiring a real easy revenue source that didn't involve much work on others outside of Izuku, who tended to be exhausted by the end of his quirk usage. Though Izuku guesses he had to be thankful for this as well, since it was giving him practice with his quirk as he was getting better and better at it, and could use it for his own would much easier for whenever he was injured due to an event or because the training had gotten too rough. Now, speaking about the training itself, Izuku was starting to show a lot more muscles on his body, as the process was not being rushed but was done slowly and with thought, as his body was having really defined muscles without bulking up greatly, as it was unhealthy to quickly put on so much muscle without doing it in stages. As such, Izuku was starting to get a body fit for someone that was focused on speed and maneuverability rather than pure raw strength. Though there was one interesting incident that Izuku felt annoyed at but was glad for all of his training for that day, since he would rather be with the Corona family and have his deal with Rage than the conditions he suspected he would have in the other organization's grasps. Now you might wonder what Izuku is talking about, so let's explain. One day Izuku was taken out by several of the guards to perform healing servicing for another organization that made the appropriate payment, but things turned a bit south during that deal when it should have been just a typical go in and heal and then leave type thing. Sadly for Izuku, one of the guards that were with him decided to step out of the room, leaving Izuku with only one guard when the other side had 2 guards plus the injured individual. The other guards that were with Izuku were all standing outside, so they couldn't help when Izuku finished healing the injured man, which Izuku thought was far too uninjured in his views, and he was right that it didn't make sense to pay what they did to heal what Izuku healed. A few seconds after Izuku finished healing the man, Izuku felt a gun to the side of his head and heard a gunshot go off as the guard that was with him went down to the floor clutching his stomach as he had just gotten shot. All of the other guards came running in to find Izuku being held hostage by the other side, and this did not mean anything good, since if Izuku had gotten ended or critically injured, then Rage was going to end everyone involved that was meant to be guarding Izuku. Thankfully, due to all of the training, Izuku knew how to stay calm in this situation, since he has had a gun pointed at him during training enough not to freak out. As the standoff happened, Izuku activated his quirk with his eyes closed because he could feel the life energy sources even without his eyes open, and then slowly started to pull the energy away from the other side that was holding him hostage. Izuku of course never plans to end anyone ever again outside of his father or him, at least hopes to, but he took enough of their energy that they became disorientated, and to the point that Izuku reaction time was far faster than the one that held the gun to his head. As such, Izuku quickly ducked down and pushed the gun upwards as he hit the man in the side of the stomach and disarmed him. In those moments, Izuku's other guards all attacked and took out the other hostile men as Izuku switched his focus to the guard that had gotten shot at the start. Of course, Even if Izuku wanted to heal the man, he had to first remove the bullet that was inside of him, because if he just straight up healed the guard, then the wound would close with the bullet still inside, which could end the man later on due to poisoning from the bullet materials, or it could end up touching an important organ due to being shifted around inside of the body, which is extremely fragile inside. Izuku knew he had to open the man up and remove the bullet right there, but he didn't fully understand the human body as he was still learning medical principles and the insides. Efficient and better, but not in strength. It was the fact that the other heroes would constantly put out better case rates on them being solved with less damage than what All Might caused during his younger years in America. As such, the two children's parents ended up securing the top spots once again easily within a year due to the fact that the novelty of the smile and that "I am here" ended up wearing off for the citizens. This was due to the fact that the citizens of the United States were far more interested and concerned about the effectiveness and the results that the heroes did instead of just the posturing of wanting to keep people safe, which Americans saw All Might as doing since his cases and everything else was not up to the same amount of the American heroes which held the top positions. As a result, he ended up falling from the top 2 spots and was always stuck in the top 10 but never achieving the top during his stay in America. Anyway, due to the fact that the two children's families have had a large history in the hero field in America with them always producing results, the families have a large amount of influence that they generated as a result of their service. This resulted in other students, teachers, or even random people that recognize them pandering to them or wanting to get close to them for benefits. This resulted in them never getting close to those outside of the family, so color them surprised when there was a new student that had been in the school for over an entire semester now that completely ignores them even though they were sure that the green-hair classmate of theirs most likely heard about them from others. Though what surprised them even more was the fact that they were currently watching the green-hair show emotions when it was said that he only showed indifference to others in the hallways and classroom. They watched Izuku play on the playground by himself, which resulted in him showing emotions such as joy and a bit of happiness, but to the two children they also saw something else in this scene, and that was the fact that in front of them was a boy that looked lost and sad behind his eyes, as they were good at seeing others' hidden emotions. As if they were on the same wavelength of thought, both of the children had decided that they wanted to talk to the green-hair classmate of theirs that seems to always ignore others and especially their existence, because there was one thing they truly wanted in their lives, and that was to have new friends that didn't want to just get benefits out of them. They knew friendship was a give and take, so they weren't stupid, but they didn't want to be used by others solely due to who they were. As such, they slowly started to leave the bushes that they were hiding in and move towards where their classmate was standing currently, but sadly for them they were quiet enough as they created noise when they were moving through the bushes. This resulted in Izuku hearing them and becoming alerted to their presence and that someone had seen his true emotions that he always kept hidden. As such, he quickly snapped towards where he heard the sounds, and it led of course directly to the two famous royal children, but sadly for them, Izuku quickly put his emotionless mask back on and hid his emotions once again. The two children were stunned to see such a sudden shift in emotions from the joy that Izuku had been showing to absolutely nothing. There was only a face of complete indifference that was being displayed to them, and they even had a hard time seeing past his mask to see the emotions he was hiding in his eyes. However, both of them only took this as a challenge because for all reason they knew of the green-hair classmate in front of them was the prime person to be friendship material with them, and they were going to expand their duo into a trio regardless if the said green-hair student wanted it or not. See what I did here? In canon, Izuku takes any denial of friendship as a fight to the death type challenge. After coming out of their shock, they both started to walk towards Izuku, but what they didn't expect to happen was for the said green-hair boy that they were wanting to talk to would just walk away without even hearing them out or their introductions. Now while those two stood frozen in the park where Izuku had just left them standing, Izuku was currently walking towards the train station while deep in his thoughts, as he did recognize the two other children that had stumbled upon him in the park. The issue with that is the fact that he had no idea why they wanted to try and talk to him or anything else, as they shouldn't have anything that they wanted to do with Izuku since he was just the lonely isolated kid at the school while they were the so-called royalty of the school. Izuku just had no idea why, and that may be due to the fact that he ignores everything about them, because if he didn't he might have been able to put together that he was an oddity to them and they wanted to try to befriend him since he has a large mind in all honesty, but Izuku, of course, is a dense and sad child that is only just wanting to be free from Rage and the rest of the mafia family. Soon Izuku was on the bus and was on the way back towards the compound, but unknown to Izuku at that time, he only made himself even more of an interesting thing in the eyes of the school royals, as no one has ever blatantly ignored them as Izuku had done. As such, this only fueled their desire to talk to Izuku in their minds, because the green-haired kid from their school was just a ball of mystery that they wanted to solve and gain the friendship of. So they decided to deploy the skills that they have learned from their families over the years in training to gather the starting information on who exactly was the green-hair classmate of theirs, as the school was always filled with rumors that they could capitalize on because they wouldn't go to their families over this, as it would be a way to only scare the other side off if big-name heroes just suddenly started to dig into your life. They also knew that behind the mask that their green-hair classmate was putting up was a sad child, and they wanted to know why, because they without a doubt would report any crimes to their parents if their new friend, even though Izuku hadn't agreed to it yet, was in danger, and only if the two royals of the private academy knew how true they were in their sense that Izuku was in a dangerous situation, but that would come later on as they grow closer and Izuku opens up to them. Third POV. Annoyance. Annoyance is what Izuku Midoriya was currently feeling right now, as his normal days at school seem to have become less and less peaceful each and every single day that has passed by since his run-in with the two so-called royals of the private academy. He doesn't understand why they won't level him alone, because, on the second day after the meeting in the park, Izuku could always feel their gazes on his back when his head was turned, because they would be looking straight at him in the eyes if he ever turned in their direction in time. However, as the weeks passed on, the two devil children, Izuku's mind supplied, started to get bolder and bolder in their actions, to a point that other people in their school were starting to notice their actions and the fact that they had some sort of interest in the so-called quiet and isolated green-hair kid of their school. Of course, the two royals that Izuku had been avoiding, or at least attempting to avoid, didn't realize what would happen based on the stalkerish habits that they had when it came to Izuku Midoriya, and that is because of the stalking habits they ended up creating a misunderstanding by those that were really stupid and wanted to play a game of trying to gain influence with the royals. These idiots had thought that they now had a way to pander and impress the two so-called royals in the school by dealing with Izuku Midoriya, because you know this is some fanfiction out of a novel where the villains gain the favor of the higher-ups by dealing with the so-called bug. Of course, this isn't some weird fanfiction. Of course not. Sadly, these idiots thought it was indeed some weird storyline they lived in where they go off to deal with the so-called bug for the popular people, but this so-called bug was named Izuku Midoriya and was far more familiar with these types of situations this time around due to all of the training he received so that he could defend himself, as the year worth of training he had with the family was filled with harsh combat training that never held back at all, because why should they when Izuku could just heal himself back up? They of course didn't understand how skilled Izuku was, nor the fact that the two who had been talking Izuku didn't want Izuku to be harmed or anything else, but instead they wanted to become friends with Izuku, as they had finally learned his name from a teacher who they had asked. As lunch break came around one day, it all started to play out, as Izuku had decided to take his lunch with him to go to a spot that he had found recently since he had been trying to avoid the stalkers, and Izuku knew full well that they were stalking him because they had been getting bolder, as we said before, in their stalking habits and barely even hid it anymore. Though even Izuku didn't expect a situation like this, because now he was standing in front of a group of 10 kids that were all around him, and they kept spewing some bullshit about earning the favor of the two royals if they dealt with the green-hair kid, which Izuku knew was an indication to himself since he was the sole green-hair kid in the school. Anyway, we can see them all still spewing the garbage out of their mouths, as Izuku just sighed as he decided to place his lunch off to the side so that it didn't get destroyed, as he knew this was going to break out into a fight no matter what kind of excuse he tried to use to escape, and he was honestly glad he paid attention in the combat training classes when they taught him how to deal with fights that were groups versus a single person such as the one he was in right now. Though let's be clear that Izuku is in no way in any shape or form a master of quirkless combat against anyone that primarily relies on their quirk, who was also near his age range, then he was sure that he would win the fight. This was due to the fact that once again he trained with brutal trainers that didn't care that he was a child nor held back against him ever, so he was ready for this fight. As such, he knew very well to let the fighters attack him first for many reasons, like legal reasons. The legal reason was based on the biggest golden rule of the family he was a part of, and that was the fact that you never give others the legal means to put the blame on you or the ability to dig into your life based on a legal matter that you are in if you were presented as the starter of the fight. The other reason that Izuku allowed them to start the fight first was that you do not attack first in a group, because they will get cocky and impatient due to the fact that you didn't attack first, which will make the group disorganized when multiple opponents try to attack at the same time, and it will show if they have never fought together in a team battle in these few seconds. If a group is disorganized, then most of the time when multiple people attack, it will cause an opening to happen if they try to attack at the same time, which will allow the single individual to have an advantage in the fight, which is what Izuku Midoriya did, as he waited for them to start the fight, and right away in seconds an opening presented itself which allowed him to break their stances and defeat the first few within a few blows. Right after this happened, Izuku ducked down even more as he went in for a low-angled attack. This was due to the fact that he was far better and suited for quick and low attacks due to his height and overall build. Even though Izuku has been growing taller and gaining muscles due to his training, he was still a bit shorter than most of the people that were the same age as him. Plus, he was also taught to fight dirty in battle as well, which a lot of his opponents are men and they become easy targets if you know what Izuku would be aiming for. There was also the fact that considering where Izuku lives, it's not surprising at all for him to be taught to fight dirty all of the time, because why not in their line of work? Now, as several of the other kids quickly got dispatched by Izuku due to their overall lacking skills and stupidity, Izuku noticed that the others were far more on guard now and even were taking up better defenses, which included the fact that some had their quirks activated. Though unless Izuku found himself in a high level of danger, then he wasn't going to turn his quirk on, since quirk usage against others is illegal, even though he could get away with it due to self-defense, but then it would be their word against his. Plus, it would also reveal the true nature of his quirk if he used it for offensive abilities instead of the nice healing nature that everyone thinks it's limited to. The fight continued on, and all Izuku could think of was the fact that they were so slow. Then again, he did train under people who once again, as he would say, never held back against him, which has resulted in Izuku's reflexes being on a higher level than those around his age. Sadly though, even though they all were so slow to him, the one thing Izuku wanted to avoid ended up happening. Now you might think it was about him getting hurt or something, but no, the one thing he wanted to avoid happening was that one kid decided to grab Izuku's lunch and be a petty child as they tossed his lunch on the ground with a smirk before they ran away like a coward. Izuku just stood there looking at his lunch with an emotionless mask on his face, but inside he was crying, and the reason may sound silly to some, but to him, it wasn't. The food that he had gotten for lunch today was katsudon, and katsudon was only made in the lunchroom on so many days each month, and today he had been lucky to grab the last portion of it before they ran out. Now the reason it made him so upset was the fact that katsudon was the meal that Izuku's mother Izuku Midoriya would always make for him when he really needed to be cheered up. When Izuku learned that the lunchroom was making this food, he was so happy and excited inside because he never ate it at the compound, even though he could get the kitchen to make it, but he didn't want them to know that it was such a personal dish that he felt strongly about due to him hiding his emotions. As such, Izuku grabbed his remains of the lunch and took it with him as he headed towards the cafeteria, where he found the two individuals he had some anger for currently. As Izuku walked into the lunchroom, he headed towards them as they smiled a bit, but sadly for them this wasn't going to be like how they wanted it. As they watched him come towards them, they quickly introduced themselves as Ozzy Diaz and Zar Rashida, but Izuku didn't care as he dropped his food remains in front of them and spoke, "I don't care. The next time you send your goons to try and beat me up, then send stronger ones or get the courage to do it yourself, you cowards. Also, you owe me several meals worth of katsudon, you a-holes, since your goons destroyed my precious katsudon," Izuku said before he just turned around and left the same way he entered and didn't even let them speak again. Though honestly they were stunned in silence as they were shocked at how he talked to them and what he meant. After Izuku left, the two royals, a-holes in his view, came out of their shock and wanted to know what their friend, who still doesn't really know about this detail or agreed with it, meant by the so-called goons that they had sent, as they had done no such thing. Then after a bit, they started to hear whispers from others in the lunchroom as they paid attention and were able to find out some information that some students had gone after Izuku to try and win their favor. The two of them were downright pissed as they were now likely hated or disliked by the single person that they wanted to become close friends with. They both got started right away on questioning who all was involved, because they were going to ensure that their newest friend, though once again the said friend never agreed to the so-called friendship, would know that they had nothing to do with the said attack on him. Though in the back of both of their minds they couldn't help themselves from picturing Izuku as an angry kitten that was throwing a fit, as Izuku just seemed like a kitten to them every time he pouted or talked, since they would end up imaging a tail and ears on him for some reason. Anyway, there was also the matter that some people had ended up using their family names and theirs to go out and commit some bullying, which downright pissed them the hell off, as their family always valued the honor of the family and would defend it, and that is exactly what the two of them were planning to do as they tracked down each and everyone that had decided to have a hand in amusing Izuku during that day. Though some tried really hard to hide themselves during their search, soon they were all found in the end, and this resulted in them being added to a list that the two now called the Blacklist, and anyone that ended up on this list meant that they offended the duo or offended their friend Izuku, though Izuku had no idea of this so-called blacklist until later on, as it would leave him just even more confused with the duo. Then Izuku is only more confused now as, after a few days since the event in the lunchroom, Izuku heard rumors that the duo was going around and saying that Izuku was indeed their friend and was part of their group, so everyone should never lay their hands on him or they would suffer the duo's wrath. Izuku decided though that it was time to just face the other two head-ons and figure everything out and what they wanted from him, as he was starting to get annoyed at all of this chaos that the duo was causing for him since that fateful meeting in the park about a month or so ago. Third POV. Izuku is pretty sure he made a stupid decision today, and one that he is already regretting due to all of the stares that he was getting from everyone now due to the said decision he had made earlier. But first let's jump back to what happened so we all understand what has happened. It has been about a week since the rumors began about Izuku and the duo who Izuku knows as Ozydius and Zara Rashida had begun. Izuku had decided that it was time for a face-to-face conversation of what they exactly wanted from him. As such, once lunchtime came rolling around, Izuku stepped into the lunch line right next to both of the other children and spoke, "I think it's time we have a talk about everything and clear the air between us. This way there are no more confusing matters left unanswered between us in regards to everything that has happened this semester," Izuku said. But before they could even respond to his statement, Izuku took his food and walked away towards the door where he had entered from. Standing at the door, he turned around and looked at both of them as a sign for them to follow him, as he wanted this to be a private conversation and he was sure they would want it to be private as well, which they indeed wanted it to be private. After walking for a few minutes outside of the school building, yet while still on the school property, they were all now located at the spot that Izuku had located during the start of the second semester, though this thought of having found this place at the start of the second semester terrified him a bit. The reason may seem silly to some, but to Izuku it terrified him a bit since they were getting a lot closer to the summer break, which meant that it would be nearly an entire year since Izuku had found himself in this entire situation. This terrified him of how much has changed in his life and how desensitized he had become to this new life that he now lives, as all of the blood and scary things no longer terrify him anymore, and it had only been less than a year since he was introduced to this life. Suddenly though, Izuku was snapped out of his thoughts by two hands being pressed against his shoulder, which of course belonged to Izuku's troublesome duo that has always been stalking him since that day in the park. Though Izuku was confused when he looked at the two of them and noticed that they had faces filled with some concern, which honestly was a foreign emotion that Izuku hasn't dealt with in a while due to everything that has happened. You were never shown concern in the family, and showing concern was a sign of weakness, as whatever you showed concern for would become targeted by others outside of the family or sometimes even inside of the family. Anyway, that emotion they were showing wasn't used much with him, so it caught him a bit off guard as he ended up stirring his words out a bit when he asked them why they were looking at him with concern, but the answer made something in him twist a bit. Both of them told Izuku that they could see past his mask and that they were worried about him since he was their friend. At that point, it felt as if Izuku's mind came to a complete standstill and blue-screened like a computer would do to what they had just said to him. "They are concerned about me and can see past my mask?" was the thought that was going inside of Izuku's mind until he realized that they had just called him their friend like the rumors were saying around the school. Izuku though just ended up staring at the two of them as if they were complete idiots, and they were somewhat in his mind because he never agreed to become friends with them at all. Though as both of them just stared right back at Izuku, he started to have the urge of rolling his eyes, but instead, Izuku just outright called them both idiots for declaring him as a friend when he hasn't even agreed with it. Sadly for Izuku, both of them just shrugged at his comments and then asked if he wanted to be friends, since he was concerned about if he had agreed to it or not, which just made Izuku want to roll his eyes even more, but he had a mask of indifference to maintain even though they claimed to be able to see past it. Both of the children continued to ignore Izuku's stare of contempt that he was holding with his eyes, but it seemed as if they weren't affected by it, so he spoke up again. "What if I say no?" Izuku asked, and then Zara spoke up and gave Izuku options to choose from, which honestly wasn't a choice, as she gave him either yes or well yes. As such, they just stood there in silence at that statement of options before Izuku tried to back away from the conversation and leave, but sadly for him they both grabbed a hold of him and dragged him down to the ground. This is how Izuku ended up finding himself being stared at by others from the school, as the two other children that were meant to be all proper and whatnot were found tangled up with Izuku, who was meant to be the isolated child of the school due to his own actions. Izuku just sighed as he told them that he surrenders to their demands and agreed to become friends, which caused them both to smirk, but it wasn't a typical one. No, Izuku realized it as a shiver went down his back that the smirk that they were holding would belong to a sadist, and it was at that moment Izuku realized he had just screwed up as he became friends with two sadists, which meant double the trouble that he was going to be involved in due to them. Their acts of being all proper and whatnot is complete bullshit. Izuku thought as he stared at them, and honestly wished he could take his agreement back, but he doubted they would let him. There was also the fact that he was sure he heard them mutter something about him being like a pouting kitten, but he refused to explore that topic and decided to just ignore that train of thought. They soon freed Izuku from being tangled up by them as it was time to go to their separate classrooms, but Izuku knew his future days were likely to be filled with some sort of chaos which would be caused by the duo, and this thought honestly made his lips curve slightly upwards. Though no one outside of the twins would likely notice it since they somehow are good at seeing the smileless change about Izuku, because to everyone else it would look as if nothing had changed with him. Anyway, Izuku moved back towards his classroom as he kept that very small smile hidden on his face as he arrived at this classroom and sat down so the rest of the day would start moving forward. Though as the day moves forward like normal, he felt the eyes of many watching him, and he wasn't surprised by this at all. It was normal to have all of these eyes on him now due to the fact that he heard things being talked about, like the fact that the royal duo had now turned into the royal trio, but Izuku did hear some question on how a supposed no-name outcast such as Izuku ended up with the royal duo. Izuku honestly wanted to point out that he did abruptly nothing outside of ignoring the duo, which seemed to have drawn them in as they took it as a challenge, but Izuku kept himself silent as he couldn't break his mask of indifference with everyone, as it would cause problems back in the complex, as it was now an ingrained rule that showing others his true emotions would be costly if they couldn't defend themselves. Izuku remembered that rule quite well since the incident a few months ago when he had found an injured cat in the woods of the compound. Izuku doesn't think he will ever forget the fact that the poor cat was used as an example of why he should never allow his mask to fall, as one of the executives decided to end the poor injured cat in front of Izuku since he had been healing the cat when he and the cat got found by the man. The words of the man echoed in Izuku's ears: "Never get close to those that can't protect themselves or have strong protection against threats. Your enemies will use those that you get close to as a way to harm you," the man said as he pulled his gun and ended the cat right in front of Izuku. Though there was one other thing that Izuku would always remember, and it was the fact that he hated that man, as there was no reason, or rather a true reason in Izuku's mind on why the cat had to die, because Izuku wasn't even close to it and was only healing it before the man had ended it. Though, Izuku had to admit the lesson was learned on not opening up to others that didn't have protection or weren't able to defend themselves. Soon though the day came to an end and it was time to return to the compound, but before Izuku could leave towards the train station, the duo ran up to Izuku and gave him their numbers, which Izuku did save into his phone but not in as contacts. Izuku was not an idiot or stupid enough to do that, as he knew the butler aka Leon would have access to see his contacts. Izuku didn't want butler Leon to start digging into his new friends because Izuku had learned recently why the duo was called royalty at the school, and that it was due to their families having a long history of being powerful heroes. That would lead to an interesting conversation between Butler Leon and Izuku on if he was trying to break free or not via their families, but the thought was that Izuku knew he was playing a dangerous game by accepting them as friends. They were children of powerful heroes, but not just any heroes, the children of the top two heroes as well. As such, Izuku knew that they also had a large amount of protection due to their families being able to protect them if Rage ever came to learn about Izuku's connection to them. This is why Izuku was willing to play the dangerous game that he was now entering into, as he wanted to have friends, and he also knew deep down the undeniable truth of his situation. Even though Izuku had a unique position in the family, he was still expendable, and this was due to the fact that Rage knew the risk and rewards of keeping Izuku around. If Rage ended Izuku, then he loses the future value Izuku brings in, but there was the fact that as Izuku aged and grew stronger, the danger that he presented towards Rage and the family would also grow in strength as well, so there was going to be a point that the risk of keeping Izuku alive would outweigh the reward that the family gained from keeping him around. As such, in those few seconds when the duo offered to become friends with Izuku, he accepted because he wanted to live his life a bit riskier and enjoy it as much as he could, since he knew they would have a large layer of protection that Rage would be hesitant to touch, since it would invoke all of America's attention on him quickly if he was accused of going after hero families. Third POV. Izuku would say he was a good judge of someone's character due to all of the events and situations that he has been involved with during the past year or so, but good God, Izuku never felt like he was so wrong before when he decided to allow the duo into his life, because he was right that day when he confronted them. They were indeed sadist individuals who enjoyed watching others suffer due to the pranks and things that they pull off, because they liked watching people squirm in embarrassment, which causes them to smile so big when they are sure others aren't looking. Thank all of the gods is what Izuku does every day when he can, because he luckily never ended up on the side of their awful pranks. That didn't mean he didn't get teased by them though, because they sure did enjoy teasing him all of the time. No, all of the things done to Izuku were always done in privacy, where they and he were alone and away from others that could see, since the duo didn't want to drive Izuku away by having people laugh at him. No, they wanted him to stay close with them, but even then all of the things they did do to Izuku were all childish things, like those worms in a can where they pop out once you open the lid, or other childish things. Since they enjoyed teasing Izuku, Everything else tended to take a few levels up because they enjoyed tormenting others with non-harmful pranks that didn't cause any pain, and they made sure to target people that they were sure would not be mentally affected by their pranks, so anyone that they were sure might be bullied was off the list of being targeted. The duo always was careful since they wanted to have fun and not actually hurt people, which Izuku was pleased with. Though just lightly teasing and pranking people wouldn't give them something to enjoy. No, they tend to hit the same target multiple times in one day to see the frustration that the individual has from getting targeted multiple times in a single day. That is how they got their own personal enjoyment from tormenting people with their unharmful pranks. Though when it came to the things that they did to Izuku, he was pretty sure that they only did things that would likely result in Izuku laughing himself and not for their own enjoyment of seeing it, as he was sure that they were trying to get him to break out of his mask with the pranks that they were pulling, but he wasn't going to break so easily, even though he did find quite a few of them funny, but he has trained hard in maintaining his mask, so he was good at not breaking out of it due to sudden surprises. Anyway, as we pointed out for Izuku, it has now been over an entire year since Izuku was sold into his current lifestyle, which was a depressing thought. This meant, of course, that Izuku had turned 10 years old now, which makes him now in the 5th grade, and an additional bonus of moving up a grade was the fact that the duo somehow got it arranged for them all three to be in the same classes now, which Izuku refuses to admit to anyone that he actually enjoys. Though entering the 5th grade did also remind Izuku that he only had this year and next before he would enter middle school, which would only be a short leap to high school, and that thought ate away at the back of his mind due to the fact that he was only getting closer to high school, which would likely be his prime chance. Suddenly that line of thoughts in Izuku's mind came to an end before they could finish forming, as it was thrown away, as he doubted he would even be alive that long to begin with, since he was realistic about his situation. Back to the present, though, as Izuku looked down to his sides as both of his friends Ozzy and Zara were laying down right next to him and leaned against him as they sat at the tree in the park that they had their first official run-in with each other. They would always come to the park every few days after school when Izuku could get the time scheduled to do so, because he knew not to raise too much attention to the fact that he was really close to someone, since he didn't want them to be known by anyone at the compound yet. Anyway, Izuku wouldn't admit it in front of either of them, but he was starting to trust them far more than he lets on to them, but he still didn't trust them fully yet in some roundabout way due to his life situation. For example, Izuku knew that children around their age normally would have gone to each other's houses, but that was never going to happen in regards to Izuku's living situation, since taking them to the compound would be a horrible decision for everyone involved. Now going to their house wasn't completely out of the picture, but Izuku didn't want to go do that yet, as it was a bit risky, and he didn't mean in regards to his association with the mafia family. No, Izuku meant that it was risky for him to go to his friends' houses and meet their families, which he knew were the top-ranked heroes, because he might want to do something stupid like trying to ask them for help or something else that would likely end up with him dead at the end. Now Izuku doesn't discount whatever plan that the full-grown adult pro-heroes could come up with, but having a bomb right next to his heart makes him pretty damn sure he wants whatever plan to be nearly bulletproof, since they would be playing with his life. Instead of doing all of that super risky stuff, Izuku decided that he just wanted to throw it to the side and let the future version of himself deal with those type of problems, because the present Izuku wanted to just enjoy the present with his two friends while it lasted, since he was sure they wouldn't be around once it was known who he was associated with, even if he was unwilling. Soon though the day came to an end, and Izuku stopped putting brainpower into all of these issues and got ready to go back to the compound, since it was nearly time for him to leave anyway, as he had a schedule to keep to. So he waved goodbye to the duo and started heading towards the train station. He promised them to see them at school the next day like he always did, and left none the wise of what he would go through that night. As usual, he returned to the compound on time and started to head towards the medical bay, where he would meet the medical staff to start his shift, as he was gaining more training and experience via learning from them. As he arrived though, Izuku was told that he was to head towards the boss's office, since there was a mission that Izuku was going to be involved in. This made Izuku freeze for a brief moment, but he quickly unfroze himself and started to walk, as he knew sooner or later he would start going out once he had trained enough. There was also the fact that Butler Leon had wanted Izuku a while ago, that once he had turned 10 years old that he would likely end up starting missions that were within his skill set, since Izuku had done a lot of training and it was all known by the executives and the main boss, Rage, that he had done extra training, as there were zero ways of hiding that fact from them. As such, Izuku always knew the training would be a double-edged sword for him, and here it was hitting him right in the face, since it was now time for the double-edged part of sword to strike back to him. Izuku headed up towards the other floor and made his way to the main office that he knew Rage was always in, even though it wasn't his actual office. This office is where all of the planning for missions and battles took place when they had time to plan things out. As such, he schooled his features and relaxed his heart rate, as he didn't want to allow that man to gain an inch more than required out of Izuku's obedience. As he finished calming himself down, he knocked several times on the door and then just waited since he learned really fast from experience due to the last time he had just walked right in unannounced, which was extremely disrespectful even though Izuku was in a unique position. As such, Izuku was taught a valuable lesson of not pushing the boundaries when he got punished with an extremely hard training that he has now dubbed Hell Training, because at the very end of it, with him covered in his own blood and bruises, he was not allowed to heal himself up from all of the wounds, which resulted in them all scarring over since they were deep enough to cause scars if he didn't use his quirk. As such, Izuku had quite a few scars from that day that now display across his skin, and Izuku vowed never to allow himself to be punished like that unless he had some good reason to risk being on the receiving end of an angry rage. After a few seconds of waiting, Izuku was called into the room, and that is where he found all of the executives of the family in addition to the boss himself, as they were all standing around the table with plans on it. Izuku spoke up and said, "You wanted to see me?" he asked, and Rage nodded his head as he directed Izuku to sit down at the table where they were all meaning over. After a few minutes of more talking between all of them, they sat down and Rage spoke about the mission, which was about another rival organization that decided it was strong enough now to push into some of the important areas that were under the family's control, which had enraged, well, Rage himself. As such, the reason that Izuku was being involved in the mission was due to his healing services, since Rage wanted Izuku on site to heal the men and keep the death count on their side down to 0. This meant that this would be the real first official test of how far Izuku's healing abilities have come since the first time he actually used it himself, and not in a blind fit of rage as he did at the auction hall when he was first bought. Izuku was also told that the mission itself would be starting that very night, which meant they would be leaving soon. Izuku received his orders and left the room deep in thought about the moral debate he always had inside of himself. Izuku was glad that he wouldn't be required to fight and end, but he was also glad that he got to save people, which is the part where the moral debate comes up for him. The issue was that he wanted to help people, but was he really helping people when he healed the villains who then would go back out and commit more crimes at a fast pace due to his healing? Sadly, Izuku never has an answer for his moral debate, but Izuku always pushed it to the side since one day he hopes that he would have an answer to his moral dilemma, but now wasn't the time to keep digging into it. No, it was time for him to get to work as he arrived in the armory. They were expected to return the very next morning, which was nice for Izuku since he didn't want to worry his friends or raise any questions in their minds about where he would be at, so that made him happy. Now on the issue of being exhausted of being up all of that time for a kid at his age was a non-issue in all honesty for Izuku, since he could just take the energy from trees and resupply himself as it would fix his physical condition. Though Izuku forgot about the fact that it wouldn't fit his mental condition from this experience, and he would always be thankful for having his friends for the aftermath of what he would be forced to go through and the blood that he would see. This was the start of how Ozzy and Zara would break the first barrier of Izuku's mind and gain even more of his trust, as they would help him through the mental anguish of what he would witness this night at such a young age. Third POV. Izuku was now all finished getting geared up in his outfit, and he had to admit to himself that it was an amazing outfit in his view, as it was the perfect blend of being combat capable in addition to being geared towards his medical skills and knowledge, as it had pockets for some of his medical supplies, plus had a first aid attached to his back via some clips that could easily be detached quickly. As such, Izuku had everything on him as he headed down towards the garage where they would be leaving the compound from, as they would be going out in a convey of all of the members that were assigned to this mission. As Izuku sat there, he wondered how violent this conflict would become, since the more fighting that happens, the higher there is a risk of heroes or police coming, since they would be alerted by someone of the conflict, which would require them to respond to the said fight. This though would make things a bit complicated for Izuku, as it would put him in an awkward position due to the bomb being in his chest. A fear that Izuku has always had in the back of his mind was that one day a hero or someone with some power would come along and try to save him, but due to the fact that he had a pulse bomb right next to his heart, well, he would be forced to reject their efforts in saving him, which may stop people from trying to help him ever again in the future. The reason this would be is that they may come to assume that Izuku was a part of the family and was just a normal villain who enjoyed the life that he was in, but that couldn't be further from the truth, of course, regards to Izuku Midoriya. Though there was another fear that was truly what stopped Izuku from accepting the help of others in his mind if it were to ever happen, and that was the fear of death itself, since no kid would truly want to die, but accepting help from others would be the equivalent to accepting his own death due to the, you guessed it, the bomb in his chest. Now back to the main point of the night, since we have diverged off topic from the true focus, which currently is the fact that Izuku is now sitting inside one of the family's cars in the convert that is heading towards the location where they have discovered the main base of the rival organization to be located at. The goal of the mission is to hit the main location of the other organization, which will allow rage to make them crumble easily if the top executives and leaders are defeated, and the organization's base is located about an hour south in a smaller town that they controlled, which was over the state line into New Jersey. Izuku did find out the reason why Rage was so irritated and willing to directly take action against this growing rival, and the reason was that the area the opposing group was pushing into was where the family was producing the drug known as Trigger. However, this wasn't like the other strands of the Trigger drug that was out in the market around the world and in the United States. No, this strand of the drug was and is the original stand that was ever produced in the world, as it was based on Rage's biological family lines due to their quirks, which allowed them to boost themselves. This stand does not have all of those annoying side effects like turning the tongue a different color or making the individual using the drug start to lose their sanity after so many times using it. No, this original stand purely boosts the quirk factor for a temporary amount of time, though it doesn't have any permanent boosting effects either. As such, it fits right in with the motto of the Mafia family, which is to never leave a trace, and the drug did that as it left no trace of it being in the user's system. Izuku did wonder if there was truly no side effects, because it was something that seemed downright impossible considering the fact that it was alerting or at least affecting the quirk gene itself. So in Izuku's mind there had to be some sort of trace left behind by the drug that no one else had found yet. However, now was not the time to spend deep in thoughts on the topic of the trigger drug, as Izuku was alerted to the fact that they were arriving at the location of the enemy's compound and the fighting would kick off right away, as neither side would see eye to eye. Izuku thought he was lucky considering the fact that he was told that he wouldn't be fighting, as he would be focused solely on healing, and was even provided a few guards to keep watch over him as he worked so that he wasn't distributed by others, as Rage didn't want any of his men to die when he had Izuku who could heal almost anything outside of death itself. Though Izuku would look back and wonder if it would have been better to fight and stain his hands that way instead of the way that it would happen this night whenever he thought back on it in the future, as tonight he was going to walk away with blood on his hands. And it wouldn't be from healing the wounded. No, it was going to be from a far more gruesome and mentally scarring way than Izuku could ever think of, and it honestly would change the way he would look at his quirk. Arriving on site, all of the cars came to a quick stop as members of the Corona family jumped out of their vehicles and started to charge into the enemy compound, and within seconds you could hear the sounds of the fight going on as screams were heard. Izuku looked around and wondered why no one was calling the police, and then he noticed something. All of the people around were downright terrified and were hiding away. Izuku was even sure he saw several police officers turn the other direction when they spotted what was going on, which caused Izuku to just shake his head in disappointment, even though he didn't want police to get involved since it would have put him in a tricky situation. Izuku just pushed forward and walked towards the compound as he spotted some trees and other areas that had large amount of life force energy due to overgrown plants that were consuming some of the nearby buildings. Izuku was just thankful that his ability to reach out and grab life energy had expanded, so he no longer had to be directly in an area close with trees or other things that he could steal energy from. Now Izuku could be an entire half a block away from whatever source of energy he wanted to steal from or heal, as his range had increased by large margins due to all of the quirk training he put into it, but he was more or less at a standstill in regards to the range that he could use his quirk, since he no longer noticed any increase in it or anything noticeable, so he was sure he hit his max range for good unless he figured a way to expand it in the future. Izuku sat down on a chair that was outside of the compound near the side of the building and just waited for the first of the wounded to be brought to him, since he radioed in where he had decided to set up his medical station at, as he laid down some fabric on the ground that he had the guards bring out of the car so people wouldn't be directly laying down on the ground in the dirt, which would make healing them a bit weird since he needed to make sure the wounds didn't have dirt in them. Even though he could directly health things without a care, he still needed to be careful of foreign objects being inside of the wounds, since his quirk would just heal around those things, so medical knowledge came greatly in hand when it came to cleaning wounds and ensuring nothing foreign was inside of the area he was going to heal. After about 15 minutes of fighting, the first individuals were brought to him, and he started to get to work on healing them. Most of the wounds he was seeing were relativity in his mind, minuscule things such as burns or stab wounds that were easily fixed up due to the sheer amount of training he has gone through with those type of things, but about half an hour into the fighting is when he got his first critical individual, as they were missing the bottom half of their left arm from the elbow down. Izuku had the individual laid down as he started to clean the wound out and injected some numbing mediants around the area he was working on. Of course, Izuku did the typical medical stuff and asked how he got the wound, which Izuku was told that the family member ran into a guy with a quirk that allowed him to cut through things with a metal wire, so Izuku was warned that he could end up seeing multiple people like this since the man hadn't been caught yet. The wound now made sense to Izuku since it was cut far too clean for a battle, but with the knowledge of what type of quirk attack was used, Izuku just nodded his head as he finished inspecting the wound for any foreign objects that may have ended up in it. As such, Izuku closed his eyes and searched for a decent source of life energy from a nearby tree and then started to heal the missing arm, and everyone just watched it slowly grow back. Within 2 minutes, the entire missing portion of the arm was grown back, and the member was already back on his feet and said he was heading back into the building as Izuku wiped a bead of sweat away from his forehead. Even though it was a moral debate of healing villains to go back out to cause harm, Izuku was still glad he could do what he could do with his quirk because it showed that he could change many people's daily lives if he could just break free from the Corona family in the future, but that thought was for another day as the battle continued for another hour before things started to calm down. As things went on, Izuku ended up healing nearly every single member that had come with them at least twice, which Izuku found odd in regards to the fact that Rage had brought so few members, but then realized he had only brought so many due to Izuku being present on site to heal the members. This allowed the individuals to go straight back into battle since the life energy would also revitalize the said individuals, so it was as if they had just woken up that morning, which was an added bonus to Izuku's healing abilities. Though sadly for Izuku's mental well-being, things decided to take a turn for the worse this night as Izuku learned that the opposing organization leaders were all captured but weren't willing to tell Rage where their other bases of operations and members were at since he couldn't find anything inside the main compound. It appears that only the leaders of the group had those pieces of information, so if Rage wanted to wipe of the entire organization as quickly as possible, he needed the information, so in a fit of rage he had Izuku brought over to help with the questioning. Izuku tried to oppose as he wasn't wanting to do what Rage wanted him to do, but one look from Rage made it clear that Izuku better do what he was told or else he was going to receive a large amount of punishment once they returned, because Rage was not in any position that he was willing to negotiate or try to nicely convince Izuku to do what he was being ordered to do. Now you may wonder, what exactly was Izuku being told to do? Well, Rage ordered Izuku to use his quirk and steal the life energy from the leaders of the other group and leave them on the edge of death for a few moments before healing them completely up, and then repeating this until Rage said to stop. Izuku raised his hand and his eyes glowed as he activated his quirk and started to do it, as he didn't want to be punished by Rage, and especially not by the man in the mood he was in, as Izuku was sure his entire body would be covered in scars by the next day. This meant that Izuku drained them and refilled them non-stop, but going through this process of having the energy of your entire life removed and then put back in had a side effect that they now discovered, since this was the first time that Izuku ever did something like this. As Izuku was fueling them back up, he noticed that there was a small loss of energy each time, which meant that he couldn't keep doing this non-stop before they ran out of energy, as Izuku was consuming some of their energy each time to keep himself going, and he had no way to stop this process as it was an automatic part of his quirk. This meant by the 40th turn of draining and healing them, they had all lost about 25% of their life energy, and it was showing as their bodies were clearly exhausted due to how heavy they were breathing and the eye bags that were starting to form under their eyes, as it was similar to going several days without sleep. Since Izuku was removing all of their energy and then pushing it back in. Normally he would be refilling someone that already had energy, which resulted in them being refreshed and energized, but that wasn't the case here, since it was doing the opposite, since no energy was really being added and only removed according to their bodies. Rage himself also noticed the results and asked them once again if they would give the locations of their other compounds, but the men refused, which made Rage even more angry as he ordered Izuku to drain them all of their energy and not refill them anymore. Izuku of course complied, though he hated it as he knew what the end result would be if a human or anything ran out of life energy completely without having time to rebuild its own stocks with sleep and food, and that was death, which was the exact result the men ended up in, as several of them succumbed to the new wounds that Rage inflicted after Izuku stopped putting the energy back into them. Izuku was horrified, but he didn't let it show, because even though he didn't directly end the men that died, he had a hand in it, as his quirk was used to torture someone, and that made him look at his quirk in a horrifying light, as it was no longer just a quirk that he could use to heal people, but one of death as well, even though he knew it was always capable of it. Hisashi's death had always been something that Izuku accepted as an accident due to his quirk turning on, but these men were directly impacted by Izuku in a way he directly and visually saw because of his quirk. After each of the men died without giving the information up, Rage ordered all of the men on site to finish clearing out and ending all of the opposing members, which made Izuku's stomach twist as he wanted to throw up. Here he was with a quirk that was truly meant to save people, and it had purposely been used to end someone, and all of these other individuals would be dying as well without him being able to help him due to the fact that Rage would never allow it. As such, Izuku didn't know how to feel about his quirk when he couldn't use it to help save people from death because that was what he was good at and what was his dream of doing as a pro hero, which he didn't think he could be now that his quirk had directly been used to torture someone, and by extension he himself had tortured someone, which resulted in their death even though rage was the one that finished them off. Izuku stood there for a few more minutes as he looked at the bodies and then at his hands before one of the guards touched his shoulder and told him it was time to leave. "Young master, it's time to go," the man said, and Izuku nodded his head as he turned around without looking back, as he knew he could not show weakness in the family nor towards anyone else. The few moments of looking at the bodies and his hands was already too big of a show of weakness that he shouldn't have done, is what his mind was telling him, but Izuku didn't know what else to do as he wanted to stop people from dying, and in his position, even though he was called young master by most of the family and held in high regard, he knew he was nothing but a puppet that had his strings being pulled even with the so-called deal on the table. Once again Izuku remembered that the freedom that he had been feeling by going to school and enjoying the time he had with the duo was nothing but an illusion that could end the moment that rage wanted it to, by either ending Izuku or locking him inside of the compound. There is no such thing as true peace, as there will always be evil in the world. Only by correcting unfairness in the world can we truly make an impact by inspiring hope, which will combat the root of evil, and that is injustice and cruelty done by the human hands. Izuku said in a whisper as he walked towards the car and glazed at Rage, who had just entered his own car. Izuku could only think of the rage that was burning in the deepest parts of his stomach when he looked at Rage, as one day he knew he wanted to end Rage even if it made him a villain as well, because there was already blood on his hands and it was no longer an accident like it was with Hisashi Midoriya. Even with his hands billy painted in blood, Izuku swore one day he would break the strings that controlled him. Third POV. The night and the next day bled together as the next day quickly arrived, far too quickly in Izuku's opinion, but who was he kidding, as the entire team that went out on that nightmare-inducing mission arrived back at the compound only about 1 hour before it was time for Izuku to normally head to school for the day. Butler Leon had said he was going to call the school and let them have Izuku be excused for the day as he would claim some family emergency or something on those lines, but Izuku didn't allow the man to do that. Instead, Izuku wanted to be away. The farthest away he could be without causing issues from Rage, and for the longest amount of time, so going to school was something he needed to do, otherwise Izuku felt he would end up doing something impulsive like trying to end Rage due to the events of last night, where Rage had Izuku use his quirk to torture a group of individuals from the Trivial organization. After some back and forth between Izuku and the Butler Leon relented and told Izuku to alert him if Izuku wanted to return home at any time during the day. Now that entire statement out of Butler Leon's mouth made Izuku's stomach twist, and he felt like he wanted to throw up so badly at the idea that this compound was his home. A home is where you are meant to feel safe, and while on a day-to-day basis he felt relatively calm and not in direct danger, he knew the compound wasn't safe in his mind, as it was a death sentence waiting to happen one day in the future if he did something wrong or Rage got paranoid about keeping Izuku alive anymore. Anyway, Izuku nodded his head at Butler Leon's statement before he went up to his room and grabbed all of the things he would need for school, and once he finished getting the things he headed outside and waited for the driver, who pulled up a few minutes after he stepped outside. Izuku would have rather taken the train to the school instead of being taken by the driver, since he stopped going by the family car after about a month of using it, since he enjoyed the time alone on the train before he had to get to school or return to the compound, but today he would be cutting it really close if he decided to take the train, since the next train from the nearest station didn't leave for another 15 minutes and the ride takes about 25 minutes, so if there were any delays he would have been cutting it extremely close, since there are only about 50 minutes left before the school starts. As Izuku rode in the car, Izuku just pushed out all of the dark thoughts that had been building up in his mind since the events from last night to the back of his mind, even though he knew it was completely unhealthy to do things like that, but he didn't really have a choice. There was no way in hell that Izuku was going to allow himself to break down or show emotions in front of the drive or back at the compound, because he truly doubts he has true privacy in his own bedroom since it belonged to the family. Izuku would not put it past Rage or someone else in the family to bug his room in the event that Izuku was ever wanting to plan against the family to try and gain his freedom. As such, Izuku had no real good place for him to break down without worrying about his mask breaking in front of people that would use the moment of weakness against him, so he just kept pushing the emotions to the side as they kept appearing again and again. The driver finally arrived outside of the school gates and opened the door for Izuku to get out, as the man would always do when Izuku used the car. As Izuku excited out of the vehicle, he felt his blood go cold if it truly could, but sadly for him that was only a statement of how he felt at that second, as when he exited the car he saw that his duo of friends were both standing just inside of the gates for the school, which was a large issue due to the fact that the Corona family driver was still around. As such, Izuku quickly moved without raising any red flags from the driver and walked towards the gate, as he didn't even glance again at the duo, who looked confused by Izuku's actions since he always headed straight for them when they met up in the mornings closer to the building, but today they had decided to wait at the gates since Izuku wasn't on time like normal. Izuku, instead of coming towards them, chose to ignore them, but they didn't call out for him though. Instead, they decided to follow behind him as they acted as if it was time for them to get inside of the school instead of hanging out at the gates, as neither of them felt like Izuku was acting normally, so they wanted to see what he would do once they were in the privacy of the school away from outside eyes. The reason they went like this was due to the fact that they knew that Izuku would always take the train to and from school because, in Izuku's own words, he told them that he didn't want to convince his guardians, but now he had shown up by the car of his guardians instead of the train and completely ignored them, so the two of them correlated his change in actions to the fact that there was a third party outside that typically wasn't around, and the reason they knew how to correlate all of this was due to the training in keeping themselves safe from kidnappers and other villains, since their families always wanted them to be safe and have a chance at defending themselves, so Izuku's actions were sending warning bells off in their minds due to his actions, but also what they had seen in his eyes, since they were really good at reading Izuku's emotions and feelings via his eyes, unlike other people. The duo saw in Izuku's eyes that he had a large amount of sadness, but they also saw a large amount of anger that he was trying really hard to hide, so they were quite concerned about what had happened between them separating at the park yesterday to the start of school today, because in the span of one night Izuku had somehow become so enraged and also so saddened. As they entered the building to a point that they were now out of the line of sight and view from anyone that was outside of the school, Izuku quickly turned towards them and spoke to them. "Sorry, things have become complex with my guardians, but I should return to normal after a day or so," Izuku told them, but even Izuku's voice sounded tense and brought, so they just nodded their heads and started to go about their day, but that didn't mean that the duo would let it go because something was clearly wrong and they wanted to help Izuku. As the day went by, the duo was of course not surprised one bit when no one noticed that Izuku was off in almost every single action that he was doing, because everyone was just used to the emotionless, or rather indifference, of a mask that Izuku wore, so they didn't really pay close attention any other day to compare his actions towards today's, but the duo knew he was really off. Of course, the duo didn't push Izuku directly to speak about what had happened, but they were without a doubt wearing Izuku's barriers down in their actions throughout the day, as Izuku felt himself starting to crack under the pressure of his emotions and the attempts that weren't subtle at all on their parts. Now you may wonder what the duo was doing to wear Izuku down, you may ask? Well, they were accomplishing this by hugging Izuku at completely random times and telling him that it was going to be okay, or randomly giving him note cards with happy messages or jokes that were intended to make him laugh at them. Honestly, Izuku was glad to have them as friends because by the end of the day he was downright close to a breakdown, and it wasn't due to their actions. No, it was from all of the overwhelming emotions inside of him due to the events from last night as they plagued his mind. This meant that by the time that all three of them had made it to the park, Izuku ended up completely broken, as he could no longer hold everything inside, as he ended up dropping down to the ground at the park and had pulled his knees up to his chest as he started to sob. The mask of indifference that he had always held up even in front of them was completely shattered now, and the duo was now seeing the unfiltered version of Izuku Midoriya as he broke in front of them. Both Ozzy and Zara quickly dropped down to the ground right next to Izuku and just pulled him into a group hug as hard as they could, since Izuku's sudden drop had surprised them and was unexpected even to them. They could only sit with Izuku as they didn't really know what to do in situations like this, but to just try and calm their friend down, as they didn't know the actual reason for Izuku's breakdown, so they didn't know what to directly fix or try to fix, but they wished so much that they did know what it was. Sadly, for them, they were afraid that if they tried to push Izuku right now for the actual reason why he was holding so much sadness and anger, then he may end up closing himself off again, and they didn't want that to happen since they knew he needed to get whatever it was out of his system right now and allow himself to express his emotions without hiding them. After about 10 minutes of calming Izuku down, they were able to move him and themselves over to their favorite spot in the park. This spot was right under a giant tree, or rather giant in their eyes due to how young and short they were, but this tree provided them a large amount of shade and had a natural platform somehow carved into the trunk where they could just rest right up against it without rubbing against too much bark. It was as if someone had shaped the tree as it grew to have a nice curved spot in the bottom portion of the trunk, but they didn't really care how it happened as it became their favorite spot regardless. Anyway, as they sat there under the tree, Ozzy spoke up and asked if Izuku was willing to talk to them about what was wrong and had him so upset, but then they felt Izuku tense up a bit under their grasp, which neither of them liked the fact that they were making him uncomfortable. Izuku was also silent for a bit and Ozzy was about to tell him that they were going to drop it, but he didn't have time to say anything as Izuku spoke up first as he told them that he had wished he could be free but never would since no one could save him. It was as if the entire world came to a standstill when the two of them heard this from Izuku, and suddenly as Izuku realized what he had said, his eyes widened at the realization that he had said such a thing. He quickly told them both that they should forget what he had said as he pleaded with them with such raw emotions in his voice that made them agree with his request, but Izuku knew that they would not forget what he had said as it was far too shocking. However, in Izuku's mind, even with them being the children of the top pro hero families, he doubted anyone would believe such a statement out of their mouths, as it could be taken as just a child throwing a fit, and in some people's eyes it was Izuku just throwing a fit, but again he was a captive of a high-level villain organization, so Izuku had a right to throw fits about his situation since it wasn't a normal family. However, to everyone unknowing, he was a part of a perfect set of relatives that had taken him in once his parents had died in Japan, so there was nothing to look into as nothing appeared to be wrong. Unknown to Izuku though, he held a very special place in the hearts of the duo, and they were not going to let what Izuku said slide by without them digging into it, though they both were realistic as they knew they were children and couldn't do much. They also knew if they took it to their families that they couldn't do anything either, since it would be a second-hand statement from them which their parents would need confirmation from Izuku about his true meaning, and they knew right now there was likely no way that Izuku would confirm anything for anyone. There was the fact that he still resisted their request to go to their homes and be introduced to their parents, and the fact that he refused to ever talk about what went on at his so-called home, which they knew was most likely not a good place for Izuku, but right now they couldn't help him. However, that didn't mean they couldn't do anything at all. Instead of doing nothing, they had started to make plans in their minds once Izuku left to return to his so-called home, on gathering evidence about Izuku's living arrangements and those that were in Izuku's life, like the driver of the family that Izuku seemed so on guard about, and they realized this would likely take them a long time as they knew to be careful due to the stories their parents told them about cases, so they weren't dumb, but there was one thing that they wouldn't do, and that was left Izuku feeling like he was alone since they were going to be there for him no matter what. Third POV. Many things have changed for the trio since that fateful day in the park, where everything seems to center around for all three of them, as so many changes for their lives have their starting points at the isolated park. The day where Izuku's mask of indifference ended up breaking for the first time is just one example of change that had been initiated in the park over the years since that day, but neither of the trio could say that they hated the change it brought due to how close they all became. But that isn't to say that Izuku doesn't still wear his mask of indifference in front of others, because he does still wear it, but just not when it's the three of them alone. Now it has even reached the point that Izuku had agreed to start going to both of their homes and meet their families as well. Now the duo would admit if asked that their families did take a few days of Izuku coming over to warm up to him due to his mask of indifference in front of them all, since he didn't trust them like he trusted the duo. Though you can't really blame Izuku for not automatically trusting the adults due to his past and the fact that the only adult in his life he could truly trust was his mother, as his own father betrayed him by selling him off into slavery as well as ending Izuku Midoriya. Anyway, back to the explanation of what had changed over the years to the point in time that they were now at. As Izuku continued to go to the homes of both of the duos, the families warmed up to Izuku on a quicker scale as they saw that Izuku wasn't just a kid that wanted to use their family name for his own benefit. No, they saw a kid that was shut off from the rest of the world and was being led by the children of their families who were trying to help Izuku Midoriya open up to the rest of the world. As Izuku would go to their houses more and more, the families continued to grow attached to Izuku, and it reached a point that the mothers would start showering Izuku with affection that typical mothers would tend to display, which resulted in a unique situation since both families were gathered together one afternoon about half a year since Izuku had started to appear at their homes. Izuku's mask on this day ended up slipping later that afternoon as Ozzy's and Zara's mothers both were spoiling and dotting on Izuku since he had offered to help them clean the dishes, but while they were doing that, Izuku's eyes started to tear up without him noticing. This caused the two mothers to worry about him and wondered if they had done something wrong, but Izuku just told them that they reminded Izuku of his deceased mother, which resulted in the two mothers hugging him even more. The two did know about Izuku's mother being deceased since their children had warned them before Izuku had started to show up at their homes so that they wouldn't say something rude. Though the duo knew more than what they were letting on about Izuku's living arrangements. The day that Izuku had first let his mask down, he had of course tipped them off that he was in an unsafe living environment, so they had started to dig into his past and present as safely as they could without topping anyone off. They of course didn't discover anything that was 100% proof of an unsafe environment, but they were able to put together a timeline of events that had happened in Japan and then translated into America. The duo was downright thankful that Izuku had been teaching them how to speak, read, and write in Japanese, since they had used those skills to search for Izuku and his family back in Japan. They ended up discovering that Izuku had actually been reported missing in Japan, but the case went cold while the case of Inko and Hisashi Midoriya was still open. They were cold as well. Though they had some more details, such as the fact that Hisashi Midoriya died from what is believed to be a villain attack that sucked him dry of life, but Inko Midoriya was a case of questions as there was no visible cause of death that anyone could find. After they put together the events in Japan, they moved on towards the events that started to happen in America after Izuku's arrival. Now, with the information from Japan in mind, Ozzy and Zara started to make a timeline of the events in America, which was somewhat straightforward for them to do. The reason this was easier to do was due to the fact that they would always help Izuku with his mental breaks, so they were able to narrow down their searches in America to things that would be around his mental breaks that they helped with, because they were sure he didn't have them with anyone else. As such, they followed a string of cases that appeared to connect back to Izuku, as the duo had a theory that had two possible answers. The theory was that Izuku's quirk description was a lie, or that the individuals that currently hold Izuku have the quirk that causes people to be sucked dry due to the same thing that happened to Hisashi was now going on in America. Though the duo believed that it was Izuku's quirk that was the right answer and that he was being used as a weapon and healer at the same time, since they knew Izuku could heal, but it was likely far more powerful than it was being let known, since powerful healing quirks gather a lot of attention. The duo was also sure that the rumor of the so-called underground prince that they overheard when their hero parents were talking about the unknown individual one night was Izuku Midoriya. The underground prince had an extremely strong healing quirk as well, which would tie into their theory of Izuku having a far stronger quirk than he was allowed to showcase in public, and he was being used for healing services for those in the underworld. As such, as time passed more and more, the bond between all three of them grew, the bond with the families grew, and Izuku became more open with the families as well. This meant that they had reached a point that they were prepared to bring their parents into their findings, especially considering the fact they had confirmed who was holding Izuku Midoriya prisoner. The duo had seen Izuku's exposed chest one day on accident as Izuku was changing a shirt in their spare room, since he had gotten his shirt a bit dirty, but this leads them to see the Corona family mark branded on Izuku's chest via a tattoo. Both of them wished that they could figure out the how portion of their question, which was how the hell did the Corona family keep Izuku obedient, since it's clear that Izuku could easily reach out for help, so there had to be a reason he didn't. As such, it was clear that without Izuku agreeing to help save himself, then they wouldn't be able to do it, since they knew he might be an issue to himself, since Izuku tends to care about others' well-being more than his own, even though he doesn't express it verbally. It's something the duo had learned over the years due to how Izuku would always stop bullies or anything else, even if it would risk his safety with the Corona family. However, neither of them were willing to part with their kitten and continue to allow someone else to control Izuku, as they wanted him safely in their arms so they could care for him as he should be, so they knew it was time to get more help for the safety of Izuku Midoriya. With the passing of Izuku's birthday during the summer and the closing in on the start of their last middle school year, the duo decided that they could no longer continue to delay and play the waiting game anymore for Izuku to reach out first. They both knew that Izuku had a dream of being a pro hero with them, but he stopped talking about it the closer they got to high school, since he no longer believed he would ever get freedom and be allowed to become a hero. So one afternoon, when Izuku had left for the night to return to his guardians, the duo had taken both of their families to the spare room in which Ozzy and Zara had set up for their information gathering in Ozzy's family home. As the parents entered the room, they were a bit shocked but also greatly confused on why their children had as much paper and information pinned across the walls, with a lot of yarn going to different things from other places. Well, that was until Ozzy and Zara's father noticed what the information was about, as they saw things talking about the number 1 crime family, the Corona family, as well as the underground prince, and then info about Izuku Midoriya from when he was meant to be living in Japan. They were confused why their children had all of this information, so they turned to them looking for answers. "We need your help saving Izuku from the Corona family, as they acquired him through human and/or quirk trafficking back when he was still in Japan but somehow got sold after his mother's death," Ozzy said with a face of nothing but business. The two of them also mentioned that they believed that Izuku was the underground prince, as they believed the Corona family falsified his quirk registration to not be the full truth, as they most likely make him only show a weaker version of his quirk to not draw attention. They allowed their parents to start at the beginning of the information that they had and just let them move at their own pace at reading everything that they had gathered. After explaining the situation, the duo just sat down at the table and answered any questions their parents asked of them as they went through the timeline, as it took them about an hour to slowly read through everything. Once they were done, they all sat down at the table, and you would think the room would be filled with a lot of chatter, but they were all silent as the parents absorbed all of the information and the weight of what they had just learned. After about another few minutes of silence, Zara had enough and spoke as she asked if they were going to help or not, which snapped them all out of their silence. Both of the fathers, who were the pro-heroes, said that they would indeed help save Izuku from the Corona family, though they had a critical question, which was the same one the duo had. What was keeping Izuku bound to the Corona family, since it's clear that he had the chance to escape every single day or reach out to them for help, but he never did? They knew that they would have to get that answer out of Izuku, but first, they were going to start creating a highly trusted task force that would be needed to deal with the Corona family, since they were a powerful family and they couldn't be dealt with by rushing things. Now, if Izuku confirmed all of what was gathered by the duo, then there would be far more than enough evidence to arrest every single member of the crime family, but of course, this all depended on if Izuku would willingly talk about it, because without his confirmation there was nothing to all of this gathered information, as there wasn't concrete proof such as a confession or a victim statement. Though it seems they would get it far easier than they would suspect as days went by, and Izuku was once again over at Ozzy's family home, since they all tended to come to this one more often as it was slightly bigger and could fit everyone easier. As Izuku was relaxing with the duo, he noticed small changes to everyone that had to happen, like the fact that the mother was pampering him more, not that he hated it, or that the fathers were far busier lately than normal, but the real big change was the fact that the duo was off as well. This was the biggest change, since nothing really phases them that much, so something had to happen to affect them enough to throw them off slightly, as they were far more touchy-feely lately, though again, it's not like he hates being pampered or cared for by them or their family. So Izuku knew something was really off, since they typically stayed at a certain level with him always. This means that with Izuku's lacking care, he decided to open his mouth and called them all out on it. So who is going to tell me why you are all acting differently? Izuku said as he sipped the tea that he had and raised an eyebrow as they all froze and looked at him as if they had gotten caught with their hands in the cookie jar, which was funny to see. The silence lasted for a few moments before the duo just sighed and had Izuku walk with them as they lead him to the spare room where they had all of their evidence put together. Once Izuku entered the room, he froze as he realized that they had found out the truth. They had discovered that he was a member of the Corona family. Izuku just decided to take a seat as he sat down at the table and sighed a bit as he looked around the room before speaking. So you found out? When will the police be here? Izuku said as he didn't even entertain the idea that they would help him out of his situation, which was a depressing thought but not unexpected due to the life he lived. Having lived a life where he only trusted his mother and the duo in full, he had started to let himself open up to the duo's family, but he was disappointed in himself for that, since the truth had come out finally and the door was closed right in front of him now. As Izuku sat there in his thoughts, he heard Ozzy's father start speaking. The police won't be coming, Ozzy's father said, and Izuku sighed as he knew what that meant, or what he thought it meant. I see, ending me and getting rid of the body. Smart idea. Just be careful of the pulse bomb next to my heart, Izuku said, and then suddenly the duo broke into laughter as they just found Izuku's statement funny for some reason. The parents, on the other hand, were just distributed by Izuku's words, and Izuku was just confused on why the duo was laughing. He asked what they found so funny, and the next thing he knew was that they both were leaned against him next to his ears as they said, "You're not getting away from us that easy, kitten," they said at the same time, which resulted in Izuku blushing in embarrassment, but also due to an unknown feeling that he only had around the duo. The adults just all chuckled as they watched the children, because they weren't blind to the fact that their kids have had a massive crush on Izuku for at least the past year, which they just found adorable. Though it was more adorable considering the fact that Izuku didn't seem to understand his own feelings regarding them, which is no fault of his own, as growing up under the Corona family isn't the best place to explore one's emotions, as Izuku is a prime example of what it takes to survive in that family. They felt so much anger for the Corona family and swore that they were going to help Izuku out so that he could finally start living his life as he wanted to by making his own choices with his own free will. Putting the crushes of the children aside, they needed to explain the situation to Izuku, so that is what they did, as they informed him of what their children had been doing the past few years and that they were putting a task force together. "We will have to figure a way around the pulse bomb issue, but we will figure something out for it," Zara's father said as he rubbed Izuku's hair, making a mess out of it. The mothers just hugged Izuku tightly and promised that they would take care of him when it was all over and he was free, so he just needed to let go and trust them as much as he could. With these words said from the mothers and the affection they displayed, Izuku's mask fully broke one more time. Instead of just letting things slip out like he always did with them, Now he displayed his full emotions as he wanted to be free, and the chance to grab it was right in front of him, even though he knew he was risking his death as well. He was tired of being a slave to Rage and the Corona family, so he decided that enough was enough. "I want to be free!" Izuku cried out as the duo joined the hug with their mothers, and the fathers just sat to the side looking at Izuku with soft smiles. "And you will be free, Izuku, you will be," Ozzy's father said as he pulled out his phone and made a call to the task force, alerting them of the fact that they were pushing forward and will be making plans in the coming days to wage an intensive battle against the Corona family, as it was time to bring the #1 crime family of America to an end once and for all. Third POV. Since that afternoon in the house where everything finally unraveled itself, Izuku has felt empowered and confident in himself as the days passed. The time spent in the home of the duo was used for intelligence gathering and planning for the mission. Izuku also kept passing large amounts of information about the Corona family to the heroes that were working on his rescue case. This information included his very own and underutilized quirk analysis, as he never dared to show it in front of Rage in fear of it being used on heroes, as Izuku would directly blame himself for those deaths if that had happened. The information included copies of documents that he could take a picture of with the small hidden camera that the heroes provided to him. Going through all of this, if Izuku didn't know any better, he would start thinking that he was living in one of those American spy movies, but sadly he knew better and knew this was the actual life that he was living. Nope, this was the life of a captured boy that got sold into human trafficking and was being used now as a spy inside of the organization that has a bomb inside of his chest. How thrilling! As the days went by, Izuku knew that he would be questioned about the initial starting events that led to him being in the hands of the Americans' #1 villain organization and the personal hands of the #1 villain himself. Though Izuku didn't want to relive all of those memories again, which meant that they called in a specialist to help out. This specialist was called in due to their connection to the families as being highly trusted, as they have worked with them for a large amount of time, and due to their quirk as well. Their quirk allowed them to view and project the memories of the target while the target was sleeping, which the said quirk allows them to put the individual to sleep. Izuku was downright thankful for such a quirk, as it allowed him to skip answering the questions nor be awake for seeing the memories as well. The reason Izuku didn't really want to relive the memories was that he didn't want to see the looks he might get once the duo and everyone else saw the discipline that he had to receive for any large displays of disrespect or disloyalty. Even though Izuku had a special and unique place in the Corona family, Rage was growing more and more way of Izuku's existence. From what Izuku could tell, as the punishments over the years had become far more common and far worse for even the smallest signs of disrespect. Now, with Izuku asleep, the heroes and even the duo at Izuku's request were all sitting in a large room with the recording equipment, as Izuku's memories would be allowed to be entered into evidence under American law. This meant that Izuku wouldn't have to testify in court or anything, since the court would have his direct memories of the events that happened and they could not be disputed. Now let it be said, these memories were quite damaging to the Corona family, as it was showing everything that the Corona family had done to Izuku while in their presence. They also had notes out and ready for anything they deemed important for planning-wise, like layouts of buildings or members that they need to watch out for in battle if Izuku's memories showed their quirks. Though that was what the heroes were doing, while the duo were far more interested in what their kitten had to go through, because they wanted to know how to better help him through it all, as being a captive even with some limited freedom was going to have a lot of trauma and mental issues that would be involved. The memories of Izuku started to play in front of everyone, and the quirk user said that they were starting at the very start of everything, so that meant at a very young age of Izuku's life, so that they wouldn't miss anything. As they watched, they saw an adorable Izuku Midoriya as a baby, or at least what he was seeing in a reflection, since this was all from his point of view. They watched Izuku grow up as the quirk user speed up a bit until the next event that they needed to see, which was when things started to take a darker turn, as they watched a visit to the doctor's office. They heard what the doctor said to their kitten, and the duo was downright pissed at how anyone could be so cold to an adorable Izuku Midoriya. Though while the duo was pissed and angered, the heroes in the room were downright confused about Japanese society, since in America it was known that even with the double toe joint that there was a 25% chance that the so-called quirkless individual could receive a quirk, or at least that is how it was in America due to their higher quirkless rates. The video pushed forward with memories as many things went by, as they all watched Izuku's life steadily get worse and worse as time went on, with only his mother and the Bakugos being the only caring individuals in Izuku's life. Well, that was until the night that everything happened, as they all watched a young boy that they knew as Katsuki Bakugo end up saying some cruel things that he barely had any knowledge of. Sadly for that young boy, he never got to fix or apologize for anything, as the memories showed that during the night the home of the Midoriyas was broken into. However, they were all shocked to see and witness who was the one that had broken into the home, as it was none other than Hisashi Midoriya that was attacking his own family. The memories showed Hisashi taking both of the other Midoriyas as prisoners, and it was at that point that the duo realized what most likely caused Hisashi Midoriya's death, and it was just as they thought. Though they kept silent as they continued to watch and saw the start of the auction and how it played as Izuku's quirk activated as he witnessed the death of Izuku Midoriya at the hands of Hisashi Midoriya. With these memories being played, they now understood how Izuku and Hisashi Midoriya both died, as Hisashi was confirmed to be a villain while Izuku died at his hands, with Hisashi being ended unknowingly by Izuku when his quirk activated for the first time. The treatment that they watched as Izuku arrived in America was horrible, but they all noticed something as well as they kept watching. They all noticed that the executives of the Corona family were very wary of Izuku Midoriya, even though Izuku was made more or less an executive of the family as well. They planned to dispose of him right away if there is even a hint of rebellion from him, one hero said, and the others could only nod their heads in agreement. Then they all started to witness the so-called punishments and discipline that Izuku was going through, even with the missions on top of everything else, as it made them downright sick. The very first punishment left Izuku's body filled with carious scars since he was not allowed to heal himself, and all of this was simply due to the fact that Izuku had entered a room without knocking. The duo told everyone that Izuku had acted like nothing was wrong at school the following day, but clearly, they could see from the memories that he was in pain. Pushing forward, they watched everything, including the first mental breakdown that Izuku had with the duo due to the deaths that he blamed himself for, but the heroes knew it was entirely the fault of Rage's and not Izuku's. The room was silent for a bit as they had witnessed a complete massacre of the villain organization in the first mission that Izuku had done, as they came to terms with how Izuku reacted to the mission and the aftermath of it. The Corona family had used so few men in that mission that they had just finished watching the mental breakdown that Izuku had from it. Though it was quite clear that they could only use so few men in that mission due to Izuku's help, as they saw his capabilities and why the villains kept Izuku hidden. Izuku was able to regrow limbs with a bit of time back then, which was years ago, and it has been years since then, so his strength for his quirk must have grown as well. At this moment it was agreed that if Izuku was in the family willing, then his villain rank would have been likely at a double S or possibly even the world's first triple S rank villain due to the sheer power and capabilities that he had at his hands. Even with just a healing quirk, it was the fact that how it was fueled made it so terrifying, because, with a wave of his hand, Izuku could slaughter hundreds. For example, if he was in a dense area like New York City at the Times Square or another dense city, he would likely end thousands in a few minutes. They were all thankful that Izuku wanted to become a hero, and they swore that they would help him on his dream to ensure that he never fell into villainy, as they knew they would be screwed if he did. Now, moving past their shock and silence from the mission and mental break from it, they watched all of the training and other punishments get harder and harder as time went on, but also far more bloody with each one. As the years went by, it was clear that the villains were growing more restless with Izuku's abilities due to how strong he was becoming. There was a clear linear growth to their punishments and bloody attitudes that they took with him, and it was clear that Izuku likely didn't have a chance at survive if they had waited any longer, as by the end of the semester for school that is coming up he would have been dead. The duo was also downright glad that they had decided to no longer wait and got the heroes involved, otherwise they might have lost their kitten due to waiting. Though that didn't matter, since they would save Izuku and knew were now done with the memories, as the final ones were all recent events which they knew more about. It was final. Due to Izuku's memories alone, they would be able to convict every single member of the Corona family, and there would be nothing they could do about it, as the first crime on the list of crimes would be the human trafficking of one Izuku Midoriya, and the higher-ups like Rage would end up with the death penalty due to everything that they have done. After a few minutes of turning the memory quirk off, Izuku woke up and was no longer under the effects of the quirk. Izuku, though, raised himself up out of his slumped position and looked around at everyone, which he could very well see that they were all a bit uneasy about everything. Seeing this put Izuku on the defensive as he spoke up. "I take it I am going to jail now that you got everything you need out of me?" Izuku said, and he looked around the room as he said it. Though, he clearly avoided the line of sight of the duo and their families, as he didn't want to see what their eyes would express, as he was too afraid to see it. However, his eyes snapped to Ozzy's father as the man sighed and spoke. "You're not going to jail, so why do you think we would send you?" Ozzy's father asked, and Izuku just rolled his eyes as he gave his answer. "Because you know now that I am a monster, and..." Izuku was saying, but got cut off this time by Zara's father. A child that had to fight to survive," Zara's father said, and Izuku froze at that statement, because when was the last time he was treated purely as a child by an adult that had control over him, though he didn't count the teachers? The answer that Izuku came up with was simple really, as the only person to look at him like that was Izuku Midoriya. Inko was the last to look at him as if he was nothing more than a child, but more than that, her child. A few tears slid down his face, which was a stark difference against the mask of indifference that he maintained, but the duo knew Izuku was exhausted inside due to everything. As such, they decided to take him out of the room to relax a bit, since he would have to return to the horrible compound soon as the plans to save him from them needed to be finalized. This left all of the heroes alone in the room as the mothers also left the room. The heroes got together and knew that they would not be leaving anytime soon that night, as they needed to gather the resources for the mission as fast as possible, since they knew they wouldn't sleep well with the knowledge that Izuku was at that compound. With the heroes in the room, the three children were laying down on the large couch with Izuku in the middle of the cuddle pile that the duo had created, but Izuku's face beat red now due to their actions. The mothers though had decided to take this chance and get a lot of pictures of the three of them as they smirked with their camera in front of them. As the pictures were being taken, the two sadists weren't even embarrassed one bit. Instead, they openly pulled Izuku even closer to them as the mothers pitied Izuku for having to deal with their children. "Promise us, kitten, no doing anything stupid until after we rescue you from the vile compound," Ozzy said with a state that was joined by Zara, as it only had one real answer, which was to nod his head and agree with it. Sadly, things don't always work out well in the end now, do they? The reason that this can be said is due to the fact that as several days passed and the mission was getting closer to being ready, there was an incident that infuriated Rage to the point that he needed something, or rather someone, to take his anger out on. This someone, unlucky for Izuku, was him, as Rage had the perfect idea, as he knew it was time to put an end to things once and for all, and it wasn't even Izuku's fault that triggered this decision that Rage decided to make out of random. No. The fault lays with a new member of the Corona family who ended up getting tracked by an underground hero who ended up calling in for immediate backup to raid a Corona family facility, which led to the loss of assets worth about $400 million. Due to all of this rage that, well, Rage had inside of himself, he decided to take it all out on Izuku, as he believed that Izuku was becoming far too confident and outspoken lately. Though unknown to Rage was the fact that Izuku had already rebelled against the Corona family, and he was just buying time now for the heroes to make their actions, but now it was time for him to see if he could survive the wrath of Rage, or will the heroes arrive first to save him in time. Third POV. The duo were worried, the heroes were worried, and even those that haven't really met Izuku yet but were on the mission were worried. Now you may be wondering, why is everyone so worried? But that is due to the fact that the main individual who they were all gathering to help was no longer showing up to the school or even coming over to the duo's home anymore. Since about 2 days ago, Izuku Midoriya has seemed to vanish off the face of the earth, but they all knew exactly where he most likely was at, and that was the problem that was causing them all to truly worry. As such, the heroes were rushing as fast as they could to get all of their preparations done as quickly as possible, but there was still things that they couldn't rush in the end. They were of course planning to deal with the Corona family, which meant that some things just could not be rushed because everyone knew this was going to be a bloody battle that was going to happen, as this crime family was not the #1 villain organization in America for nothing. Of course, them hiding all of their tracks and evidence all of these years made it hard to go after them, but they had a large force, which is why the heroes were always so hesitant of starting a war with them. But Izuku Midoriya's existence pushed the balance into a tipping point, and the heroes and government knew that the Corona crime family had to be put to a stop once and for all. Now, while the heroes were preparing themselves, the duo were busy trying to convince their fathers, who were the heroes in the family currently, to allow them to go with the heroes and police but stay back with the police so that they would be on site for when Izuku was found. Now this seems like an innocent request that could be granted and all, but the parents were not going to allow it to happen one bit. No matter what the duo proposed or asked for, the fathers denied their requests with vigor, as there was many reasons that they didn't want to let their kids join them even at the police line for this raid. Now they of course didn't tell them the true reason, and only told them that the organization that they were going to be fighting were extremely strong enough that even they didn't know if they would walk away alive from the fight due to the capabilities of the #1 villain Rage and his men. This made things go into perspective for the duo, as Ozzy and Zara were now coming out of their trance of just being worried about Izuku, as they started to understand the sheer weight of this mission for the heroes. Of course, there was the other reasons, but the parents just needed their children's judgment to stop being clouded by their concern about Izuku, as the real reason that the parents didn't want them to go was something that would destroy the two if they were told. The reason that they were not going to be allowed to go was that the heroes knew from experience that if a captive was found rebelling against their captor, it does not end well. More importantly for Izuku, who was in the hands of Rage, meant that Izuku had an extreme chance of being ended the very second that he was discovered to be helping the heroes against Rage. In other organizations, some may beat the individual, but for Rage, who was known to be chaotic in his rages, this meant that Izuku wouldn't be kept alive to get information out of him on what he gave up to the heroes. Instead, Izuku would be ended off quickly while the Corona family would quickly move to a new location and cover their tracks, which would just start the entire balancing act again since it would be hard to track them down. Of course, there was no way the heroes were going to tell the duo this, and it was the biggest reason that they were being kept away from the mission until it was over. If they were on site, then there was a chance that they would see his body if he was discovered to be dead, and that would be traumatizing. Switching from the heroes to the villains themselves, we can see that the topic at hand, Izuku Midoriya, was actually still alive. As we looked at him, we could see that our precious green bean was chained up in a cold and damp room that was used to interrogate prisoners. Izuku's arms were chained up to the ceiling and his legs chained to the floor, but he was dangling in the air due to how shorter he was than the normal individual that ended up in this room. If you looked closely, you could see that he was slightly twisting and turning around just because his body was hanging in the air, and even the slightest movement caused him to move around quite a bit, but that wasn't important. No, it was the very fact that he was alive and in this room to begin with, because it seems odd for him to be in this room if he was caught betraying Rage now, doesn't it? Though that is the thing though, Izuku Midoriya wasn't caught betraying the organization, as Rage had no idea that he has been meeting with heroes and providing large amounts of information to them about the Corona family. No. The reason that Izuku was in this room were for several reasons, to be honest, and some of the reasons were not even his fault at all. If you remember that a few days ago, before Izuku ended up in this room, since he's been here already for 2 days, there was a newer member of the Corona family that ended up leading an underground hero to one of the warehouses where some of the Corona family's assets were being held. This resulted in the loss of about $400 million in assets, which of course pissed Rage off. Now you would think the guy that got the warehouse attacked would be the one getting punished, and he did, but Izuku also suffered for it. The reason was that Rage wanted someone to take his anger out on, but there was another reason, which was the true reason why Izuku was in the room. Rage had decided in that split second that Izuku Midoriya was no longer worth the risk versus the rewards that he was providing them. It had been in the back of his mind for a while, but he had been debating on when to make his move, and in that moment when Izuku walked in the door from his meeting at Ozzy's house, he stumbled into Rage. Izuku had been gaining a lot more confidence and pride in himself over the years, which, even through his mask of indifference, Rage noticed and grew more and more wary of Izuku over the years. As such, Rage in his fit of rage made a snap decision and decided to take all of his anger out on Izuku that day and to cut out the growing threat that Izuku was becoming every single year. This is why we can now find Izuku hanging in that cold and damp room where he was being beaten and cut up every single day since then, which means that they are now on their 3rd day of him not having any contact with the heroes. As Izuku hung there in the room, we could see all of the blood that was slowly dripping down his body onto the floor below him. After the few days of being cut and beaten, a decent-sized puddle of blood had formed, and Izuku knew that if he didn't get medical attention within the next day, or if any major wound was given to him, then he would die due to blood loss. Of course, if he didn't have the Quirk-canceling cuffs on his arms, then he could easily heal himself if he was provided a tree or something, but with the cuffs on him, he wasn't going anywhere under his own power. Lost in his thoughts, Izuku didn't notice that the door opened up to reveal Rage standing in the doorway. It wasn't until a bucket of ice-cold water was thrown onto Izuku that he realized he was no longer alone in the room anymore now, and that the next round of the so-called discipline, as Rage was calling it, was about to start. Now you would think that Rage would have ended up ending Izuku within the first day due to how unstable he gets in his fits of rage, but no. His mind's calmed quite quickly once he had Izuku in the room, as he decided that he wanted to achieve something other than Izuku's death by the end of these events. Now what exactly could he achieve from beating Izuku to death, you might wonder? Well, Izuku over the years had crafted a nearly perfect mask against everyone else, including Rage, and that is what Rage was aiming for. Rage wanted to break Izuku's mask through pain and suffering, as he wanted to hear Izuku cry out for it to stop, but through the past 2 days that Izuku was being beaten to death, not even a sound came out of him. No matter what Rage had done himself or had someone else do to Izuku, no sound came from him, nor did he even flinch from the beating. It was truly as if he was devoid of emotions and feelings, as the mask always did portray to others, but Rage knew otherwise because he saw how weak and emotional Izuku was as a child and knew that there was something behind the mask and he was going to enjoy getting to it. As such, the newest round of discipline, in Rage's words, had once again started, as Rage used Izuku as a punching bag. Rage ended up sticking to a sort of routine when he came down to start beating Izuku, as he would always do some sort of workout routine against Izuku, like using him as a punching bag, but then things always changed up after that point. One example was that Rage decided he wanted to practice drawing, so he took a small knife out and was very careful in his cuts, as he never went deep enough to cause largest amount of blood lost, but Izuku ended up with cuts across his body that ironically did end up looking like someone drew on him. though it was in a crude and cruel manner that these images ended up on his body, but one thing looked like a traditional Japanese's drawing of bamboo and some flowers. Ignore the text to the side but think of a crude version of this on Izuku's left arm. Izuku wanted to roll his eyes as Rage praised himself in making such a work of art with such a small knife, but any reaction would give the man satisfaction, which Izuku wasn't going to do. Though, Izuku knew that even if he got out of the quirk-canceling cuffs, he was a bit doubtful that he would be able to heal his body 100% completely without any scars remaining, as he typically gets to wounded people in a day or two after the wounds, and the crude artwork was done on the first day that Izuku ended up in the room. This meant that he would have another reminder of the man in front of him, and Izuku loathed that fact as he felt disgusted even looking at the Corona family's tattoo that sits on his chest. Though one thing did please Izuku greatly, and he knew he wouldn't get the joy of seeing it with his own eyes, as he doubted that he would survive past the night. Izuku wished he could see the face that Rage would make when the heroes came to raid the compound, because he knew even with his death all of the memories they gained out of his mind would still be enough to attack the entire Corona crime family. With this thought and a few other things in his mind, Izuku started to slip into the blackness that was threatening to consume him due to all of the beating that he had just received over the past 6 hours from Rage or other men. The other things that were in Izuku's mind was of course his thoughts of Ozzy, Zara, and their parents. He enjoyed all of the years that he had with them and was so thankful that they made the days enjoyable, but he truly did wish that he could spend even more years with them. But finally the blackness consumed him as he went out cold due to the beating and the blood he had lost. Unknown to Izuku, a few moments after he passed out, an alarm went off inside of the compound, alerting everyone that it had been breached by hostile forces. These hostile forces were none other than the heroes led by the number 1 and 2 heroes, Aker, the sand hero, Ozzy's father, and Anher, the warrior hero, Zara's father, who had completed the preparations that afternoon and led the gathered forces of heroes, police, and first responders to attack the Corona crime family to save Izuku Midoriya. Third POV. Hours before the scene we saw with Izuku where he was in the cold and damp room being beaten by members of the Corona crime family or Rage himself, we could find the heroes all gathered in a large meeting room. With them was commanding officers from several police officers from all of the nearby police stations, as this was going to be a massive raid that would be performed this night. Looking around the room, it was clear that everyone that was involved in this mission was on the edge of their seat due to their nerves and fears, because it wasn't every day that you planned to take on the number 1 villain organization alongside the number 1 villain himself. Aker, the sand hero, Ozzy's father, took a breath in as he prepared to speak to everyone, as even he knew this mission had a high risk of death for a lot of them. My fellow heroes and officers, I know a lot of this has been rushed, but due to the issues surrounding this case we could not wait any longer. The individual responsible for providing the information we needed to even perform this raid has gone out of contact, as it is feared that they were caught by Rage. Aker said as he displayed an image of Izuku Midoriya as he explained a glimpse of Izuku's life for those that didn't know or weren't involved in the main details of the case. The main goal of this raid is the successful retrieval of Izuku Midoriya alive, but we are not blind to the fact that he may already be dead if he truly did get caught by Rage. We do hold hope that he only went through some sort of punishment or something unrelated to our attack, but we need to be prepared to find his body as well. Aker said, and everyone nodded their heads. After a bit more of them all going over the final details, they started to head out into the convey of trucks waiting for them behind the warehouse where they were staging out of. It was in an ideal position away from the public eye, but also kept them close enough to where the Corona family was located at. As they were about halfway into their drive towards the compound, Anher took his phone out and texted his daughter Zara and alerted her and Ozzy that the raid was about to start so that they knew what was going on. It was a part of their promise to their kids to ensure they stayed at Aker's home with both of the mothers who could keep an eye on the children and help keep them calm as well. It felt like hours since they had gotten into the trucks, but it had only been about 40 minutes since they had sat off from the warehouse. However, they now were at the compound and everyone was quick to action as they jumped out of the trucks, even if they weren't fully stopped, as every single person knew that they didn't have even a few seconds to spare during this mission. Seconds could mean life or death in the event that Izuku Midoriya was still alive, because if he was and Rage had any hint of Izuku tipping them off, then Izuku was dead if he wasn't already. The compound doors were quickly blown apart as they entered into the castle-themed building, and thankfully they had the floor plans that Izuku provided so that they knew how to get to the underground sections of the compound quickly. The guards in the building were putting up a large amount of resistance towards the heroes as the alarms were going off non-stop right after they entered the building since someone triggered them. Though for Aker and Anher, they both didn't even spare much attention to any of these members as they were more focused on locating Izuku Midoriya. The place that they decided to check out first was none other than his bedroom, but when they arrived they were disappointed in the fact that they didn't find him, but what worried them the most was the fact that things appeared as if they were in the process of being boxed up, which created horrible thoughts in their minds. They could only think about the fact that the villains wouldn't have a need to box all of Izuku's stuff up if he was still needing that room, so they started to assume the worst as they changed their objective from directly finding Izuku to finding Rage. Plans change, and now they needed to force the truth out of Rage on the location of Izuku Midoriya or search the entire building inch by inch until they found him, but that would take a long time and couldn't really be done until the enemies were defeated. As they were pushing forward through the villains, they heard a large scream of rage coming from the back of the building, which drew their attention. Located in the backyard was none other than Rage, who was fighting against all of the heroes that were trying to stop him, as he was breaking through their ranks quite easily due to the fierce strength that he had. Though it seems their arrival drew his attention as he screamed out and charged towards them, which they countered as they knew not many of the other heroes on site would be strong enough to take him on in a pure straight-on fight. As this fight was going on and destroying nearly everything around them, including portions of the compound, we shift back down to the cold and damp room where Izuku was hanging currently. All of the fighting and shaking due to the fights caused Izuku to wake up as he ended up falling to the floor since the ceiling above him had cracked heavily due to the destruction above him. Izuku groaned out in pain from his fall to the floor and looked around as he knew he was still stuck unless he could break the chains that were attached to the floor or if he failed at getting the Quirk cuffs off of his arms. First he tried to just pull the chains that were attached to the floor to break them, and of course this was a stupid idea, but he was also low on blood and heavily exhausted since he wasn't fed or anything over the past few days. As his mind became more and more clear, he knew he would need help to get these chains and cuffs off of him, so he just started to yell out in hopes of someone would come save him, even if it was someone from the Corona family. The reason he was willing to get help from even them is the fact that he could try to buy his life by offering healing services to Rage, since the destruction from the fight appeared to be massive as the room looked ready to fall in at any moment. That was a problem for many reasons, like him being in the room still, but also the fact that this room was 3 floors underground, so the compound had to receive a large amount of damage for this room to be falling apart. With this in mind, that meant that there had to be a large amount of injured above, so he could try to bargain for his life and heal himself and others, which could be the only chance he could get to try to escape. Izuku wasn't dumb in the thought that he would be kept alive after he healed everyone, since he knew Rage would end him off right away with the pulse bomb, since Rage knew Izuku wouldn't be nice and loyal after the beating he had received over the past few days. Luckily for Izuku, it seems that fate is smiling slightly on him as the door was thrown open, and it wasn't a member of the Corona crime family that was standing there, but instead a hero that he knew belonged to Ozzy's father's agency. "Well, hello there?" Izuku said as he slightly shrugged, but the hero was silent, and Izuku had a good idea it was due to the state of his body and how he looked. Izuku knew he didn't look like good and who would after days of being beaten and starved. However, that wasn't the important thing to focus on right now, as Izuku wanted to live, and the fact that the hero was standing in the doorway meant that the raid on the compound was being done by the heroes. "Help me get out of these chains and Quirk cuffs. I need to heal myself, and I should be able to give the heroes an advantage," Izuku said, and the hero broke out of his shock and got to work on the cuffs and chains. Though he did say that the objective was to get Izuku to safety, so he wasn't going to allow him to go right into danger, but Izuku rolled his eyes as he knew he was going straight into danger, as he wouldn't let any of the heroes be crippled due to helping him. Call him a child full of arrogance or whatever you may, but Izuku knew that even if he tried to leave, he was still a dead man as long as Rage or any of the executives were given any breathing room to trigger the bomb in his chest. There was also the fact that he was going to perform the one thing he swore to do in his heart, and that was end Rage, even if he were to die today, because that man needed to pay for everything he had done to him. As such, the moment the cuffs and chains were off, Izuku felt his quirk come back to life, and he searched for the nearest life force of any plants or any member of the Corona family. Sadly for others, he was too far away from any trace, so the members of the Corona family became targets for his quirk as he drained them all of their energy but left them just enough to stay alive to recover with help. The hero was shocked as he saw steam rise from Izuku's body as all of his wounds regenerated nearly in a few seconds, though he did notice some things scarred over, which appeared to be the older wounds that Izuku had received, while fresher ones healed fully with no signs of damage. Before the hero even noticed what happened, Izuku had already darted out of the room in his rags of clothing and was wiping the floor with any member of the Corona family that he came across, shocking everyone that he passed right by. That was the thing though. Izuku may have been a healer and was really only used for healing, but he was still highly trained in fighting and lethal attacks due to the environment he was in. This was meant to be used on anyone that threatened him or overcame his guards that were always assigned to him when they would send him out on work. Sadly for the Corona family, these skills were now being turned against them and Izuku was going wild as he knew he either walked away alive or he was going to be carried out in a body bag as rage would not allow him to live if he was given the breathing room to set the bomb off, as there was a high chance of a hero finding the room he was held in, which they did do exactly that. Running through the hallways faster than anyone could catch him, Izuku was soon outside and he would say it was a breath of fresh air, but it wasn't. No. The air was filled with smoke from the fires that were consuming the compound and all of the forest near them, as the battle had become chaotic as it had been going on for nearly 30 minutes now since it had started. Beautiful, Izuku said as he looked at the forest on fire with his quirk turned on, as he could see the life force of the entire forest burning away. The scene was truly beautiful to him, but he soon came out of the thoughts as he heard a scream that sounded like it came from Ozzy's father, which concerned Izuku greatly as he ran off towards the direction it came from. Going about 50 yards away from the compound, Izuku came upon a sight of Rage fighting Aker, the sand hero, and Anher, the warrior hero, but the problem was that Aker had been a large wound on his side that was bleeding heavily. At this point Izuku turned his quirk on and consumed the life force from the trees that were burning, which only caused them to wilt away as they died out from being drained and burned. Aker was shocked when his wound healed completely up until Rage snarled out and turned towards the direction of the compound as he spotted one Izuku Midoriya. This caused everyone around them to come to a standstill as Izuku moved forward and Rage pulled out his phone as he stared at Izuku. "It was stupid of you to come here, noble but stupid," Rage said as he then told Izuku he was to end the heroes or he would die, but Izuku made no move to do such a thing though, which made Rage turn the phone to face Izuku, showing that he just had to push one button and the pulse bomb would go off. Sadly for Rage, Izuku just stared directly at the man and moved towards him instead as Izuku turned his quirk on. "Stop right now or you will die," Rage yelled out, but Izuku made no moves to do such a thing. Instead he just raised his hand towards Rage, and in that split second Rage triggered the pulse bomb, causing Izuku to drop to his knees as a hole was now blown in his chest. Izuku's eyes were wide and a scream was heard from Aker and Anher, who moved towards Izuku as they had just witnessed their children's best friend, the kid they saw as their own kid, get his heart blown up. Though they were in for a shock when they arrived at Izuku's body, because instead of finding a dead Izuku Midoriya they found a still breathing Izuku Midoriya as his chest was slowly healing up. Another shocking thing was that Rage screamed out as he fell to his knees and appeared to have significantly aged in a few seconds, which at that point the heroes and everyone else realized what had happened. Izuku was absorbing the life force from Rage and used it to his himself as they witnessed Izuku push himself off the ground and cough blood out of his body due to the previous exploding heart. Though it was clear that Izuku wasn't fully 100% because who truly would be after having their hearts exploded, as he was clearly exhausted as well. "Your bomb is gone. The leash you held on me for all of these years is gone," Izuku said in a flat voice, but it was very clear from his eyes that he was pissed and enraged. Izuku Midoriya was out for blood and he planned on getting it, as he wanted Rage to suffer for everything that had happened over the years since the auction. Standing in front of Rage, Izuku looked down at Rage, who looked back at Izuku with pure hatred in his eyes, even though the man could barely hold himself up due to the state he was in. "One single wave of my hand and you die. How does it feel to have your life in the hands of someone else now, Rage?" Izuku said with his mask of indifference still on, and at this point both Aker and Anher were now standing right next to Izuku, asking him not to do what he was planning to do. "Izuku, if you do this then you truly do stain your hands in blood by choice. All of the blood that was shed before now was due to the actions of others, but this will be deliberate, and is that the type of person you want to be when he is already beaten? When he can suffer in prison for the rest of his life knowing you beat him in his own game of control?" Aker asked in a calm voice, as he knew deep down Izuku was still a boy of innocence that never truly had taken a life on purpose, but if he did what he wanted to do right now then there was no going back to that point. However, the words didn't seem to reach Izuku as he was still looking directly at Rage, but the next set of voices did reach Izuku, as Anher had used a video chat to his children to show them what was going on so that they could hopefully stop Izuku. They had heard what he said and what Aker had said to Izuku as well, and they knew Izuku wouldn't be able to hear their parents as he was being driven by all of his anger, his fears, his hatred, his sadness, and all of the other emotions he had to bottle up over the years since arriving in that compound. "Izuku," they both said roughly at the same time, and this caused Izuku's head to snap slightly to the side towards where Anher was standing at with the phone. Izuku's eyes widened slightly as he saw them in the video, and his hand shook slightly at them, seeing the state he was in, seeing what he was about to do. "Come back to us, Izuku, let our fathers handle the rest of the mission and come back to us. Okay?" Ozzy said, and Izuku looked back at Rage and then back at them as he stood there in silence for a few moments. After what seemed like an eternity to everyone, Izuku put his hand down and backed away slightly from Rage but then suddenly lunged forward as his foot connected to the man's chest, sending him backwards. Rage landed back on the ground and went into a coughing fit due to being drained of all of his life energy and then receiving such a powerful kick to the chest. It seems. You will live another day, Rage, though I doubt you will last long in prison in that state, as your enemies will likely end you when they get the chance. Izuku said as he turned away from the man and took Anher's phone from him as he sat down on the ground and just looked at his duo. Wait, when did they become? Never mind. Izuku thought as he shoved those thoughts away and focused on listening to their voices as they told him how good of a job he did for surviving and coming out alive. Izuku just sat like this with the fire raging all around him with no care in the world, as he didn't care about anything else outside of Duo at that moment because he could finally feel himself breathe freely. Of course he could always breathe before, but now it didn't feel like he was drowning due to the pressure around him as he was finally free. Third POV. Izuku has lived a life that was always under the control of someone else since his mother's death all of those years ago, and he honestly didn't know what to do with the fact that he was now free at the age of 14 years, which was 5 entire years that he spent under the Corona crime family. Now, though all of the members that had been present at the main compound had been placed under arrest except Butler Leon, which honestly didn't surprise Izuku one bit. Though Rage and most of the executives were caught, a few executives were not at the compound during the raid, so they were still out in the world free to keep the crime family going, but Izuku knew that the group would end up splintering for quite some time, so they were not going to be a threat to his life anytime soon. Now, outside of those executives, Izuku knew that Butler Leon would likely have a hand in keeping the crime family still going, and Izuku knew the man could come after him but doubted that the butler would do so, or at least anytime soon. Something about Butler Leon always bothered Izuku, and it was the fact that the man was far stronger than Rage when he used a large amount of anger from other people to fuel his quirk. It was also the fact that Butler Leon was the one that trained Izuku most of the time, so Izuku knew the man was quite capable, so he wasn't shocked when he was told of the man's escape from the raid. There was also the fact that Butler Leon never even showed his quirk to anyone, and Izuku doubted even Rage knew what quirk the man had, as Leon was around before Rage even took the family over from his parents. Now, though, enough about them as we move forward with everything that was going on as the raid had come to an end. Once the raid came to an end, the heroes had taken Izuku from the compound to a hospital that was highly secured and specialized in treating heroes, which Izuku qualified for since he was a long-term victim from a highly lethal crime family. Of course, Izuku being Izuku, he tried to deny going to the hospital as he had already healed himself from all of his wounds and starvation that he had gone through the past few days. Though he ran out of luck when the hero that had found him in the cold and damp room alerted everyone to the state of his body before he was able to heal himself, which made them push for Izuku to go to the hospital, which he kept refusing to do so. It wasn't until Ozzy and Zara were put on a video chat with him once again that he gave up and agreed to go to the hospital, as he promised he would meet them there. This was how Izuku found himself in the hospital bed with Ozzy and Zara on both of his sides, fast asleep as exhaustion from staying up and worrying caused them to crash once they could visibly see and feel that he was safe. Izuku had odd feelings in his stomach with them laying in the same bed against him like this, but he quickly put them out of his mind as he had other things to think over, which caused him to be trapped in his thoughts. The topic that Izuku had started to think over was the fact that he had just realized that even though he was now free from the Corona crime family, he was now homeless without any money to his name. This presented many problems for Izuku that he was trying to figure out in his mind, as he didn't want to be a burden to anyone. There was the fact that he could end up being sent back to Japan as well, which he didn't know how he felt about that at all. It was where his mother had died and he unknowingly ended his own path, Hisashi. Even though he had some good memories with his mother in Japan, overall he didn't like the thought of going back to a country he barely even knew nowadays, and there was the fact that Japan was highly quirkist and treated him horribly when he was still deemed quirkless. There was the Bakugos back in Japan, but Izuku 1 didn't want to become a burden for them, and 2 he was pretty sure they thought he was dead, so that would be opening an old wound for them that he didn't really want to go through, as he knew he had his own issues to deal with. Also, it had been 5 years since he had seen them, and they had likely long forgotten about the green-hair kid that went missing years ago and got declared dead, as he learned recently from what the duo had dug up when they searched Japan's news about his case. Now, don't get Izuku wrong, he had some connection to them, but he just didn't feel attached to them, as they had now become strangers in his mind, so he didn't really want to be sent back to Japan to their care because it would be burdensome for them to care for a child with a large amount of issues that Izuku knew he had. You don't spend 5 years as a prisoner of a large crime family while seeing death on a regular basis and not walk away without issues. Now, thinking of the Diaz and Rashida families, the duo families, Izuku was hesitant to reach out for help on the issue of what would happen to him from now on. It wasn't that he didn't trust them or anything, but it was the fact that they had done so much already for him. There was also the fact that until now the topic of what exactly would happen to Izuku after saving him never got talked about, though Izuku trusted greatly in the fact that they wouldn't send him to jail, but others he didn't really trust. Even if they say otherwise, people still died due to him, and he felt guilt about that fact. Now, Izuku had no money, no home, no actual relatives in America, and no actual legal documents to allow him to stay in America, and all of these facts greatly worried Izuku to the point that he was starting to work himself up into a panic attack. Though none of the heroes standing outside of his room even noticed that he was going into a panic attack, since he still maintained his mask of indifference, and honestly Izuku didn't know what was going on either. This was the first time that he had a panic attack, because when things reached this point of stress and emotions, he would unload in the company of the duo as they would support him. Now though they were asleep and he was freaking out as a nurse, and a doctor came running into his room past the heroes as his monitors were going off. This of course caused the duo to be startled awake as they wondered what was going on. The duo though had some experience in Izuku's emotions and mental state, as they quickly realized what was going on based on the research they had done online, and started to work him out of the panic attack before the doctor could even utter anything. The duo used the 5-4-3-2-1 method that they had found online and started to calm him down. They had him tell them 5 different objects, name 4 distinct sounds, tell them 3 things he could touch, name 2 different smells, and then 1 thing he could taste. With this method they were able to bring him out of his panic, as they asked him what caused him to go into it in the first place so they could help him with it. Though, Izuku turned his head towards the side trying to avoid their looks, which caused them both to look at each other then back at Izuku. "Kitten, you know you can rely on us, so please tell us what caused this?" Ozzy said, and Zara was rubbing Izuku's back, though the three didn't realize that the duo's parents and some of the other heroes were standing in the room or doorway, since they had been alerted to something being wrong with Izuku. Izuku slowly turned his head towards his best friends, and while his mask of indifference was still on his face, he had a few tears going down his face. Izuku spoke, but he said it so low that even the duo didn't hear it clearly, so they asked him to speak a bit louder. I said I don't want to go back to Japan. I don't want to leave you guys, but I was brought here illegally, so I won't be able to stay. Izuku said with some stutter, but quickly rid himself of it the more he talked. Everyone was stunned at what they heard from Izuku, but realized that he was right in the fact that typically he would be sent back to his home country that he had been trafficked to so that he could be returned to his family. Though the issue here was that he had no living relatives, which caused an issue for them as they had no one to send him back to anyway if they did. At this point, Ozzy's mother walked up to one side of Izuku and cupped his face in her hands as she leaned forward slightly. "Sweetie, I know we haven't exactly talked about it, but you aren't going anyway. Typical cases would indeed mean you would return to your biological family, but you don't have one anymore. Instead, we have talked and both families are going to be taking shared custody over you, so you will be staying here in America, as we already are in talks with the government to get you some official documents. You aren't going anywhere, so let it out," said Iman Diaz, who was Ozzy's mother. Then Aya Rashida, Zahara's mother, came to the other side of the bed where her daughter moved over slightly, and she hugged Izuku as well like Iman was doing, which ended up breaking Izuku's mask as he burst fully into tears as he cried out loudly. The other heroes exited the room, and so did the medical staff, as they didn't want to intrude on the sight before them, which left only the two families and Izuku in the room alone. Izuku cried for what seemed like forever before he burned himself out as he fell asleep. They were all silent for a bit, but they had smiles on their face as they all knew their large family had grown by one member, even though they thought Izuku as family long before now. Though the duo had other motives for keeping Izuku close, but they would need to work on Izuku's dense self to get their point across that they had been trying for the past year or so, but that could be taken at a slow pace since they knew they had their entire lives to knock some sense into Izuku about their feelings. The parents just chuckled at the look their children had in their eyes, as they knew it would be a lot of entertainment watching their children try to get past Izuku's lack of emotional growth due to being under the Corona family, but they were sure they would get the job done in the future. Then the mothers realized something. "We need to decorate his room," Aya said with a smile on her face, but then they realized they needed to figure out which house Izuku was going to live at, as they both were going for custody of Izuku. Then the duo proposed an idea that stunned the adults but made them realize that neither of the children wanted to spend less time with Izuku, as their idea was to sell their current homes and get one large one for both families to live in together, as the families were already extremely close before Izuku came around. It was pure fact that they were nearly at each other's houses on a constant basis, so it hardly mattered if they lived in a separate house or not at this point due to how much time they spent at each other's houses, but when Izuku came around it was nearly non-stop. As such, a decision was made and a new home purchase was being planned once they had official custody of Izuku, which they planned to get done as soon as possible. Though while all of this was going on, the news about the raid had finally broken to the public and everyone was in shock. Every single person that could watch a TV had always known about the Corona crime family and the things that they had done. They were the modern-day version of Al Capone, who the authorities back then could never arrest because they could never gain evidence of the crimes that the man or his mafia were doing, but ended up getting the mafia leader on taxes instead. It was disclosed that the reason that the crime family main compound was raided was due to the fact that a child that the crime family had trafficked had contacted the heroes under the crime family nose while providing largest amount of evidence to the heroes. However, the media did say that the name and face of the trafficked child would not be released at the request of the government due to the nature of the case and the fact that some of the Corona family still remained even though most of the top was taken out. Days passed and Izuku was going to be released from the hospital finally, since the doctors studied his quirk a bit enough to determine that he had fully healed himself with no side effects that they could see or detect currently. As such, Izuku was allowed to leave with the two families, but before they left, Izuku had asked something that shocked the doctors. Izuku had asked to be allowed to heal all of the heroes that were involved in the raid so that they would be able to return to duty quickly, as they had saved him from the Corona family. After some talk between the government, the hospital, and the heroes, it was decided that they would move the injured into an area where Izuku could use, as he would use the trees near the hospital as a fuel source. After waiting a few hours, all of the injured were gathered and Izuku sucked all of the trees near him completely dry as he healed all of the heroes in one go before he felt a bit exhausted as he didn't have completely enough energy, so he used some of his own. The heroes were thankful for what Izuku had done, since some of them would have lost their careers as heroes since they had sustained quite some heavy damage in the raid, as some lost an arm or had other things lost like an eye. The doctors were downright stunned at Izuku's abilities, but the reason the parents encouraged the government and hospital to accept Izuku's request was to demonstrate his abilities as a way to get his custody sent to them. It was a fact that if they sent Izuku back to Japan, then they would be losing a powerful healing hero that surpasses even the amazing recovery girl back in Japan. This was to incentivize the government to move quicker and stop standing around, which worked, as a few days later after this show of strength by Izuku, the family received a call from the government telling them that they had been granted emergency custody of Izuku and would have full custody once the paperwork finished and documents delivered. Of course, there is always greedy people in the world, as some disgusting officials in the government wanted Izuku to be in the custody of the government instead, but Aker, the sand hero, and Anher, the warrior hero, quickly shut that down when they learned of some officials wanting to push for it. They bluntly threatened the scummy officials right in front of all of the others and even the other heroes, as they told everyone that they would go to the press or even the World Hero Association to tell everyone that they were trying to take a child that had just gotten out of a captive life into a new captive life to be used by the government when Izuku wanted to be with them instead. This caused the officials to quickly shut their mouths, as it would indeed be horrible press and backlash that they would have to deal with if the public found out what these few officials wanted to do to Izuku. Especially with the threat of the World Hero Association, which would end up protecting Izuku due to his abilities. Hell, they may still put him under their protection with him staying in the family's custody, as Izuku had the most powerful healing quirk in the world, as it could bring back entire limbs by using external energy sources that could be easily supplied. This meant that Izuku was more or less untouchable by anyone with impure thoughts in their government, but that didn't mean villains wouldn't try to get a hold of him if they could. Thankfully, Izuku was highly trained, even though the training came from questionable sources, as Izuku had demonstrated, according to the reports, the level and strength of a newly debuted pro hero, which means he would really only grow from there on once he entered a hero school like he wanted to do so with the duo. With this, the future path for Izuku was laid out and things would start to move as Izuku could start adjusting to the new life of freedom. Third POV. Adjusting is the word that Izuku would prefer to use in this new phase of his life, as he didn't really want to admit that it was a complete challenge for him, but things were pushing forward and many things were changing. For example, as Izuku took a deep breath, we could find him standing in front of the gates, which was the path towards his future. As he stood in front of them, he was a bit nervous, even though he wasn't showing it on his face due to his mask of indifference, but he was without a doubt nervous, as this was the start of a large chapter of his life as a free man. That is right. Even though Izuku no longer has to deal with the villains that were holding him and he was a part of the duo's family now, he still maintained his mask of indifference in front of everyone outside of his family. The therapist that Izuku has been going to explained to all of them that his mask was not likely to ever go away for a very long time, as it had become such an important defense mechanism for his mind. It stemmed from deep-rooted issues that have been untreated nor acknowledged since Izuku's childhood. As such, only in extreme scenarios was he going to drop the mask of indifference outside of his family, as they all had his complete trust and long past the mental barriers that were built up to protect himself against others. Now back to what we were looking at, we could see Izuku walking towards the academy gates with the duo at both of his sides as they started their paths on becoming heroes, but the thing was that Ashwood Academy was a special academy. Unlike normal hero schools, this hero school was directed and controlled by the WHAK, the World Hero Association, which was the organization that oversaw all other countries' hero commissions and their heroes. Now this most likely doesn't make sense on why a world organization tasked with monitoring heroes, villains, and the governments of the world would be operating a hero school in America, but for 3 specific schools it does make sense. Ashwood and 2 other special hero schools are spread out across the world and allows heroine trainings to gather in 3 secure locations. Now a school like these would have millions of applications each year due to the prestige of being a WHA school, but that is not the case, as you can't apply to these schools and can only be invited into the school. These schools focuses on the more unique quirks, extremely world-altering quirks, or those that they are just interested in outright, so they only invite those that they want into the school and no one else. Izuku of course ended up with an invitation due to entire situation with the Corona family and his quirk due to the world-shattering implications of his quirk, as he could heal so many people far further and better than any other healing quirk in the world currently. As such, word of Izuku's capabilities had reached the World Hero Association pretty quickly once he was secured and out of the villain's control. The WH did not sit around for it long, as they were quick to seal everything about Izuku Midoriya on the highest classified levels that they had, so that only authorized individuals connected to the WHA could access the files. This was to keep other governments or other villains from easily getting a hold of Izuku's information, and it was made far easier that Izuku didn't have any living blood relatives left alive either, so they could pretty much cover his entire life up with no one noticing. Moving forward with the actions of the WHA. They appeared in front of Izuku and the rest of his new family quite quickly, because they knew they would need to actually convince Izuku to join their academy, since based on their reports that they had from everything, they knew they would need to invite the duo as well if they ever wanted to obtain Izuku at Ashwood. This isn't to say that the duo weren't strong nor worthy of attending the school, but the 3 WHA schools were again geared towards more unique or world-shattering quirks like Izuku's. The schools were a treasure trove of world-shattering quirks, and villains would have a field day if they could get their hands on anyone that attended these schools, which is why they had an extreme amount of security, with the school's security authorized to use lethal force against anyone attempting to enter the school unauthorized. These schools were also a bit more fast-paced and had a focus on live experience instead of just studying, since most students graduate from the schools in 2 years. Now that doesn't mean everyone has to leave in 2 years, since it is self-paced in their education, but nearly everyone leaves the school in a 2-year period. The opposite also does apply as well, since even if you completed all of your normal education, you could still be held back from graduating if your combat skills are not deemed good enough, so you could be attending the school for years before you're allowed to graduate to become a world-class hero. Now focusing back to the household, where Izuku, the duos, and the parents were all at with the agents from the World Hero Association. Izuku was debating on the offer that he was being presented with, and Izuku honestly liked the system that the school had, as he knew he was further ahead than most people due to the intense physical and quirk training that he went under due to the Corona family standards and requirements. Even though he was no longer a part of the Corona family, he still kept up nearly all of the training that wasn't considered brutal and inhumane, as the duo had issues with those portions of his training, so they forced him to drop it. They refused to let go of him, as they had him in a cuddle hold until he agreed to drop those sections of his training once they found out about them, and he of course agreed, though it take him a bitty since. He got lost in his thoughts as he enjoyed the cuddles. Anyway, back to the offer itself. The school was inviting the duo as well to the academy, since they were also advanced in their training that they received from their own families, which allowed them to contend with the unique quirks like Izuku's or those at the school, so they would not be behind in the standards of the school. As such, they all accepted the offer and were officially students of the school once the new term started, and Izuku was just thankful that they would be able to attend such a school together, otherwise he would have rejected the offer and gone to whatever school the duo went to, because he didn't want to be separated from them for such long times. Now moving back to our starting point, as we can see the 3 of them entering the school. All of them were trying to find their way to the classroom called 1S, which had a total of only 3 people in it, which did confuse them when they were initially told of this fact. The way that the school is set up on being invitation only meant that they limited the number of students each year that attended the school, as they only wanted certain individuals at the school. This year they had a total of 5 classes for the first years, and each class had a total of 3 individual per classroom, which would allow the teacher to be far more focused on the 3 individuals that they were in charge of instead of a larger class. Izuku though really only cared for the fact that his other two classmates were going to be the duo of Ozzy and Zara, which made him happy since it was only about a year ago that Izuku doubted that he would even be alive to get past middle school since he was sure he would die at the Corona family's hands. As they found their classroom, Izuku let a small smile form across his face since they were all alone in the room but hid it quickly once the door opened up. The door opened to reveal their new teacher, who was honestly a far older fellow but also held himself with pride. The man looked at all three of them before he told Izuku, Zara, and Ozzy to follow him to another place. They did as they were told without even second-guessing the man before them, as they were trained to quickly react and take required actions based on the knowledge that they had, so they just followed their teacher as he led them to a new area. There was also the fact that this was a highly prestige school and they knew that they didn't have time to waste and joke around when it came to training and learning here at the school. Now this didn't mean that Izuku didn't have his guard up and was noticing things, because it had again only been a year since he was out from the control of the Corona family, so he still kept his guard up if he was not at his home and had unknown individual ear him. As such, Izuku noticed that the other classes were all going to different places and none of the other classes were heading to what it appeared to be the same destination. As such, Izuku started running through theories on what could be going on, such as there most likely not going to be an opening ceremony or that they were going to be doing some sort of training event right away. Izuku of course knew he needed to alert the other two, so he moved his hands and slightly started to signal to his best friends to prepare themselves, since he was thinking they would be thrown into some sort of first day test on reactions or something. The duo tensed up slightly but relaxed, as they knew better than to alert the enemy, or in this case the teacher, about them getting prepared for whatever test they were going to be thrown into. Anyway, Ozzy slowly started to move sand that he started to create around them, as he hid some of it into their clothing for a quick attack if they needed it, as they had spent the last year working on teamwork together, as they planned to work as a team once they became pro heroes. In the worlds of the duo, they told Izuku that they had zero plans to let him get rid of them, as he would be with them for life, which made Izuku blush madly, as he didn't understand the feelings he was having in regards to them, but they understood their own intentions quite well. Anyway, moving back to their preparations for whatever they were about to face off against, they were now walking through a doorway and saw a wide open forested area with fighting grounds. Though Izuku wondered why he couldn't feel life energy off the tress like he normally would. This fact caught up to his mind after a few seconds, as he realized that they had somehow become trapped in an illusion. Izuku turned to quickly inform Ozzy and Zara of what has happened so that they quickly could be on the defensive. As they tried to figure what had gone wrong, Ozzy started to spread her petals out around their entire area so that they could have some more defense against attacks. Though her petals weren't just any typical petals at all, as they came from what was believed to be a plant called the ghost plant that lived in deserted areas. These petals could form into swords under her control and looked as if they were not real, but they delivered real damage as any other real weapon would. As Zara had her petals going, Ozzy had a defense wall of sand enclosing around them, while Zara had some of her petals turned into swords and was ready to attack anything that came at them. They had more or less created an absolute defense and attack battle strategy for unknown situations that would give them time to gather information and defense themselves, and they called it the Desert Rose due to how the sand and petals mixed together. Now while the two of them had this going, Izuku was at work with his quirk. Izuku was spreading his quirk range out and using it to search for the teacher that had led them into the training grounds, but he wasn't finding the man. No. Instead, what Izuku found pissed and annoyed him, as he had discovered that Ozzy and Zara were not real either, as they were only illusions as well, created by whoever put him into this illusion. Izuku was pissed that someone had dared to try and trick him with fakes of his Ozzy and Zara. As such, Izuku pushed his hand out of the sand defense wall, confusing the fakes, and grabbed two of the swords with one in each hand as he turned around to the fakes and stabbed the swords right into their shoulders. This caused the fake duo to crumble away, as well as the fake world that was created around him, as it crumbled away as well. As it completely vanished, Izuku now found himself in a large training gym with the teacher sitting in a chair in front of him and the duo. The teacher nodded his head but didn't speak to explain anything, but Izuku could see that both Ozzy and Zara were sitting in chairs next to him as well, with a purple mist around their heads. Izuku figured that the mist was the cause of the illusion and wasn't a threat, since the teacher wasn't concerned about the mist, though Izuku kept his guard up and had his quirk poised to hit the teacher if something were to go wrong, as he refused to lose Ozzy and Zara. After a few minutes having passed, both Ozzy and Zara woke up and quickly hugged Izuku, who was confused as hell. They explained what happened in their illusion, which made Izuku feel a range of different emotions such as being shocked, disappointed, jealous, aroused, and many other things when he learned that the duo had been sadist and loving towards the fakes, to a point that the fake Izuku had passed out. Wait, why am I feeling jealous and aroused? Because of what they did to the fake me? Izuku though but couldn't think more on it as the teacher started to talk. I will be glad to never see you two do that again, but I doubt I will be that lucky. Just keep it above the waist if you know what I mean, the man said as he ran his hand down his face and just sighed. He then introduced himself as Sadato, who was known as the illusionist hero, Haze. While the man was far older and told them he retired from most active hero work since he mainly does teaching in his older age, he still went out on the field when requested by the World Hero Association since his quirk was good for trapping people in his illusions and gathering information since he can see what the trapped individuals see. Though, Izuku in all of his glory was still confused on what the man meant when he told the duo to keep everything above the waist when in front of the man because of course Izuku is dense and emotionally stunted in the department of romance, so he had no clue what they were all hinting or talking about. However, the duo just smirked and looked as if they had robbed a baby of its candy, and in a sense they had robbed the fake Izukus of their clean minds without being caught by the real one on what they had done inside the illusions, though the old man did know and he didn't want to see a repeat in front of himself since it was enough for one lifetime. Their teacher just rolled his eyes at the snickering the duo did and pushed forward as he explained why they were trapped in the illusions. It was a part of their initial training in being able to deal with that type of quirks and other mental ones, since graduating from Ashwood meant they would become world heroes and would be dealing with many strong villains across the world. Today is just the first day, but we will start off strong in the training as we will not waste time. I will teach you everything I know through my experience in the field and throw unexpected attacks or challenges your way without warning. Do you understand? Asked their teacher Sadato. All of them nodded their heads and he told them to change into their hero outfits that they had requested to be made by the school and come back into this gym as he pointed towards cases against the wall near changing rooms. As they all came out, the teacher had them all introduce themselves to him with their hero names that they were going to use and a description of their quirks. Name, Ozydius. Hero name, Pharaoh, the Sand Lord. Quirk, Sand Pharaoh. Quirk description, allows the individual to create, control, and transform any sand that they create or that is near them. They are able to turn their sand into whatever shape they can imagine in their minds and keep their focuses on. Name, Zarashida. Hero name, Oasis, the Ghost Petal. Quirk, Ghost Petals. Quirk description, allows the user to summon ghost petals that take the appearance of the ghost plant, Graptopetalum paraguayens, that lives in desert areas. These petals can be transformed into swords that appear as if they are not fully there but are capable of delivering damage just as if they were real. Name, Izuku Midoriya. Hero name, Grace, redeeming his actions as a villain though he was forced to be one. Quirk, Life Force. Quirk description, this quirk allows the user to drain the life force and redistribute it at the user's will. Life force is contained in any living entity such as humans, animals, and plants like trees, so the user can choose to drain the life force from what is within their range or all of the life force in their range and use it for themselves or on others. Izuku knew taking his former villain name, though he was forced to be a villain, was asking for a bit of trouble with villains knowing who he was, but he didn't care. He grew attached to the name of Grace as it defined him so much when he was under their control, and he wanted to wipe away the sins that were attached to the name as well. There was also the fact that even if he didn't use Grace as his hero name, anyone that he had healed before in the past could recognize him if they really wanted to do so, since the Corona family never hid his face, so it didn't really matter in the long run as he really only dealt with villains in America, and as a world hero he would go across the world and build a name as Grace with so many people. The teacher accepted Izuku's reasons on why he picked his former villain name and thought it was a wholesome reason to do so, which meant all of their hero names were accepted and would be what they would use moving forward. The teacher then took them to the opening ceremony before dismissing them for the day, as it was only a half day, but he warned them that they would be jumping straight into training when they came back the next day, which they all nodded their heads. This was how Izuku's and the duo lives started to change as they entered high school for hero training, and they couldn't be happier since they were doing it together. Third POV. It has been several months since Izuku, Zara, and Ozzy have all started their first semester of hero training at Ashwood Academy. During this time, Izuku could honestly say that it was an institution that was worthy and deserving of its position as a World Hero Association school for being able to push him even further in his training in ways that he didn't even think of exploring or recognizing gaps that he had due to his time with the Corona family. During the initial months, Izuku kept surpassing all of the physical training benchmarks that the staff would put together for his physical training, so they had to sit down with Izuku and worked on a specialized training regime for him to work on so that he would be pushed. The biggest factor in this training plan though was the fact that they had equipped Izuku with a quirk suppressant wristband. The reason for this wristband was due to the fact that through some testing they had discovered that Izuku's quirk was more or less on 24/7 in the back of his mind. The result of this was that his subconscious mind would pull vitality from trees or other plants that were within his range, as he always used humans as a last resort method unless he was fighting against an opponent. As such, Izuku's quirk was constantly resupplying him with an extremely slow rate of energy that he didn't even notice, but in the long run of physical training it had an incredible effect. As Izuku kept training, his body would automatically slowly heal his muscles, which just sped up the rate of physical activity and body workout that he did, but there was a drawback to this though. As Izuku was constantly training and was used to having his energy resupplied even on a subconscious level, this meant that he didn't know what it felt like to lose energy on a constant rate without being resupplied. Izuku was honestly surprised to learn of such a feature of his quirk, since he had thought that he had learned of all of the usage that his quirk had to it. The reason he thought this wasn't due to arrogance of having such a powerful quirk or anything, but it was due to how many tests and research went into studying his quirk by the doctors that Rage employed in the Corona family, since Rage wanted to reap enough out of Izuku to earn back all of the money he so kindly invested into him when he bought Izuku from the auction. As such, Izuku had thought that everything that could be known about his quirk had already been discovered through all of Theseus' tests and didn't think of trying to find anything else out but only just improving what he already knew about it. With this new aspect of his quirk found and being suppressed so he could train differently, it did take him some time to adjust to his new training, since he couldn't just rely on his quirk to supplement his energy like he was so used to doing so. As such, Izuku was experiencing a pure drain on his energy reserves like any other normal person would, and wouldn't last as long as he typically would when he was performing such intense training. Izuku did listen to his homeroom teacher explain why training like he was now was extremely important for him to be doing. The man explained that during Izuku's time with the Corona family, Izuku had been taught to in a way that made him heavily reliant on his quirk, and that he needed to more or less put people down in a permanent fashion, which he couldn't do as a hero in regards to both issues that the teacher brought up. Being reliant on your quirk can lead to your death if you are ever in a situation in which you couldn't use it and you weren't used to not being able to use it in your fighting style. Let's take an underground pro hero from your native country, Japan. In this country there is a pro hero by the name of... The teacher was saying, but then got cut off by Izuku, who said the hero's name as Eraserhead and gave a short description of the quirk and theorized limits and abilities. Izuku's homeroom teacher rolled his eyes a bit and reminded Izuku to raise his hand before interrupting his teachers, which Izuku nodded his head at before letting his teacher continue. As I was saying, Eraserhead can stop your quirk, so you wouldn't be able to end the fight straight away unless you got him first. Even then, there can be other quirks that potentially could render yours unable to affect them. For example, we have no idea what would happen if someone had a quirk that allowed them to be untouchable, or if someone could pass through objects or something else. Would you still be able to get them if they were still in your range, or would they not be picked up? You must prepare for all encounters, said Izuku's homeroom teacher, and Izuku nodded his head as the man then went on to explain why Izuku can't just drop people to near-death states all of the time. For example, the reason it was being brought up was due to a training they had with the other classes during the past few months, where Izuku had done just as the teacher mentioned. Izuku had drained his opponents of all of their energy to a point they were nearly dead, but then healed them back up when the match was called. It went roughly like this, as Izuku was put against several students in another class in a 2 versus 1 simulation for getting experience in fighting against multiple people. Izuku used his quirk right away as the staff person announced that the fight was starting, which resulted in the two opponents just dropping to the ground and looking completely wrinkled and old. Those said students now completely avoid Izuku like the plague as well, which isn't something that the staff wants to spread to other students as well, so they have those two in therapy from their near-death experience. The reason Izuku was being taught not to do this right away was due to the risks of someone accidentally dying due to underlying health conditions or external factors. It was okay if Izuku drained them of enough energy that they couldn't really move that well or was extremely tired, but not to drain them to the point that their skin wrinkled and they looked like they haven't eaten in years. Izuku nodded his head as the teacher finished explaining the school's reasons on why they wanted him to break that habit that he currently had since the Corona family taught him to do it, and the possible end results of it. There was also the fact that the teacher pointed out that what if Izuku ended up ending someone and they turned out to be in a similar situation that Izuku was in and weren't willing to be villains but had no choice? That statement had hit Izuku a bit hard, as he agreed that he didn't want to accidentally end someone that could very well be in a situation like his own, but the teacher did remind Izuku that even as a hero he would most likely end when playing the life of a civilian over that of a villain's. In my long career, I have made that judgment call so many times when I have driven someone to insanity due to my illusions to bring them to a stop so that others would not die. It is something you will have to live with when you claim a life, but you need to have faith that you did it for the safety of others that did not go out and choose to harm others, stated Izuku's homeroom teacher as he looked at all of them in the classroom that afternoon when they had finished training. Izuku knew his hands were stained with the blood of many already, even if they were not innocent people per se. He still has ended, though it wasn't a decision that he made himself but was forced. Ending anyone moving forward would most likely be a decision he made and would weight on him far heavier than the death of the villains that he had ended directly or indirectly. This doesn't even take into the consideration the guilt Izuku believes he carries for any innocent people's deaths when he healed villains at the direction of the Corona family. Either so, Izuku gripped his hand and knew that he needed to learn not to be so quick to put people on the steps of death as he so easily used to doing. Anyway, moving on from just the training that they were doing. Everything was going as smoothly as it could with their training and education, but there was one thing that was slightly off, or rather something that was pissing Ozzy and Zara off. This thing, or rather someone, was an individual that kept trying to get extremely close with Izuku. Now, the duo has nothing against Izuku making friends and even want him to do so, but they draw the line at the said friends hitting on Izuku Midoriya. Now, luckily for them in a sense is the fact that Izuku is extremely dense, so he doesn't even recognize the fact that one of the female students from the other first-year classes has been hitting on him for the past few weeks now. However, that doesn't excuse the female first-year in their minds from approaching on what they consider their territory, because they sure as hell were not going to let some random female try and wiggle her way into Izuku's heart where they have been working on it for quite some time now. Again, the duo was all for Izuku making friends, but they knew they needed to get this female in line one way or another, so they decided to showcase their skills right in front of the other student. Now, what skills were they talking about, you may ask? Well, they were talking about how they could get up close and personal with one Izuku Midoriya and be sadistic in their methods to flaunt their presence in front of the other student. As such, whenever this female student would come around, Ozzy or Zara would end up pulling Izuku into their laps and just straight up cuddle with him in public, even when he became a blushing and stuttering mess. Whenever one would do this, the other would work on distracting Izuku's mind with conversations about quirks or training that they were doing, so Izuku would calm down and get more used to public displays of affection, even though they knew he was still emotionally stunted in regards to what they were always hinting at towards him. Then again, they could tell he would look at them when he thought they wouldn't notice and would catch his eyes looking at them up and down. As such, they knew he wasn't fully stunted in regards to their advances, but most likely didn't know how to separate friendship and romantic relations from each other and understand it fully yet. However, it seems that this would only go on for about another half of a month before things hit a turning point in regards to the female student who kept trying to get close to Izuku. The reason this is said is because as they were nearing the end of their first semester, the female student that was always trying to get extremely personal with Izuku decided to confront both Ozzy and Zara one afternoon when Izuku had separated from them as he needed to go to the restroom. The female could be described as a student blonde bimbo who stomped right up towards both of them and decided to speak her mind since she didn't see Izuku around. "You both need to stop being so disgusting when you're around Izuku," the bimbo said, and both of them wanted to just slap the women right there and then, but held back since they didn't want to get in trouble with the school. Instead, they decided to be extremely petty and flaunt how close they were to Izuku right into the bimbo's face. "Oh, we aren't doing anything that isn't normal with him? What exactly is disgusting to you?" Ozzy asked, and the other student took the bait right then and there as she opened her mouth and spewed insults. She started to talk about how it was disgusting that Ozzy would pull another man into his lap, and that Ozzy and Zara looked like some inbred relationship was going on between them, and how they wanted to corrupt Izuku's purity. Both Ozzy and Zara were dumbfounded for multiple reasons, but also extremely pissed off. Firstly, this bimbo had the nerve to talk trash about male-on-male relationships when it was widely accepted nowadays, except in some more remote places or some countries that were falling behind with the times. The world was far more focused on quirks and discriminated based on quirks in a lot more countries, but thankfully America wasn't one of them, since there was still a good percentage of quirkless in the country, so they were highly respected. Quite a few held high positions in the government, so they had advocated for protections. Secondly, the fact that the bimbo assumed that Ozzy and Zara were related was likely based on their skin color and heritage, as neither of their last names were the same, so that had to be really the only reason. Both of them acted extremely close and had the same love interest that they had planned to be with together, but they were without a doubt not siblings. Also, the purity of Izuku Midoriya was long corrupted by the villains that stained Izuku's hands in blood. Though his mind might not be dirty, it was without a doubt not pure due to everything he has been through. Anyway, back to reality as both of them rebooted, but before they could say anything they were surprised when Izuku walked up and slapped the bimbo right in the face. "How dare you be mean to my best friends? There is nothing wrong with friends being extremely close, and they aren't even related, so they can be in a relationship all they want," Izuku said, and oh, that made them so proud, but also it hit them right where it hurt with the best friend title. Also, they were confused in if Izuku thought that they were in a romantic relationship because don't get them wrong, they sure did have some feelings between them, but it was really all based around Izuku being the main partner between them, and if he wasn't in a relationship with them they doubted they would be highly engaged in romance between them and would keep it to a platonic relationship. The bimbo was about to start talking again, but Izuku told her to go away and not come near him or them again as he grabbed their hands and walked away. Both of them looked at each other in the eye and could easily guess what the other was thinking, as they wished Izuku wasn't so dense in their advances so they could start a romantic one with them, but they would push forward nonetheless. Soon they were separated from the bimbo and were far away that Izuku came to a stop and asked if they were all right, which they said they were. "We are completely fine. I just wonder if you are against us being so personal and close to you like she pointed out on when either of us pull you into our laps or other extremely personal interactions?" Ozzy asked, trying to gauge where Izuku was at in regards to them being that close. Izuku blushed a bit and both of them raised an eyebrow at that as Izuku stuttered out that he didn't mind it before he just turned around and walked away. "Oh, seems we are further along than we thought," Zara thought as she smirked a bit and just followed behind Izuku as Ozzy just chuckled and ran up to Izuku. As the rest of the semester continued to push forward, they just kept getting better and better at their training, but the duo would also get a bit bolder with each time as they continued to push the line with Izuku. They were trying to make their point get across, but the parents at the house were kind of getting tired of the duo's shameless actions, as even they were getting uncomfortable just like the teachers at the schools with their bizarre actions. As such, it was decided that the mothers would sit down with Izuku and have a conversation with Izuku, as they always knew that the two mothers were a bit closer to Izuku than the fathers were, and the reason they think they were closer was due to Hisashi Midoriya actions. Izuku always was a bit more wary even after all of this time with asking for advice from the two fathers, and would go to the two mothers far more than anyone else if he needed something for personal use or something else. As such, they agreed to sit down with Izuku and have a private conversation, while the fathers would take the duo and have a conversation with them as well on their shameless actions, as they needed to tame it down and just outright ask Izuku if he wanted to be in a relationship with them, since Izuku was so emotionally stunted. Third POV. There are many things that have happened in the past month since the start of summer break, because even though they were on a summer break, they were not enjoying it like everyone else was allowed to do so. Firstly, just right before summer break started, all three of the children had the talk with the respective adults. The mothers took care of Izuku and the fathers took care of Ozzy and Zara, since they knew the duo knew enough but just needed to calm down and just ask Izuku out already. Izuku was a bit more of a challenge in the mother's view due to how medical and clinical Izuku sounded when he talked about the knowledge he already possesses in regards to human reproduction. This showed greatly that he lacked what was a critical aspect for the conversation at hand, and that was the fact that Izuku was lacking the emotions during this entire conversation for what they wanted to achieve, as he was distancing himself in regards to the personal interactions that would take place in love between individuals. After some more work, they were finally able to break through Izuku's denseness and talked about how romantic feelings were typically portrayed towards others, and without saying the duo's names they used everything that they have been doing with Izuku as examples. This got the result in the end that they wanted, as he was completely red due to embarrassment of having this conversation with his adoptive mothers. They ended the conversation and Izuku ended up avoiding the duo for about 2 weeks until they trapped him at the park with their quirks so that he would stop running away from them. Izuku would never stay in the same room with them unless there were other individuals present, because he was so stuck in his thoughts on what both of them have been doing with him and his attempts at denying his feelings that the mothers had brought to the survive. Izuku recognized that he has had feelings for both of them for a while but kept them deep inside due to many reasons, like thinking they were together. He also thought he wasn't worthy and damaged, but once he explained all of this to the duo, they were at the point that they were shedding some small tears as they explained their feelings to Izuku. They explained that they have always wanted him to be around them and needed him to more or less function nowadays due to how attached they were to him. As such, by the end of the semester and start of summer break, they were in an official relationship between each other. Now back to the issues at hand, as they were all starting their summer break. As students of the World Heroes Association Ashwood Academy, the students were expected to give it their all in their training and education so that they could graduate as soon as possible, but that didn't mean they didn't have some downtime during this summer. No, what mainly happened during the summer break was that every student was set up with an internship that they were attending, and this meant that Izuku, Ozzy, and Zara were being separated most of the time due to the world they were doing with their internships and could only meet with each other after they were done with that. Now this wasn't the end of the world, but for three individuals who were in the start of their official polyamory relationship, they hated the fact that they had to be away from each other because in all honesty Izuku missed being praised and comforted all of the time by his boyfriend and girlfriend. Sadly though, Izuku knew the benefits of performing these internships outweighed his desire to be pampered by his newly acquired lovers, so he was putting up with being away from them most of the day until they all got home to cuddle, which was a bit awkward at first once Izuku started to apply romantic feelings towards their actions, but he was getting far more used to the things that they did. Anyway, Izuku's internship was a bit more different from anyone else's internships because instead of going out to follow someone at an agency or on a patrol, Izuku was sent to one of the main hospitals near him as he would be following a minor healing hero who helps out at large-scale destruction attacks or natural disasters. The goal of this internship wasn't to teach Izuku how to fight better or anything, but rather to give him legal experience in hospitals and on the field with using his quirk in areas that he had limited amount of vitality that he could steal from plants, as hospitals didn't tend to be near a lot of plant life. Instead, he was surrounded by a lot of humans that he wasn't allowed to steal their energy from to heal his patients. This was forcing Izuku to start facing ethical conundrums that he didn't have to face before in the past under the Corona family, who would always ensure that Izuku had a supply of energy to take. There was also the challenges of who does he heal first with his limited energy and what wounds were more serious than others in regards to keeping a person alive, since in a hospital there was people coming and going all of the time, so there was always an endless need for energy. These challenges honestly stumped Izuku in regards to using his quirk, because before now he just stole energy from any living plants near him to heal the wounded, but now he couldn't just do that. The person he was interning with also pointed out that if Izuku ever found himself in a large-scale villain attack, that he wouldn't really have large sources of energy that he could take from either, since most cities nowadays don't have a lot of nature just spreading across the city. It would be even worse in natural disasters or large-scale villain attacks, that because a large amount of destructions due to the fact that the only main sources of energy that would likely be near would be the injured, the heroes helping people, and the villains in the case of a villain attack. However, one or two villains wouldn't have enough energy to supply to save a small crowd of around 10 people, because it would end up ending the villain even if Izuku used them as the source of energy to heal the villain's victims. As such, the healing hero was forcing Izuku to think outside of the box and understand the limits of what his quirk had when he wasn't provided easy access to energy sources to save someone's life. As this training went on, Izuku was informed that he would be undergoing his certification and licensing to acquire his medical healing licenses that would allow him to use his quirk to heal others even without a hero's license. These special licenses were created for anyone with a healing quirk due to how rare healing quirks were and how valuable they were as well. This would also be the first step towards Izuku earning his medical certification, since his knowledge in the medical field in theory was high enough to have earned a PhD with how much he has studied and learned under the Corona family, but first he needed the healing license before he was going to be allowed to sit for the special exam that would grant him a doctor's license and his PhD in medical science. As Izuku was studying one night at home for the upcoming exam that his internship was going to have him take at the end, Ozzy and Zara both asked him what was making him annoyed, because they could tell by the small flickers of his eyebrow that something was annoying him. Izuku sighed and pulled himself into their laps as he complained about how his quirk had a use disadvantage when it came to healing inside of a hospital or a city due to the limited energy sources. Put me in a fight and I can end it with a flick of my hand. Put me in a hospital to heal, which is what my quirk was meant to do, and then I feel like I am weighed down by all of the ethical conundrums that I face with my screwed up beliefs I have in how I used to heal people so easily. Izuku said as he pouted a bit, but the duo didn't laugh like they normally would, because they agreed that Izuku was facing a challenge he wasn't used to and would need to make hard decisions he would have to live with when it came to healing people. Who lives and who dies could very well become a decision that their kitten could be forced to make, so neither of them were willing to make a joke or laugh in regards to the topic that they were now on. Instead, they helped Izuku relax and tried to get him to calm down, since getting worked up about it would not help him find answers or solutions. As they were doing this, Izuku had turned his quirk sight on as he looked at all of the energy around them, as their home was near a lot of nature, which Izuku always liked having close to him for the biggest reason of supplying his quirk in an emergency. As Izuku was starting to relax, he looked at Ozzy and Zara before smacking himself in the face, confusing them and making them quite a bit concerned as they asked him why he smacked himself. The answer they received was a simple one: because you all have energy. Your own energy, Izuku said, confusing them as they knew any life form had its own life energy. That Izuku could see, so they weren't grasping at what he was saying. Izuku though noticed their confusion, which caused him to chuckle a bit before he gave them a more detailed answer to what he had meant when he said they had their own energy. Each individual has their own energy which I can steal like normal, but what I can do is use that energy on the individual themselves until I reach their critical point of harming their life. Izuku said as he explained, and he was right. Everyone had a variable amount of energy in their body depending on their age, physical fitness, and other variables, but each individual did have a line that he couldn't cross without nearly ending them or putting them into a coma. If he drained all of the energy, then it meant death for whatever he stole it from, which he has done during his time in the Corona family. However, anything above that hypothetical line that he senses in each individual person meant that he could take it and use it directly back on their wounds to overcome the direct issue of having limited energy in his own body or him being supplied any. This didn't change a grand deal of things, but it did add another layer of energy he was forgetting about when he needed to heal someone and couldn't use his own energy without harming himself. For example, if a person came in with a broken arm, then I could take their own energy to heal them without using my own energy. It would be more or less just like how the recovery hero, recovery girl back in Japan heals people. She uses the individual's own energy up to a point before stopping to heal their wounds. She can also have that energy targeted on where she is directing her quirk like I can do as well. However, Mai is vertical in the fact that I can take energy from outside sources or my own to supplement the injured person, so I can go further than what she could. I have been so used to using outside sources that I forgot about the initial internal source of energy when healing people. Izuku explained and wore a smile on his face as the duo congratulated him for solving his main issue in regards to figuring out how to heal most people when it comes to having a lack of energy sources. Izuku was so happy that he learned how to do this that he decided that it would be one of the first things that he would talk about with his internship mentor. Though, Izuku was not expecting her to smile and tell him that he accomplished what she wanted him to do in regards to the main purpose of the internship, which dumbfounded Izuku as he asked her to explain what she meant. As his internship mentor explained to him, the school noticed that Izuku was far too reliant on external sources of energy for using his quirk in regards to healing and combat, which was fine in the grand scheme of things. However, when it came to being limited and or cut off from his main sources of energy due to being located in places that lacked sources of energy, they noticed that Izuku became far more hesitant and were concerned about his ability to adapt and think outside of the box if he needed to heal someone in an emergency. As such, we wanted you to apply everything you knew and remember that the individuals you are healing can be healed by their own energy before you go to external sources. Now you of course need to be careful of their energy levels and not cause harm as a healer, but you already know that, but just kept forgetting to use their internal before your internal or external sources, said his mentor, and Izuku nodded his head as she told him that she deemed him ready enough to sit for the healing license exam now. Izuku perked up a bit behind his facade of being emotionless to a point that he almost let a smile slip past it, but caught it just in time, as he still doesn't let really any grand gestures of emotion get displayed in front of people he didn't consider close to him. With this news in hands, Izuku asked the duo how their internships were going so far, as he had already informed them that he was going to be sitting for his healer's license sooner than intended, as his internship mentor had approved of him doing so with the school's support. Both Ozzy and Zara talked about their internships and explained how they were more focused on overcoming the odds when things were stacked against them in a fight. My internship mentor was brutal in the training, as the man would more or less turn my sand into pure glass due to his fire control quirk. I've been learning how to get around quirks like that so people can't render me easily defeatable in the field, Ozzy said, and Izuku nodded his head and asked how he was overcoming those situations. Ozzy explained that instead of larger attacks that had a lot of sand which was flashy, the mentor was teaching Ozzy to go with smaller and more hidden attacks, such as controlling a main attack that distracts people but then using some of his concentration on smaller amounts of sand to get up close and bind people's arms or legs without the target knowing. Overall, this was smart because once you have someone bound even for a few moments, it could change the entire course of a battle, even if you only end up tripping a person for a few seconds. Now, while Ozzy had finished explaining what type of training he had been doing, it was now Zara's turn to talk about what has happened so far in her internship, and while it was great, it also annoyed Izuku for some reason. The internship mentor that Zara has been working with was known to be a bit showy and sual in how she distractions her enemies in fights while she uses her quirk, which is fair for the mentor as her quirk is a mental one that relies on confusing opponents and submerging them into an illusion that she uses to cause real-life damage to the opponent's body. This is similar to Zara's quirk in the fact that her ghost petal swords are more or less illusions that can still cause bodily harm, but she doesn't require the step of weakening one's mental mind to allow the damage to happen. Now the part where Izuku was annoyed at is how her mentor was encouraging her to use her womanly assets to her advantage against perverted males or the few cases of perverted women as well. Izuku was in the belief that this was just playing into stereotypes that women have to sexualize themselves to do well in the hero field, which he believed that they could stand on their own without sexualizing themselves. Zara agreed that while her mentor's tricks would indeed play out somewhat well against perverted men and women, it did rub her the wrong way a bit. Izuku told her to not do anything she was uncomfortable with and expressed this to her mentor that while the tricks are helpful in situations that she may need to employ them, that she wouldn't be using them as one of her main actions as it sexualized her too much and that it wasn't what she wanted to represent as a future pro-hero. Zara nodded her head, but she smirked slightly as she leaned down to Izuku, who had his head on her lap, and pushed herself quite close to him as she said that Izuku just wanted her to himself. Izuku blushed hard as he got off their laps with his face bright red due to her actions as he grumbled out about being teased all of the time, which just made the duo break out in grins as they truly did enjoy tormenting Izuku all of the time with their actions. The days went by as they enjoyed the challenges that their internships were throwing at them, as it just continued to help make them grow stronger with each passing day, as some days they were even taken out on patrols and allowed to fight to get real-life experience. As the internships came to an end, Izuku was proud to have his healer's licenses approved, as it allowed him to legally heal people and use his quirk a bit more in public, though it did not grant him the right to fight against others, but he was allowed to sap away at the life force of other living things to heal others, which did create a giant loophole that he could easily bend, since he was taught to bend laws in the Corona family all of the time to avoid getting arrested. Outside of that, Ozzy and Zara's internships also welcomed them back to do a work study with them in the future, though Izuku doubted Zara would go back to her mentor's place, or she may, because Izuku was starting to see signs of Zara being far more outgoing with sexual appeal when it came to distracting people. Though, she tended to only do it towards Izuku in his opinion, and he has yet to see her do it against someone else, so it just may be that she's deploying all of the tactics against him only. Yeah. I can see her going back to that woman for a work study just to learn things to use against me, was one of Izuku's thoughts by the end of the internship, and for some reason he felt a shiver down his neck when he had thought of it, as Zara just looked at him and smiled greatly the moment he had that thought. This was how their internships came to an end, and the next challenge of starting their second semester at Ashwood Academy began, as it was time to fight against the other classes in their interschool fighting leaderboard competition, which pitted all of the students from all of the classes across the years against each other to determine who was the strongest in the school. This didn't grant anyone any special privileges or anything, but gave them a goal of being at the top whenever the graduate, as the competition was held across the entire second semester of every year and would not come to an end until the end of the semester. Third POV. Let it be known that Izuku Midoriya was a boy of hardships but also some good fortune, as he pushed through life taking each challenge head-on and learning how to survive against great threats. However, at this very moment is when Izuku was wondering if God cursed him due to how powerful his quirk was and how easily he could play with life and death with his two hands. The reason Izuku was thinking like this is because up until this very moment, he was going through the second semester of his school without any real issue. Izuku and the duo were pushing their way up the leaderboard for the school-wide competition, but now he felt like everything was about to fall apart and the world was going to be destroyed due to the man that was standing in front of him and the duo. Izuku would describe the man as fitting for the position of being the Lord of Hell himself due to the sheer pressure that he produced from his mere presence alone, but Izuku was not one to bend his knee that easily like the man wanted him to do. No. Izuku refused to bend, for he knew death only waited if he submitted to the man, and his lovers would not be spared for the reach of this man regardless of promises. Now don't get confused, as we are going to look back to the start of the semester and see how everything has unfolded to this point in time as events started to play out to make this meeting between Grace, Izuku, and the Lord of Hell himself happen. As Izuku, Ozzy, and Zahara all arrived back at their school for the start of their second semester, they learned of the competition that would be taking place across the entire school, as it was called the Royal Gladiator Challenge, as the students would have their fights take place inside of a stadium that was reminiscent of an old gladiator-themed stadium due to how the Americans were obsessed with old Greek architecture-style buildings, which this was built in a Greek theme for the stadium. As such, two opponents go in with only one left standing and being able to fight. The thing about this competition was that once you challenged someone, you had to keep going to challenge the next person on the ranking and then the next and so forth until you stopped with your defeat. As such, everyone that was in the school from the previous year already had a ranking, and the newest students would be the ones mainly challenging the upper years until everyone had a rank. Once that happened, the upper year students would challenge anyone above them if they wanted to try to push for a higher rank, and this just kept going as anyone could challenge anyone that was a rank higher than them. This competition was set up like this for many reasons, but the main ones were the fact that it forced a sheer amount of competition and challenged the students to keep growing against their peers as they needed to overcome the challenges that were in front of them. It also served as a form of entertainment between the students and staff as it allowed them to feel the intensity of being forced to overcome the odds to beat the villains with everyone watching and judging your performance as citizens and the media will constantly do. This was to help them get ready for that and adjust so that they would not break under pressure outside of the school because as students of a World Hero Association school, once they graduated they would become agents of the World Hero Association, meaning they would have the entire world watching their actions with a fine-tooth comb, unlike just having one or a few countries watching your performance if you were a normal famous hero like All Might was, who was known across the world but yet wasn't a WHA hero, as the man really only worked in America in the past and now worked really in Japan only. All Might of course has been to other countries but never really stayed there or gone back often like world heroes who constantly are on the move most of the time and are sent where they are needed instead of just being stationed in one single country for the majority of their time. Anyway, back to the tournament itself. Izuku, Ozzy, and Zahara of course wanted to reign supreme, and Izuku highly doubted he was going to have any issues going up the ladder because in all honesty he wanted to challenge the #1 position right away, but there was a rule against that. You could only challenge someone that was 2 ranks above you at maximum. This was to force people to compete with each other and not just skip everyone and aim for whoever is at the top, as it would sooner or later burn out whoever is in the top positions due to fighting every single person that believed they were strong enough. No, instead you need to work up the ranks and be within 2 ranks of whoever you wanted to fight so that you were forced to gain skills to adapt to different opponents that you would come across in the tournament. Izuku resigned himself to his fate and started to prepare himself for the long path to the top of the ranks, but also was willing to take it for what it was, a training method of patience and gaining experience, so he decided to take it one opponent at a time instead of skipping some like he could. Ozzy and Zar on the other hand didn't want to wait, so they challenged whoever they could straight away, with one of them taking the lowest current ranked person and then the second lowest ranked person right after challenges were being accepted by the school staff. All in total there was 99 students across the entire school, with 15 of them being first years, 57 being from the second years, and 27 being considered third-year students who have yet to graduate since the school held them back 1 year due to the school believing they lacked something. However, Izuku learned from his homeroom teacher that all of those 27 will actually be graduating this year since they have covered what the school was wanting them to fix before they were allowed to graduate. This meant that for those third years, this would be the last semester that they could change their ranks and aim for the top positions, which was ironically in Izuku's mind nicknamed the court ranks or the royal ranks, as the first position was called the king, second was called the queen, and the third was called the jack. The reason Izuku found it ironic was due to how Ozzy and Zara were called the royal duo back in their old school before they dragged Izuku into their mess, which made them become called the royal trio. Izuku wondered if all 3 of them would end up at the top, but who was he kidding, since he doubted the duo would let him be a part of a court rank with anyone besides them and would aim directly for the heads of anyone that tried to take what they deemed as their rightful places next to Izuku's sides, even in just a simple ranking list. Anyway, the first match was between Ozzy and a second-year student who was in the 84th rank position, and their quirk allowed them to create things out of other material in what Izuku would call equivalent exchange, similar to the old pre-quirk anime based on the initial impressions that Izuku was seeing. He could see why this student would be at this school due to the possibilities of the quirk. The student placed his hands on the ground as he walked forward. Out of the ground came whips that looked like any normal whip. Izuku wondered if there was a time limit before the material changed back or not, and how large of an object could the student make. The student could theoretically make gold or other valuable items and crash some economies, which is probably why he is at this school, so the WHA can keep the student from doing just that. Sadly for this student, he made his activation requirements quite clear in the fact that he needed his hands to touch other materials. This meant that Ozzy went directly for the hands and used his sand to force the student's hands together, so the only thing he could use his quirk on would be himself, which would not be good. In all honesty, the match didn't last that long and wasn't that exactly, though maybe that is why the student was at the bottom of the ranks, because he could even see the teachers shake their heads a bit at the student's actions in the fight. Izuku thought of several ways to hide the activation requirement by getting a small smoke bomb or something else. The student could even hide some lightweight material on his own body and transform that stuff into weapons, because in these fights you were allowed your support gear and costumes because the staff wanted to simulate real actual fights that you may encounter in the field. In the field you would be facing against people using illegal weapons or support gears, so there was no point in limiting it here in these fights. Moving onward, as Ozzy took the 48th rank, It was now Zara's turn since she had challenged the 47th ranked individual. Since you were allowed to challenge 2 above your own rank, even if you didn't have a rank you could still only go 2 above from the bottom. Now, the opponent that Zara was going to be fighting was a bit different in terms of quirk in Izuku's view. The quirk of this student was called Chain Reaction, and it was a bit direct in the name, but the applications were quite large if used correctly and in a smart manner. The quirk granted the user the ability to cause a chain reaction of events or a series of possible events. In other words, this allowed the user to pick what would happen based off on an action they seize or causes. For example, if the student was to punch Zara in the nose, there is a chance even if they punched incorrectly to break Zara's nose right away or bruise it. With the user's quirk, they could cause the nose to break that instant, cause a concussion because they fell, or many other things. It was like controlling the chances of probability and selecting what you wanted to have within a certain range of what could be possible by that action. Another example is if they were to throw a rock, they could show how cause a chain reaction that causes their opponent to trip on that said rock, which results in them stepping out of the ring or knocking their head against something that causes them to black out. However, it wasn't limitless even though it had a large amount of potential. Even if you see someone, you can't cause a chain of reactions to make them fall if they aren't moving at all. That was the case with Zara, who didn't even move as she turned on her quirk and sent out her illusions and used the petals of the quirk to block the line of sight of her opponent, rendering them incapable of stopping the blades from reaching her. As such, Zara defeated her opponent by using her opponent's weaknesses against her, since the duo has long learned to perform a quick quirk analysis due to Izuku's teaching them how to do so. Now, Izuku decided to wait a bit before he would start challenging people because he didn't really want to fight either of the duo, so he allowed them to go up in the ranks a bit, and when there was a small gap in the individuals between the two of them due to how many times each of them challenged someone, Izuku decided it was time to start his fights. As such, on the start of the second week when Ozzy was at rank 70 and Zara was at rank 66, Izuku started his challenges and alerted everyone up to rank 50 that he had planned to challenge them all within the next week or so. A lot of people were thinking he was overestimating his abilities, but none of the staff were, because they knew the truth of Izuku's past and capabilities, so they had all of the individuals accept the challenges in order as they knew Izuku would go through them in less than a week. As Izuku said and completed, he challenged each individual and ended up defeating them outside of Ozzy and Zara, who he purposely skipped over since he didn't want to fight them. He wasn't looking down on them or anything, and they knew that as well, since Izuku just didn't like using his quirk on those he cared about to harm them and only wanted to use it to heal them. By the end of the week, everyone was greatly aware of Izuku Midoriya's capabilities in defeating everyone with a single wave of his hand, which was shocking to them all as they thought he only had a heal quirk, and he does, but not many knew he could drain them of all of their energy like he has been doing. Now, while all of this was going on, there were things moving in the shadows that were coming out of hiding. One such entity was said to be nothing but myth and was made up to scare little children at night when they were misbehaving, but sadly this individual was not a myth nor made up. This entity was real, and it was delivered news of a young prince of the American underworld that had the capabilities of restoring anyone that was injured, even if they were missing limbs or organs. The news was delivered by one of the man's newest recruits who used to live in America and belonged to one of the rival groups that were more or less wiped out by the Corona family. The man thought that by alerting the ruler of Japan's underworld, he could get some revenge against the Corona family, even though he heard about their defeat at the hero's hands in America. He just didn't care due to how many friends and those he considered family died at the hands of his enemies. He simply wanted revenge against them, and what better way than against the young prince of the Corona family who decided to go play hero. The long and forgotten man stood up from his chain and thanked his newest recruit for the information as he laid his hand on top of the man's head. Suddenly, the man dropped to the floor as he was knocked out by the man who he saw as his new boss. "Prepare me for a trip to America. We have a young healer to track down and gain assistance of," said the ancient man towards a TV that was stacked up with many other TVs in the dark room. A new voice came out of one of the TVs with no picture, who confirmed that they would start preparing his mobile unit for him so that they could take their time in America to track the healer down. "I'll also use some of my contacts from my alias to see if I can learn anything about the healer. All that we currently know is his former villain name was Grace and that he absorbed energy from plants to heal people," the doctor's voice said, and the other man said to have any information that they could obtain gathered as quickly as possible, as this could change the entire scope of his plans if the trip proved successful. "Are we informing young Tamura?" the doctor asked, and the man now known as Sensei said not to, and that they would have Kurogiri open a warp gate when it was time to leave, but otherwise they would have him stay in Japan to watch over Tamura while they were away in America. This was how Izuku's villain name came into the position of this ancient man known as Sensei, but he also went by another name that Izuku would engrave into his mind as one fit to become the Lord of Hell itself. The man's name was none other than All for One, and he had now set his sights upon one Izuku Midoriya as the ancient man would start his search of America to locate and track the prince of the underworld, Grace, down to gain their cooperation. But sadly for All for One and Izuku, this wasn't going to be a very quiet trip that would take place, as a lot of noise would be generated due to this so-called trip, and the repercussions of the trip would have long-lasting effects for our young hero as 2 months later, nearing the end of Izuku's second semester, appeared a man floating in the air with a black mask on his head that looked similar to a skull. "Hello, Grace. I have been looking for you to acquire your services, but to find out that you went from a villain to a hero in training was quite a surprise," said the masked man who floated in front of Izuku. Izuku could feel the sheer energy and pressure this man radiated off of him by just existing, and he knew the man before him was worthy to rule over all that was evil as he introduced himself as All for One, or rather Sensei. Izuku stood firmly as he glanced around and took in the sights of the forest that was burning down to the ground due to the simple wave of this man's hands. The forest that Izuku was in was none other than the forest where he had many great experiences with the duo at, and was a cherished memory for him, and to see it burning down to the ground caused so much anger in his heart. Third POV. Taking a breath of air into his lung, he could feel the slight burn to them due to all of the smoke and pure heat that was radiating off of the flaming forest around him currently. Years' worth of memories were made in this very park, as it was where Izuku, Ozzy, and Zara progressed their relations in each step to even becoming lovers at this spot when they had confronted him about their feelings towards him after each of them had the talk with the parents of the family. However, now it was turned into a nightmare out of hell, as the land was torn apart and everything was burning to the ground due to a few simple words that Izuku had given to the man. Izuku had told the man that he would not heal him as he wanted, since Izuku was pretty sure the man floating in the air had been a villain, and it turns out that he was correct, as the man turned everything in the area to a complete wasteland by the sheer power he held. Izuku, though, did not show any fear to the man in front of him, as it was clear to Izuku that the man had a large gap in knowledge regarding Izuku capabilities and current life due to how the man initially greeted him. Now you may wonder what exactly Izuku means when he believes that his opponent, that he now knows as Sensei, or rather All for One, has a lack of knowledge regarding him? Well, simply put, is the fact that when All for One had arrived in the forest to find Izuku alone, he had introduced himself to Izuku, but when he did this he addressed Izuku by his name, or rather former name. All for One made the error of calling Izuku the Underground Prince, Grace, instead of how Izuku is now known as the Hero of Grace. This had sent red flags off in Izuku's minds, because only a certain select group of individuals involved in his case, and those tied to the World Hero Commission, knew of him being the former villain known as Grace. No one outside of this group had really made the connection, since Izuku hasn't been out in public for a debut yet, so the underworld shouldn't have made the connection, but this unknown man did somehow know of Izuku's currently hidden past. Izuku decided to play it up and act the part of being the Underground Prince once again to see what other information he could obtain from the man, and it was quite shocking to learn that the man before him was the #1 villain of Japan and a high-ranking one of the world. Izuku knew that he was in a dangerous position due to the capabilities of the man in front of him, but he didn't let any fear show, nor did he really feel fear in front of the man. Izuku was wary and on edge regarding the man, but fearful? No, not when anything within Izuku's domain was his to rule in regards to life and death. As such, with the man currently deep in his domain, there was no need to fear him, as Izuku latterly had the man's life in his hands, but the one thing Izuku wondered was if he could consume the ancient person's life force all in one go due to how vast it was from what he could see when he had first turned on his quirk and turned it off. The only reason Izuku really had any concerns in dealing with the man in front of him was if he could survive the first wave of Izuku's hand, and if he could move from the place he was at to Izuku in that brief period. If he was able to hold out, then All for One could potentially steal Izuku's quirk, which Izuku refused to allow, since the man could heal himself and become even more unstoppable than what Izuku had learned of the man during his time as a villain. As such, Izuku played everything along up to the moment he had to make a decision in healing the man or not, and of course you know very well from the burning forest that is around Izuku right now indicates what Izuku had said to All for One. No. Izuku said to the man, and the man was confused on why the so-called Underground Prince wasn't willing to heal him even with such a high payment and reward being offered. All for One was offering millions of dollars and other assets to Izuku, but Izuku had turned him down, which confused All for One until he thought that maybe Grace didn't want to help a rival in the underworld, since they were both more or less rulers in their countries. However, that assumption was wrong when the second man with All for one who wore a large coat and a hat covering his face for the most part noticed something on Izuku's body. Izuku was still in his Ashwood Academy school uniform which the man had heard of before and pointed out to All for one. "Oh," All for one said slowly and drawn out as he tilted his head upwards a bit as if he was looking down even more upon Izuku. "Now why a villain such as yourself, Grace, would be attending a hero school? Would you care to explain yourself?" All for one asked, and Izuku, still wearing his mask of indifference, just looked at the two men in front of him and just shrugged as he spoke. "Because I can?" Izuku said, and All for one seemed to be insulted at the tone Izuku took with him as he raised his hand and blasted a portion of the forest away, causing fires to break out. In that moment, Izuku knew he was going to be in for a fight that he couldn't avoid anymore since the man clearly wanted to be healed one way or another. Izuku was thinking on how wonderful it was that the duo had told him to wait here for a surprise that they wanted to bring him for their celebration, since today was the same day that they had become friends all those years ago, but it seems like it was going to be ruined by All for one. All for one though was impressed by the fact that Izuku didn't even flinch at the destruction that he had caused and asked him if he was afraid of him or not, and Izuku's answer of course was no, that he wasn't afraid of him. "Why would I be afraid of an insect? Your life and death is mine to control, and it shows greatly how much you lack in regards to planning when you decided to approach me without knowing what side I am on these days or my capabilities," Izuku said as he purposely taunted the man to get him agitated and become more destructive. The reason may seem counterproductive since the forest and other areas would get destroyed, but it would also alert other heroes to come to his location. All for one though seemed to take great offense at Izuku's insult as he asked how a healing quirk was going to control his life or death, as it could only heal, and that made Izuku chuckle. Even Izuku was surprised with himself when he started to chuckle a bit and had broken his mask of indifference. "Oh, you are laughing?" All for one asked, and Izuku just calmed himself down as he looked at the man and said that even though he had lived for centuries, he was still human in the end, which meant that he was his to control. All for one just let out a chuckling sound himself because he believed that Izuku was overestimating himself against a powerful force that could wipe out nations, but that was the thing though. All for one was still human in the end and didn't have a true immortality quirk or life. Instead, he had things that expanded his life force and slowed his aging process, but none of that mattered in front of Izuku Midoriya. As sirens could be heard in the distance, Izuku raised his hand and spoke aloud. "All of those that reside within my domain are mine to rule in terms of life and death," Izuku said as he waved his hand, and All for one fell to the ground out of the air, but before Izuku could wave his hand once more to bring an end to the man, he vanished as sludge came out of his mouth and the mouth of the other man near him as they escaped. Izuku's theory was right. The man known as All for one had so much life force inside of himself due to the quirks extending his life that one wave of his hand wasn't enough to end the man outright, and that is what Izuku had tried to do in that attack. Honestly, Izuku doubted he could end the man within 2 or 3 waves of his hands and would need to keep draining him without stopping, but there was a problem as well with this. Izuku realized that just after one swing of his hand, he felt like he was aching across his entire body, which confused him until he dispersed some of the energy. Turns out he had a limit currently on how much he could take in and hold, which was roughly the size of about 2,000 normal citizens' life energy, since that is about how much he had taken in at one swing of his hand. That thought truly terrified Izuku, even though he didn't show it, because that meant that he had now found one individual that was no longer completely subjected to his quirk. It didn't mean that Izuku couldn't end him, because the effects were clear that in his damaged state, All for one was heavily injured and fearful of Izuku in that split second that he had brought the man to his knees. Though the question would be if the man could counterattack in the small time frame it would have taken Izuku to get rid of all of the excess energy he had so that he could steal more, or would All for one be able to attack Izuku? Too many questions remained in Izuku's mind, but he had more important things to deal with, such as answering the questions of the heroes and police that were now all around him, as he was the sole individual left in the burning and destroyed forest, because even the fire was still spreading towards the homes outside of the forest, as the rescue heroes and others were just now arriving to try and control the spread. Izuku raised his hands in the air as he saw several police officers with guns aimed at him and many heroes positioned to attack. As he got down on his knees, since he knew better to start a fight that would have him play the role as the villain. He also spoke out as he told them to call his school Ashwood Academy and to contact the World Hero Association since they needed to be notified of what was going on. Some of the heroes looked confused, but others nodded their heads and said that they would contact those organizations as they knew the school was connected to the World Hero Association and recognized the symbol on Izuku's clothing as belonging to the school, so they believed he was a student there. Soon Izuku was in cuffs and was escorted to a police car, which ended up taking him to the local police station. It was about 30 minutes later when Izuku's entire family and lovers walked into the room to see him cuffed to the table. Yo. I always knew I would get thrown in the slammer, Izuku said in a blank tone that made them roll their eyes as a police officer removed the cuffs that kept him contained to the table and said that he was free to go as the WHA was taking over the case and ordered his release. Izuku followed his family out and saw the principal of his school and several agents of the World Hero Association waiting in a limo as he was told to get in with his family. As they were driving away, he sighed as he knew things were about to change, and he was right as he was asked to explain what happened. As he did that, the faces of everyone around him started to pale as the agents from the WA were in disbelief. They weren't in disbelief of such a man even being in existence. No, they were in disbelief that the man was still alive, as they knew of the fight between All Might and All for One that happened a few years ago in Japan. Izuku was given the details of the fight and who the man was, as Izuku already knew most of what the man was due to rumors in the underworld, but they gave him a far clearer picture. So, the symbol of peace from Japan failed to end the Lord of Hell. Interesting, Izuku said in a low tone as he asked if All Might received any wounds from the fight, and the agents said that he was in the hospital for a brief time but that he shows no lasting wounds to their knowledge. However, that didn't sit right with Izuku, but he pushed it out of his mind for now, since he was doubtful that anyone outside of him could walk away from a fight with All for One uninjured. He wasn't looking down on All Might, but the man had super strength, not a quirk like Izuku's, which he can end people with a wave of his hand or save them with a wave of his hand. Though, Izuku didn't bring up his theory of All Might just hiding the wounds and lasting damage because he had no real proof, and he was doubtful that he would meet the man anyway since he was in America and the man was in Japan all of the time. The conversation continued once they had arrived at Ashwood Academy into a closed room, and Izuku begun to realize that he wasn't going to be allowed to stay anymore. "You plan to ship me away, aren't you?" Izuku asked out of nowhere, and the agents froze up because he could pick up the small hints from their conversations and the fact that he saw some details about foreign countries on their papers in front of them. Ozzy's father spoke up and told Izuku that he wasn't leaving but was cut off when the agents confirmed it. "Yes, you're a target now of All for One. He wanted you to heal him before, but now he will target you with the aim of taking your quirk and ending you off. That cannot be allowed to happen, so we need you to be on the move nearly all of the time so that he can't easily track you down outside of the headlines you may or may not make," said one of the agents, and everyone in the room looked at them in shock outside of Izuku and the principal of the school. The principal started to speak and explained how that if Izuku stayed at the school, then All for One could target the building and all of the students to force Izuku to heal him. That man cannot be allowed to return to full strength. It would be a complete failure of the world's governments if that were to happen, as not many heroes could oppose the man even if they were to work together, the principal said as he looked at Izuku and apologized for their school being so weak in front of a demon like All for One. Izuku sighed and asked when he would be leaving so he could spend his remaining days with his lovers and family before he was gone, but that was cut off by the duo saying that if he was going anywhere then they would be joining him. The parents just chuckled and laughed as they anticipated their children to say something along those lines, while the agents just rolled their eyes and said they would make adjustments to account for them as well, but said that they needed someone to act as their teacher and guardian while in the other countries. That is when the principal suggested that the homeroom teacher joins them on the trip, since they could continue their studies and hero lessons with their homeroom teacher but also do missions for the World Hero Association that they are deemed fit enough for field experience. This way they could stay on track for graduation by the end of the next school year, which the agents accepted in the end, since it would be good to have an experienced educator and hero with them. As such, by the end of the day they all had the decisions made outside of one. The agents of the World Hero Association told Izuku that he had to change his hero name as they could not risk him being tracked via it. They admitted that sooner or later he would be found under his new hero name by All for One, but it would at least help by some time if the man couldn't directly tie Izuku to his new name instead of Grace, which was Izuku's former villain name. In all honesty, Izuku was upset and sad that he had to discard his former name as he wanted to clean the blood from the name but would never get to do so. After some thoughts being bounced around the room, Izuku had decided on a new hero name and slogan, for he decided to take up the name Apollo. The hero of brilliance, for Apollo was the god of many things. However, he was the god of truth and prophecy, healing and diseases, the sun and light, along with many other things. As such, it tied into what Izuku wanted to represent when he healed people, as if they were being given a grace or another chance at life, because even someone on their deathbed could be healed by him as long as it wasn't some incurable disease, as he even healed missing organs or limbs which other healing heroes couldn't do. As such, this was how the hero of grace perished and the hero of brilliance, Apollo came to be as there was consequences of someone like Izuku wanting to redeem themselves, for they were cursed and blessed by their power. Third POV. After about 1 week of preparation by the World Hero Association and Ashwood Academy, they had completed the paperwork and identification papers that would be needed for the 3 teenagers and their homeroom teacher that would be accompanying them across their trips around the world. Now, this wasn't going to be just them moving between one city in American and then the next one on a cycle. No, instead this would be them going through different countries around the entire world, as they would be issued missions that fit their skill sets or where they could help best due to Izuku's powerful quirk, because natural disasters or large-scale villain attacks did happen in other countries outside of American. This meant that they could deploy Izuku to many countries by flying him around and having him save a large number of individuals that would have died off due to grievous wounds that they sustained that normal doctors or healing quirks couldn't fix. As such, while they would all have some downtime outside of their missions and educational classes, they would be acting as more or less full-fledged heroes, since the World Hero Association were providing them special exemptions licenses during this period of time until they officially graduated. This was to ensure any actions they performed or did outside of missions would not land them in a jail in a different country, and that the World Hero Association would retain authority over all 4 of them instead of a local country's Hero Commission. On the last day of their stay in their home, you could find the 3 children all sitting on the couch as the parents wanted to enjoy their last moment with them, since it would be at least a year or more before the children would realistically be able to return. Even after that point, as long as All for One remains an active threat towards Izuku, then he can't really settle in one place for a long time, since he would endanger whoever is near him, since he has such a large target on his back. However, that didn't matter to Izuku, since he was going to be having both of his lovers with him the entire time, and honestly the thought of having both of them always did make Izuku full of warmth inside, since he doubted he would ever be that lucky to get both of them, but in the end he did, so he was happy that they were coming with him. However, Izuku knew that he would miss the 4 parents, because even though it took a much longer time for him to truly open up to both of the fathers, Izuku has come to see all 4 of them as his parents in his life. The 2 mothers ended up brining out some photo books that Izuku didn't recognize, but the duo did, as they groaned and told their parents to stop, but the women refused to listen as they started to show Izuku all of the old pictures they had. Then after working through both of those books, they pulled out another one that was called Our Emerald Family, as it had pictures of Izuku and everyone else throughout his life. They somehow also found images of Izuku Midoriya, which they included at the start of the book, and it showed the progression of Izuku's life once the duo had first met Izuku and became friends with him. There were so many pictures that Izuku had no idea of when they were taken, but it didn't matter to him because it showed how his family has evolved and changed from him being alone after his mother's death to having this large family now. Izuku was soon in tears as he held the book tightly to his chest and thanked them as they told him to take as many photos as they could on their trips so that he could expand the book even more. Izuku promised that he would expand it as much as possible with the memories that they make while they were away from home. "I promise you, mothers, fathers," Izuku said, shocking them all, since Izuku has never said those words until now, since they always knew the paternal labels were a sore topic for Izuku due to his past. However, it seems an entire new milestone in their family has been completed in those brief moments that they spent together on their last day as one whole family. Soon though, the time together had to come to an end, as it was now time for them to grab their bags that they had packed and prepare to head to the airport to meet their homeroom teacher and the agents from the World Hero Association, who would provide them all of the documentation that they needed before they left America, since they were already given their first destination, with it being in Egypt, the land of the pharaohs. There was many reasons that they wanted the first destination to be located in the country of Egypt was due to the fact that Ozzy and Zara's quirks would get some experience in actual desert climates, but it was also a challenge towards Izuku himself. Just as Izuku learned in his internship at the hospital where he faced a lack of energy, he will need to sometimes face environments that completely lack energy sources as well. As such, sending them off to Egypt where Ozzy and Zara's quirks would get a boost while Izuku's was nerfed would help even them out in regards to their protection in case they were attacked. Anyway, we are getting a bit ahead of ourselves since all of them haven't even left the country yet, so let's jump back to that, as they were all riding inside of a limo, since it would be big enough to fit everyone and the bags that the 3 of them were brining. The silence in the vehicle was defying, even though nothing was being said currently, since no one really knew what to say, as anything would seem sad as they would be parting ways for so long. As they started to arrive at the airport and pull closer to the private plane that the association had provided them for their trip, Ozzy's father spoke up and looked at the duo and warned them that they better not try anything funny, since they didn't want to be grandparents until after the 3 of them were married and a bit older. This statement caused Izuku to blush hard and hide his face, but the duo just took it in stride and said they weren't stupid. Izuku though was still just trying to act as if that entire conversation didn't just happen, but the red blush on his face as he exited the limo did him no favors as his homeroom teacher asked him if the duo were being perverts again like normal, which Izuku just sighed at his homeroom teacher and nodded his head. He's long accepted the sadistic and perverted tendencies that both of the duo had towards him, which most of the time made him feel love, but there were times when it just pushed his buttons just like the duo wanted it to do to him, since they got satisfaction out of a rise out of him outside of just loving him. They are always like this and I've grown used to it. Hopefully they don't get worse when it's just the three of us, since our parents won't be around to tame them down like I know they do. Izuku said as he pulled his bags out of the trunk and handed them to one of the airport crewmen that were loading the plane. Izuku's homeroom teacher nodded his head and said that he would try to help him, but sometimes he will just be on his own, since those two can be like miniature demons when they wanted to tease and torment Izuku even if someone is in their ways, which Izuku just nodded his head at. Then the two duo walked up and asked if they were ready for an adventure while they wore smirks on their face. The homeroom teacher and the parents just rolled their eyes while Izuku just pulled both of them down and planted a kiss on a cheek for both of them as he told them that being with them every day is an adventure in itself, which made everyone but the duo burst out laughing at Izuku's sly remark. The duo just took it in stride though as they puffed out their chests and said that they lived to make Izuku's life entertaining every single day, which just made Izuku roll his eyes as he grabbed their hands and pulled them towards the aircraft stairs where the agents of the World Hero Association were waiting for them. Izuku greeted them as they handed over several large envelopes which contained a passport for each of them, emergency contact information that was listed for each country's World Hero Association branch in the other countries, account information, and satellite phones as well. Izuku raised an eyebrow as the bank account information and bank cards, as the agents said they were set up for payments that they would all receive for completing missions or patrols in the respective countries that they were going to be in. All money would be paid in American dollars, which could be exchanged into whatever local's currency when they arrived, or the bank cards could be used for any vendor that accepted them. Of course, they could add their own money to the accounts as well if they decided to do so with their family, but the prime purpose would be payments from the World Hero Association for missions. Izuku though asked about their personal identification, since Izuku only saw hero licenses in the contents that they were given, but the agents said that they would need to just use their hero IDs for anything that they were wanting to do, and if for some reason they needed a fake ID made to then contact them if it was mission needed. This was to prevent their personal names and information from getting outside. Izuku had to change his hero name to help hide him better because they knew that All for One most likely knew Izuku's real name but nothing else outside of that, since they kept his files under control quite quickly at the start when they got involved. Even the records back in Japan were covered up to a degree, and it was as if the Izuku Midoriya in Japan was an entire different individual than the one in America, since the one in Japan was legally pronounced dead due to the World Hero Association's actions on wanting to keep him hidden. After a bit more talking and advice from the agents, they all got onto the plane to see how it looked, since it would be their long-term transportation method between different countries whenever they needed to travel long distances. Overall, Izuku had to say that the airplane was quite nice and comfortable for long-duration trips. The interior was large due to the fact that the plan itself was large, since they would be using this aircraft nearly all of the time and no one else would be outside of them for missions. You could easily stand up straight without problems, and it felt like an open-concept living and dining area with one bedrooms located in the back of the plane and one near the front. The teacher looked at them and said he was getting the room in the front so he didn't have to deal with their sheet at night, which just made Izuku put his hands in his face as he sighed, while the duo had a huge grin on their faces at the man's comment. After finishing their small tour around the private airplane, which wasn't small in the slightest sense, they knew it was time to say goodbye to their family, as this would be the last in-person appearance they would have for a long time. Izuku hugged each of the mothers for a good duration of time as they just told him to be strong and turned to the duo when he felt scared or anxious, as they would always be there for him. After that, he walked up to the two fathers and gave them a hug as well, just not as long as he did with the mothers, since it was really the two women that just wouldn't let go in the end, since they dotted on Izuku a lot. Izuku thanked them one last time for becoming his new family and promised to return one day when they no longer had to fear All for One's strength, as he would become even stronger through his training to deal with the man for good. The parents just nodded their heads and told him to take some time to relax as well and enjoy the world, since not many people get the chance to explore the world as normal citizens and let alone as heroes as well. Izuku nodded his head as the duo said goodbye to their parents and took Izuku onto the place to get seated while their homeroom teacher talked to the parents one last time. I'll do my best to help raise them into fine adults during our time together, be it short or long. I will also try to keep the two perverted children in line in public, but what they do away from me in their own business, since they are being trusted to be heroes, then they need to be trusted as adults as well to make their own decisions. Sadly, said the homeroom teacher in regards to the two sadistic children that he knew were going to be headaches through this entire training trip across the world, but there wasn't much he could do about it without trying to beat it out of it. The adults just shrugged and said that they would pray for his sanity when it involved the two, since the parents knew they would cause headaches for their teacher as well, since there was no way around it. The man turned around and walked onto the plane as the door was pulled up after him. The parents backed away a bit closer towards the limo, and they could see Izuku, Ozzy, and Zara having their faces in the windows as they could see the children waving goodbye, as did some tears go down their faces as well. Even the parents cried a bit, since they didn't truly like that their children who had yet to officially start their second year of high school were now forced out into the world. After a few minutes, the plane had taxied onto the runway and was now heading into the air, where they shortly exited the view of those on the ground. As such, Izuku could no longer see the ground from the airplane and had closed the window that was next to his seat. He felt guilty that the family had to more or less break apart, even if it was only going to be just at minimum of 1 year, so that they could graduate from Ashwood, because the timeline could be extended well past their graduation and they would be forced to be on the move non-stop, unable to settle down somewhere. Izuku knew that as world heroes like they had planned to become, they would have been on the move a lot, but they would have been able to settle down for long periods of times in one country or another as their home country before they would have to go out on another mission. However, in their current situation, they would go from one mission to another mission until they were strong enough to hold their own against All For One if he showed up again, since even Izuku couldn't just one-shot end him like he could with other people. This meant that he would be open to being attacked by the man if he didn't have help which the duo could provide. The duo were at Izuku's side within seconds when they heard him starting to cry as he apologized for throwing their lives into such a mess, but the duo weren't having any of it. They promised Izuku that everyone was alright and kept giving him small kisses across his cheeks and neck as they reassured him that they wanted to be here with him instead of staying back in their homes. "Kitten, we would go to the moon and back with you if you desired. Where you go, we will follow you for all of eternity," Ozzy said to Izuku, which helped make Izuku slow down in his crying. Their homeroom teacher spoke up though. "If you feel guilty, then grow stronger so that no one can ever force you to run again. Become the beacon of light like you wanted to for all those souls that you can save, and show evil that they have nowhere to hide across this entire world," said their homeroom teacher, who kneeled in front of all three of them and looked at them with soft eyes. "We will arrive in Egypt as our first destination, but we will go to many countries and different places that will seem like completely different worlds due to the situation in each of them. Each place will provide you with different experiences that you can apply in your skills and how you deal with others, as it will help you grow stronger. So look at this as an opportunity instead of a punishment like you are doing right now. This is your first mission as a pro hero, even if you are doing it as a special exemption pro hero, so head up and chest out, as you shall stand with pride and represent the ideals you wish to inspire in others," said their teacher in a motivational speech to all three of them, but mainly at Izuku, who felt guilty for everything that has been going on, even though he was just a boy cursed by the heavens for being so strong and pure, as it was afraid of Izuku overthrowing the very heavens itself. Third POV. Extending his arms out, Izuku yawned and stretched as he had woken up in the private bedroom that was in the back portion of the plane, which he was sharing with Ozzy and Zara. They had left American later in the day, and it took them about 13 hours of flying to arrive in the Egypt's capital of Cairo, which Cairo is the largest city of Egyptian country. Though the sights were amazing as Izuku looked out of the window as they started to descend closer towards the earth, Izuku was just too tired overall to really get excited at the sights due to the time zone change between American and here, as it was still dark out as they arrived in the country, as night had already descended upon it. Izuku knew that was going to be one of the biggest challenges related to being a hero through the World Hero Association, because the heroes need to adjust quickly to the shifts in time zones, else they will never be on time to things in whatever country that they have arrived in. "I told you all that you shouldn't have gone to sleep when you did, because now you need to work even harder at sleeping soon again so you can wake up in the morning," said their homeroom teacher, who saw them all walk into the living portion of the airplane and greeted them, as the man himself had already started to prepare for the shift in time zones, since he had slept when they first left and stayed awake the rest of the time to drain his body of energy. Izuku just rolled his eyes a bit as he grabbed some coffee, but before he could drink it, Ozzy grabbed it out of his hands and told him that would only make it worse, so he poured the coffee down the drain. "I hate you," Izuku said as he turned away from Ozzy, but Ozzy wasn't having it as he pulled Izuku back into a hug and said it was for the best that he didn't drink coffee, even though he knew Izuku truly wanted it. Izuku just pouted a bit and then turned around as he hugged Ozzy back with a small pout. "You owe me lots of coffee later. I want it black as my soul," Izuku said, and Zara said that he wanted it just to be milk then, which made Izuku roll his eyes one more time as he feels like he has been rolling them non-stop since he got up already. After a bit more time, the captain of the aircraft alerted them that they needed to clean up and sit down since they would be landing in the next 30 minutes. This got them all moving and cleaned up any messes they had made after they had woken up. As they sat down and waited for the landing, they asked their homeroom teacher what the mission in Egypt was going to be since he was the one given all of the details when the agents saw them off from the airport in America. Sadato, hero name, Hayes, nodded his head and said that the mission goal was to weed out a string of villain groups that have been causing issues in the deserted areas surrounding the lower portion of the Nile River in Egypt, as these groups have been disturbing the operations of the dams that control the flow to the rest of the upper Nile River, which feeds all of the cities along the river. The villains have even gained control of one of the main dams for a brief period of time before being pushed out back into the desert, but they have gone on long enough that the country government and Hero Commission has asked for the World Hero Association to provide people better suited for the job. The World Hero Association believed that this mission was perfect for the trio due to the fact that Izuku could render the villains unable to fight, while Ozzy and Zara would be able to provide heavy defensive and offensive abilities in the desert due to their quirks. Of course, there was the goal of getting Izuku to push himself by being in a hostile environment as well to help him expand his usage of his quirk in environments that don't favor him from the start. The trio all nodded their heads as they listened to everything their teacher was providing them in regards to the mission and were already formulating things that they could do in case they encounter the villains in an ambush or something else. This was due to the fact that they had no idea of the local terrain, even if it was a lot of sand that they would be going through, as it would be extreme hostile environmental conditions on top of possibly getting attacked by unknown threats with limited information about their enemies' quirks, since the local government didn't have much on these groups of villains. The only real information that they have is primarily sourced from the time that the villain groups had gained control over the dam, since they were able to pull video footage and gain some information. Otherwise, the only things that they know is that the groups have quite a few quirks related to sand control or wind control, since those were common quirks in this country. Overall, Izuku knew he would be the one at the most disadvantage when it came to getting energy sources, but overall he would still be effective when it came to attacking once anyone entered his range, which is a large area as long as a 1-mile radius around his body. Overall, Izuku felt confident in his abilities but knew always to be careful, because just as he proved against All for One, there are quirks that are far stronger or are unique enough that they can change an entire battle, as All for One learned against Izuku, since the man was so confident in his quirk ability to steal but was unable to even touch Izuku due to what had happened so quickly and lack of information the man had that day. Anyway, Izuku came out of his thoughts as the plane was now touching down on the ground at the airport, where he saw a SUV waiting to take them towards their hotel here in the capital before they headed down south in a helicopter in the morning. As they were heading through the streets, Izuku asked something of his teacher as he noticed that there was a lot of smaller-time crime going on that they were passing, but none of the heroes who were out and about were doing anything about it. Sadato sighed as he nodded his head and explained that the Hero Commission of this country was filled with a lot of corruption that the World Hero Association was dealing with in line with the government, but they were having some trouble due to suspected ties of the top hero in the country having with some villain groups, but nothing could ever be confirmed. The man has a lot of political power in some portions of the government like the Hero Commission, so the government itself is having a hard time charging the man since the commission hides his crimes, Sadato said, and Izuku nodded his head as the duo knew what Izuku wanted to do as a side mission and nodded their heads as well. Their teacher was not blind to the heart that Izuku had and knew that he was likely cooking up some sort of scheme inside of his head. In all honesty, Sadato has learned that Ozzy and Zara were capable of being demonic children when they wanted to be, but the real demon was Izuku Midoriya, because when he wanted something done one way or another, the time that Izuku had spent under the control of villains has warped some sense of Izuku's morals to a point that Izuku was willing to scheme people to the brink of death if that is what it took for him to accomplish his goals, because he can remember what Izuku did to people during the tournament for the top position during the last semester competition. Sadato shuddered a bit at remembering that during the last semester, Izuku pitted people against each other by selling some of their information to other classmates under the disguise of practicing his analytical abilities while replicating a possible business venture in the future on the side of being a pro hero. Overall, there was zero flaws in his argument, as the school always did promote people expanding their horizons and skills. The thing though was that Izuku only provided people the most brutal methods of defeating their enemies, such as snapping some fingers or bones to disable 5-point contact quirks or other types of quirks. Even though it was brutal, it was still an effective strategy that could be deployed and one that villains would deploy if they were smart enough. As such, the school did nothing to stop Izuku as he earned thousands of dollars off of his classmates by selling information and locking people into contracts that prevented them from spreading the information to others that would need to face the same opponents, since not everything he sold was something that you could physically see, since it was things like combat style or what moves an individual used often. As such, Izuku schemed a lot of money off his fellow students by providing sometimes basic information that they weren't allowed to compare with against information sold to others. Of course, everything was true and never fake, but it all depended on the level they bought from him on how useful it would be for combat. Anyway, Sadato knew that the #1 hero of Egypt was about to be schemed out of his wealth and position quite quickly if the man gave Izuku any leads or evidence to hold on to, but that wasn't his job to worry about. No, his was to ensure they survived and learned things, so if taking down a #1 pro hero of a country was on the list of things that they wanted to achieve and learn how to do, then he would help them complete it with a grain of salt in his efforts, since he was sure he wasn't going to be paid enough for everything they were going to do or cause. Anyway, they arrived at the hotel and put all of their things away as he told them to get a good night's of sleep, since they would be getting up extremely early the next day to fly down south, and just as the man said, the next day came quickly as they were up before the sun even started to shine on the country. The first thing that Sadato saw when he met all three of them in the lobby of the hotel was the fact that Izuku had several cups of coffee with him, and the two behind him looked like they got schemed out of something. Turns out they kind of did, because Izuku had promised to let each of them get one kiss from Izuku if they made him a lot of coffee, but turns out that Izuku never intended to give them exactly what they really wanted, since he gave them a quick kiss on each cheek before skipping off down the hallway, robbing the two of a full-blown makeout like they had in mind, or so they claimed, because he was sure they wanted to take it further than just a makeout, from their hungry eyes that they were shooting at Izuku. "Keep it in your pants while we are here. We got work to do," Sadato said as he made them get into the SUV that was waiting outside with a World Hero Association agent. Within about 10 minutes they were taken to a military helicopter pad where they were placed on a military helicopter to fly them towards the south, since it would be quicker than by ground. They had about 1 hour by helicopter before they would arrive at the closet point that the villain groups had been causing trouble, and from there they would work their way south as they would take out any villain groups or just any villains they come across. Now you may wonder what they would do about any villains they capture, and that was a good question but was already solved. The military was sent in by the government with a lot of transportation helicopters that would be stationed in areas around where they would be operating and would follow them further south to transport any captured villains as they would fly to the site and take custody of them. As such, they started on their hunting southward as they followed the Nile River down and started to make work on any villains they captured. Izuku though didn't limit it to just villains that were suspected of being associated with the villain groups they were after. Nope. He went for any and all villains that he could, and within the first week of the mission starting they had captured 58 villains total for a wide range of reasons, from theft with a deadly weapon to attempted trafficking on individuals, since they had busted a small-time trafficking ring. However, it was on the third week of being in the country when things started to get a bit more difficult, and the pace they were going at slowed down due to the fact that they had to chase some villains further out into the desert areas a bit further away from the Nile River itself. The villains had some troubling quirks that allowed them to burrow their groups into the sand and create tunnels that collapsed after the quirk user was a certain distance away. This meant they effectively stopped anyone from following them underground, but unluckily for them Izuku could track them as long as they stayed within 1 mile of him, which at times was hard to maintain due to the speed that the villains traveled at. This resulted in at one point Izuku, Ozzy, and Zara being split from their teacher and the military support, as Ozzy had created sand that was hard enough for him to float, which they were carried on. They tracked the villains down for about an hour into the desert itself, which made them quite far away from any support, but what they found was quite interesting, as deep in the desert they discovered a fortress that appeared to be created via sand that was put under a lot of stress to harden into solid objects like sandstone. The trio had a decision to make at this point, and that was to either push forward to take the fortress on by themselves or attempt to call in for backup, but the problem was that they were in the middle of the desert with zero cover, so sooner or later they would be discovered by anyone guarding the place. After a simple debate really, they decided to press forward as they sent their teacher a message via the satellite phones on what they found and their decision to push forward, as they would render any villains disabled for detainment once reinforcements arrived. Their teacher of course wasn't happy that they were going into an unknown fortress by themselves, since they were just in the start of their second year of schooling, but he knew they were powerful and fought as an amazing team that would be hard for many to win against. As such, he told them that they would approve to go in, and backup was about 30 minutes out from their location. As such, they pushed into the base of the villains and started working on those that they came across, as Izuku used his wide range to locate and take out any distance villains while he let Ozzy and Zara focuses on those near them instead. This was one of their favorite battle strategies because it appeared as if Izuku was doing nothing at all, yet he was causing chaos throughout the entire villain base as people were confused when their comrades fell to the ground. Izuku of course didn't hit every single villain at once when he was doing this, as he allowed some to see the results of his quirk and cause fear amongst the villains, which spread across the base, causing only more fear and demoralization as radio chatter happened on the defeated enemies. The villains were trying to figure out what was going on since no one has been able to report that they were there, as they took out any of the enemies that visibly saw them quickly, so no one could find the unseen enemy that was taking people out across the entire base. However, while they were walking across the base, there was something that bothered Izuku, as he noticed a large group of people that had low levels of energy to the point that they were near the threshold that Izuku wouldn't cross easily. I believe we may have captives on the second floor to the far right near the back. Low energy levels, so they might be injured, as there is several with full energy levels close but not right next to the others, so they may be guards. Izuku said as he did his best to imagine the layout of the building, since sand wasn't a living thing and it was weird sometimes to try to figure out what floor an energy source was on if he didn't have a clear grasp of the layout of a building. After he conveyed this message, they changed the course of their route and headed towards that location, and it took them a few minutes since they were also ensuring that there was no traps in the base, as Ozzy would use his sand to potentially set off any traps that they could step on. After finding their way to the location that Izuku could see the energy sources, they were faced with a wall that had no doors on it. Hidden door somewhere on this wall? Just break through it? Zara said as she used her swords to create an opening near the center of the wall, showing what was inside, and just as Izuku thought, there was a group of injured individuals who were being held captive. What was troubling was the fact that all of these people seemed to be here for their organs, as it appears that they stumbled upon an organ trafficking operation, but it wasn't like a typical one. No, one of the guards was in the middle of healing some of the individuals. The fact that a villain had a rare healing quirk capable of recreating organs was troubling, but the speed of the quirk was overall slow, as Izuku had seen how much concentration the man had been putting in when they first arrived. Such a disappointing use of a healing quirk? Izuku thought as he remembered all of the self-hatred he had when he was forced to heal people that just went out to cause harm to others. He of course healed villains, but only captured villains to ensure that they couldn't go out to cause harm to others, since he wanted them to face punishment for their crimes. As such, with a wave of his hand, Izuku disabled all of the villains by stealing their energy to a point that they could do nothing but lay on the ground, as he then used that said energy to heal each individual one by one, as he needed to ensure that there was nothing blocking or left inside when he healed them. Zahara had already alerted their teacher of what they had found, and the military was sending extra transportation to take the captives to a hospital to be monitored in case Izuku didn't have enough energy to fully heal them, but also for mental checkups, since it was unknown how long they have been there. None of the individuals that Izuku healed were waking up, which concerned him since their minds might be far too gone to be considered alive again, because even though Izuku could perfectly heal a body, he could not heal the mind itself. Izuku sighed in disappointment and left all of the people there, as was still much to do, but Izuku could feel if anyone went near the captives, and he would take them out if they got too close. They continued to work on all of the other villains in the base until they found the main command room where the leaders of this villain group was located at. Izuku sat down at the table that had a lot of files on it and started to read through it, since they had already finished taking out any living individual in the base that wasn't the captives in that formerly hidden room. As Izuku was reading, Ozzy asked if he was finding anything helpful, and Izuku nodded his head as he smirked a bit. Oh, I found quite some interesting information, as it turns out that the string of villain groups are far more connected than we first believed. Izuku said as he showed them the main documents he started to focus on. It had a few lists and coordinates of other bases for the group further south of their current location. This meant that they would be able to track the villains down much easier and hit the bases instead of trying to follow a group back instead. Izuku grabbed the documents and put them away in his outfit in a pouch, as he decided to head towards the front to wait for the others, as he had Zara Ozzy go back to the captives and start brining them towards the front of the building. This way they would be able to be transported out faster than the military having to go retrieve them all. Instead, Ozzy can just lift them up with some sand and bring them instead to save time. They only had to wait about another 15 minutes before they saw the military helicopters come over the horizon and quickly make their way towards the base, as it was surrounded on all sides with military personnel who unloaded and quickly stormed the base to contain everyone inside. Izuku saw their teacher and a commander from the military as he waved them over and presented the main documents he took from the command room. There is a lot of information we haven't gone through, but we know initial places where we can hit to break apart the villain group even more as we push our way south. Izuku said, and their teacher congratulated them for doing such a good job, though he did ask about the captives. Sadly, I can heal the body but I can't heal the mind. The body may not show any signs of being removed of their organs, but the mind clearly remembers it all. Izuku said, and the commander sighed but thanked them for at least finding the captives, since it will grant some form of closure to the families even if they never fully return. The three of them and their teacher boarded the plane since they were no longer needed and had done so much in the time that they had been in the country, so the military wanted them to take a few days off to relax and recharge before they did another large push southward. They thanked the commander and took one of the helicopters back after it was filled with the captives to ensure they got taken to a hospital soon. Izuku thought kept looking at the captives and had a small frown on his face as his teacher asked him what was wrong. That could have been me, Izuku said, and they looked confused for a second until they realized what he had meant. Indeed, that could have been him if Izuku's quirk never came out, as he was originally bought to be a quirkless servant with a limited amount of use which Rage could have gotten rid of sooner or taken apart to earn some money. However, his quirk came out and he had far more value alive for quite some time until he grew to be too dangerous. They were silent for the rest of the trip back to the nearest city that they were staying in, but the duo kept Izuku in a tight hug the entire trip to help him keep calm and not have a flashback to his past. As they sat in the local military base that they were staying on since they were so far away from their original hotel, Izuku realized that these missions were going to be a challenge for him in more ways than he had realized. Even though he has gone to therapy and talked about his issues, he has never really had to face them in this method when he sees people that he can connect with so easily or so directly. To be honest, it was good for them to have the next few days off so that Izuku could clam his mind down and not let his demons take his mind over or pull him down, but those days quickly passed even though Izuku didn't want them to pass so quickly, but he knew he had a job to do. As such, on the third day after the successful attack on the base, Izuku and the duo pushed deeper into the south as they went after any and all villains. It became harder to find criminals the longer they went because there were quite a few news articles going around in the national media and local about some group of heroes and military operatives sweeping down the Nile River taking down villains and other criminals that showed themselves. People were calling it the Nile Purge or the Sin River Cleanup, but that didn't mean it was getting any easier, as it was mentioned how the criminals were hiding better and better the further south they went. However, on the start of the fifth week, or rather several days after they have already spent one entire month in the country, they discovered something in one of the furthest known bases in the south that caused quite a stir in the military officials on site and the agents from the World Hero Association due to what the trio and their teacher found. In this base they had located information that directly tied the current #1 pro hero to the villain organization's leaders, as he was the brother of the head of the villain organization. There was clear evidence that they had been communicating back and forth about the operations that had been going on and political opponents that the country's top hero wanted removed by the villains. The World Hero Association reached out to them and ordered them to finish cleaning up the Nile before heading back to remove the traitor hero for good, as they had enough to remove the man. However, they were warned to be careful because even though the standard of heroes in the country had fallen due to corruption, it didn't mean that the man at the top was weak in any sense, since he had to be strong enough to maintain his spot for so long under the pressure of the public. By the second week of the second month, they had finished all of the bases that they had discovered and destroyed the network of villains across the Nile, so it only left random criminals and villains that could be dealt with by local forces instead of world heroes like the trio or their teacher. Now though, they were in the capital tracking down the top hero himself, as they wanted to get the jump on the man when his guard was down, because there was a belief that he might have a way around Izuku's quirk due to the man's quirk itself. The man was known as Sandman, the desert hero, because he could break his body down into sand and use it to more or less teleport in a medium distance using sand in the area. This meant the question was if he retained his life energy in a state of sand, or would Izuku only be able to get the man when he was completely physical without his quirk on. The blade the man carried with himself was forged with his own blood as well, which allowed it to be able to transform with him, which was a unique method of support gear that Izuku has ever heard of and one that he would remember in the future. However, all things don't go so good, as the man ended up discovering the fact that he was being tailed due to the fact that several people in a crowd saw him, which caused him to stop to sign some things. In that moment he ended up making eye contact with some of the police officers who were pulled onto the mission to create a police line, and those officers looked extremely nervous when he looked at them, which tipped him off as he scanned the area and noticed quite a presence of people that were trying to blend into the crowd but stood out to a man of his skills once he was looking for them. Izuku alerted the communication lines that the operation has been made and that everyone was to move into positions. Within seconds the entire plaza that they had entered until was turned to chaos, as the man had taken a hostage right away from one of the people that had been requesting a signature from him. "Sandman, give yourself up," You will not be walking away from here as we have enough evidence of your connection to the villains of the Nile, some military officials yelled as they were ordered to oversee the operation and ensure the country's commission didn't try to pull something. Sandman looked at the officials and just chuckled. Give up? To you military men? These children who are playing as heroes? Never. I won't give up when I've come so far. This country should be grateful for everything I have done for it. Sandman said, and the officials had enough as they ordered the trio of Izuku, Ozzy, and Zahara to stop him. Izuku went right for the wave of his hand, but Sandman broke into sand and tried to run, and it was true that Izuku couldn't get him right as he was in the sand stage, but the moment he started to become physical, Izuku felt his energy source, since it was no longer a part of the plant's natural energy frequency that was in the background of all of the other energy sources. This caused him to drop down to one leg as he took in a large breath as he was forced to become completely physical. In that moment, Ozzy encased Sandman in sand that he controlled, and Zara had swords at the ready to injure him if he tried to flee again. Izuku, of course, had already finished draining the man in that single wave, but the man wasn't the #1 hero for nothing, since they could see that he was trying to resist still, even though he should feel like death just touched him, which in a sense it did when Izuku stole all of that energy. As they approached, Izuku shouted for everyone to get back as he noticed a sudden spike in the man's energy that shouldn't be possible, but it was due to a drug the man had taken. The man refused to give up so easily that he resorted to taking the drug known as Trigger. Izuku found the interaction between Trigger and the man's energy quite interesting, as it nearly tripled in size from what it had been before Izuku had taken energy away. But Izuku also noticed that it was burning away quite quickly as well, but that didn't matter to Izuku since they needed to subdue the man, as he had break free in a split second due to the sudden power he had. All three of them were quickly after the man as Izuku was starting to absorb the energy from him, but he noticed a side effect that was caused by the trigger. It was harder for Izuku to absorb the energy from Sandman for some reason, and Izuku was willing to bet it was due to how wild and uncontrollable the energy had become. Normally all energy sources were like a calm ocean that Izuku was trying to pull from, but this was like a raging storm that he was trying to throw a bucket into without losing the bucket itself when he tried pulling it out. After a few minutes of Ozzy and Zara keeping the main contained due to their teamwork, Izuku was able to bring the energy back down to the threshold that he stops at, and Sandman started to stagger. Izuku used his support gear that he always kept on him and threw his throwing knives at the man, hitting him in the foot. The sudden pain and lose of energy caused him to fall over, where he was captured by Ozzy once again. The military officials were quicker this time in getting him into Quirk restraining cuffs so he couldn't break out again, which brought the mission to an end. Izuku sighed as this was their first official mission, and it went quite well in his opinion, as there wasn't any damage caused in the city even though the target got tipped off. They were able to keep the man contained to the plaza and not allow any other civilians to get near him during the fight, which stopped any more hostages from being taken. After a few days passed and government announcements, they were cleared to leave Egypt and head to their next destination, which was going to be Switzerland in Europe. Overall, the World Hero Association was proud of their work in Egypt and wanted them to head to this country for several reasons. Recently there was an avalanche which they could use Izuku's help in locating any possible survivors trapped upon the mountain, and for healing services since quite a few people got injury in some towns below the mountain, as a portion of the mountain itself had broken off due to a villain attack that caused the avalanche itself. This way Izuku would get some field experience in healing but also help in rescue operations, while it would impose a challenge to Ozzy and Zara, who are more out of their element in this type of environment, so they will be forced to become creative to be able to provide help or deploying their rescue skills that they were trained in. As such, it was time to head back to the airplane and get to their next destination, as they had even more people to save and inspire hope into as world heroes. However, unknown to them, this trip would be a bit more dangerous than they would have liked it to be. Third POV. The situation was dire in Izuku's mind because some heroes that were a part of the rescue operations that the World Hero Association had sent them to join screwed up big time. In all honesty, it's a horrible idea to use a powerful fire quirk to melt large amounts of snow that was a part of an avalanche for multiple reasons. Firstly, the snow is not compacted and is very loose, meaning that if you were to melt the snow too quickly, then the top layers above can come tumbling down, causing another entire avalanche that just destroys all of the work that rescuers have already completed, as well as risks endangering even more people. Secondly, there is the fact that all of the melted snow turns into water, which has to go somewhere, and the only place it can go is really downwards due to the slopes of the mountain. This means that it will all go rushing towards the bottom, where the main rescue operations were being stationed out of, and risk these places being flooded due to a sudden rush of melted snow that would cause muddy issues and slow down operations. Now, Izuku has nothing against fire quirk users using their fire to help out and all, but he knew they had to go extremely slow and not blast entire portions of snow as well, since they could send someone into shock due to an extreme change in body temperature. Otherwise, there was really no point of people using fire quirks at an avalanche, even though it seemed that a fire quirk would be perfect for a snow situation. But sadly, in the end, while Izuku, Ozzy, and Zara were near the top of the mountain helping find people that had gone missing, an idiot with a fire quirk thought it would be best to blast an entire section of snow that was hiding someone, since Izuku pointed it out to other rescues that were a bit closer, but one fire idiot got a bit too heavy-handed and caused another avalanche that ended up trapping Izuku, Ozzy, and Zahara under the snow. Luckily, Ozzy was fast enough to summon enough sand to construct an isolated pyramid around the three of them, which stopped the sand from overtaking them and only covered them while they were inside of the sand pyramid. However, as the three regained their senses from the chaos that just happened, they knew they would not be able to stay where they were forever due to the lack of fresh air they were not longer getting, since they were under a lot of snow and sand as well. The biggest problem was the fact that there was no other energy sources that Izuku could say belonged to any other humans due to the low amount of energy. He was pretty sure it all belonged to the small amount of plant life that grew on these mountains like some trees, but that meant they had no one near them to help them escape, which was an issue. Izuku knew Ozzy could maintain the sand that he had quickly brought out, but the question was, would they run out of air before they were found, or would Ozzy run out of energy trying to maintain the sand? As such, they had a few options that were limited to either trying to escape themselves or staying where they were at in hopes of someone finding them. Of course, Izuku and the duo were not ones to rely on getting help from outside of their closest friends and family, so they opted to break out of the snow themselves, though they knew they would need to work extremely well together and with perfect timing to perform the task at hand, otherwise they would end up trapped under the snow when Ozzy let go of all of the sand above them. Zara summoned some of her swords and made a point near the top of the sand, while Ozzy enclosed them in a sphere that kept close to the swords. The goal was to use the swords in a turning fashion to dig through the snow above them, while Ozzy would rotate the sand to force any snow that fell upon it off and allow them to keep moving upwards to follow the swords. If they got too far away from the swords, then there was the risk of too much snow closing in on them, which would stop the rotating of the sand and forcing them to stay under the snow, since they were about 10 feet under the snow, which isn't a large amount but still deadly if they are trapped under it. As such, they went slow and took their time, and after about 10 minutes of working through the snow they were able to escape and come out on top. As they reached the top, they all took a breath of fresh air in as they looked around to see where they were at and how far away they were from their original position, and as it turns out they were about an entire 2 miles off from their original spot on the mountain due to the force of the snow pushing them downwards. They decided they would push forward and search the top one more time before heading back down to ensure they got any survivors, because they knew Izuku's services would be needed even more at the bottom depending on how much damage was caused by the second avalanche that the fire user caused. It took them about an hour to reach the top of the mountain, and they found no one else left alive, meaning they were either dead or there was no one up this far during either avalanches. As such, they pushed their way down, but about a quarter of the way down, where they had already passed where they had been buried under the snow, they had found something. They discovered the now deceased fire user who had caused the second avalanche, as it appears the man used his fire to melt his way out of the snow. He got trapped in, but unknowing to the man, he caused his own body to go into shock. This was likely caused by going from hot temperatures due to his quirk to extremely low and then hot again when he melted his way out, which resulted in his heart stopping due to the stress the body was under. They all just shook their heads as Ozzy retrieved the body and encased it in some sand to help keep it protected so they could return it down to the camps below, even if the man was the cause of the second avalanche. About halfway down the mountain, they discovered what remained of one of the previous temporary medical station that was being used to get people from the upper part of the mountain to the lower part of the mountain. When the trio had left the station to start searching the top about 4 hours ago, there had been several dozen injured people and then about a dozen more medical workers or rescue heroes, but now there was no one as the place was destroyed. Izuku quickly scanned the area with his quirk but sadly found no one alive. Gripping his hands, Izuku wanted to scream at the now deceased man, as he most likely caused the death of dozens of people who were already extremely vulnerable due to the first avalanche, as Izuku knew if they had indeed got caught in the second one there was no chance they would have survived this long. It had been about 6.5 hours since the second avalanche, so if someone had been alive they likely were alive anymore. The three of them knew when they were given the mission that they likely wouldn't find many people alive or none at all, since they had arrived about a day and a half since the first avalanche had happened. However, this mountain was known for having a lot of caves across it that the local government had mountainy stored emergency supplies in them in the event of a collapse on the mountain. That is why Izuku was summoned for this mission, since he could find the hidden caves far quicker and easier than other people would have been able to do, but it seems it was unlikely anyone survived the second collapse on the mountain even if they were in a cave. They accepted what was in front of them and pushed forward down the mountain as they kept going in circles around down the mountain to ensure that they were checking every inch of it, but this only made them stay on the mountain longer as it was nearing nighttime as well. The problem was that they still had about another quarter of the mountain to go down and finish checking, but would be unable to continue that night due to an unforeseen storm. As such, with the incoming storm and night falling upon them, it was decided that they would set up a camp for the night and push forward in the morning to finish their way down the mountain. Though they were quite curious on why no one has answered their calls or attempted to call them on their radios that they were provided while on the mountain. Sadly, they had left the satellite phones at their hotels one city over since they needed to be careful on what weight they carried on the long trips up the mountains. As such, they had no way to contact the main camp or others to check on the main camp to see what damage it had incurred due to the second avalanche that had happened. Though unknown to the trio, there were other things at play as well, since other parties decided to take advantage of the disaster caused by the second avalanche, so things at the main camp were not well off as the three thought it would be. Switching down to the camp itself, we could see that all of the heroes and medical response individuals were all detained by a group of armed villains who wanted to barter with the local government for money. Of course, the heroes and medical workers were caught off guard of the sudden attack due to being so focused on the rescue operations and had trusted the heroes that were meant to be on guard to take care of any threats, but even they were overrun quickly due to how sudden the attack had happened. As such, it was a hotbed of mess as the medical workers were working under the threat of harm as they healed the injured and tried to keep them stable, since they were unable to send them out to get help at a hospital as there was a standoff going between the villains and the other government outside the building in the front. Sadato, who is the teacher of the trio, was annoyed at how the local heroes had gotten overrun so easily. He knew this country didn't have much issues when it came to villains, but they still had to deal other villain threats that came from the other European countries. As such, he knew there were quite a few good heroes that knew how to fight, even though a lot of the heroes were rescue-based in this country due to the mountains and snow. Though he couldn't criticize them too much since even he was decades worth of experience was caught off guard by the sudden attack, as the villains were smart and worked quite well in a team. He did hear some talk amongst the other heroes that they recognized the group as the villain group that has been hitting places across the entire European Union, as they would take advantage of unforeseen incidents where they stood to profit from them. This was a perfect example of how they could profit, as the government would likely give in to their demands if they couldn't figure a way to resolve the situation with the defeat of the villains. There was also the fact that the second avalanche caused even more damage to the city below the mountain, which normally didn't have to deal with avalanche since the government routinely cleared the excess snow off the mountain with controlled avalanches with fire users and other quirk users, which made it easy to keep the mountain clear of any possible uncontrolled avalanche. However, an idiot got pissed at another group and decided it would be a fun joke to scare them with his quirk, which went out of control and caused the first avalanche. The second avalanche cause still remained unknown, and they doubted they would find out anytime soon, but Sad Otto was more worried about his students that were meant to be at the top of the mountain when it had happened. Thinking about them and wondering where they were made him worried, because the radio tower that was being used to communicate with anyone on the mountain had gotten damaged in the second avalanche, which they couldn't fix due to the villains. It was a large mess all around, and he hoped they survived the second avalanche because they would likely be the key to fixing the villain mess, as he knew Izuku could wipe all of these villains out with a wave of his hand. The problem is, though, would they get back down to the main camp under their own power, or were they somehow trapped up on the mountain? This wasn't even considering the fact that the villains might escalate the situation and force the governments had to end the hostage situation far sooner than the trio could arrive, so Sad Otto could only sigh and let fate run its course. Switching back to the trio plus the deceased fire user, we can see that the next day has come as the morning sun was breaking through the clouds in the distance. They each took turns on sleeping since there was a risk of another avalanche with how unstable the mountain had become, and if anyone came near them from below, so that they would know and be able to wake the others up quickly. This was also so that they could listen to the radio in the event that the main camp reached out to them or did an open broadcast across the entire mountain for any survivors. Sadly, no calls across the radio happened, nor did anyone come looking for them, so they pushed further down the mountain after they had eaten a small amount of food from their supplies, in addition to Izuku taking energy from the few trees nearby to restock their own, since they didn't have much after all that had happened yesterday and the rotating shifts to keep themselves on guard for anything that may have happened during the night. Working their way down the mountain took some time, but they were within view of the camp down below, but there was something clearly wrong with the entire situation. They could see this due to the fact that there was a large presence of police and other heroes that were on all sides of the main camp facility, which was slightly damaged due to the avalanche and had the back portion mostly blocked off. Look, the radio station is badly damaged. That explains why we couldn't call them or why we never got any calls either. Zara pointed out, and they saw what she was pointing out, but that didn't explain the heavy police and hero force around the building. Be careful, but let's make our way to the other heroes, Izuku said as they started to move down the remaining portion of the mountain. As they got close, they were noticed by some heroes who approached them and asked who they were. Izuku explained in a monotone voice that they were with the World Hero Association and had been dispatched to help on the mountain rescue but was caught in the second avalanche. It's good to see you alive then, but unfortunately we have a hostage situation going on inside, said one of the heroes, and they provided the details at Izuku's request since they were a part of the World Hero Association. Overall, they had given a clear image of what was going on, as there has been a standoff going on for about a day now since the start of the second avalanche. The trio asked to be taken to whoever was in charge of the situation since they could help resolve the issues at hand. The heroes look a bit skeptical on what three younger heroes could do even if they were with the World Hero Association, but they still led them to the people in charge. As the boys arrived, they noticed one of the people in charge belonged to the World Hero Association itself, which was helpful since they wouldn't need to disclose a lot of information to get a plan going or to get involved. The agent noticed the trio and smirked when he saw them as he called everyone's attention. New plan, everyone. Get the officers and police in place as we will be going into the building in a few seconds, the agent said, and Izuku nodded his head as he scanned the entire building since it was within the mile range of his. Everyone was confused and shocked at the agent's orders until he explained that the new trio would change the situation since they had unique quirks. They were sent to help with the rescue for a reason, but a hostage situation is much easier to deal with when they are around. Tell me when to send our men in, Apollo, the agent said, and Izuku nodded his head as he focused on everyone he believed to be the villains since he could see a difference in the height of the energy sources, so he was assuming everyone standing was the villains. As such, Izuku waved his hand and told them to go in as everyone charged. A few minutes later, they were all in the building with the villains detained and the hostages freed as Izuku got to work right away on helping the injured since a lot of people needed to go to the hospital a long time ago but were denied the ability to do so. As such, he focused on the more critical and injured people as he healed them with the energy he stole from the villains. With that, he was able to stabilize the most injured individuals and ensure that they would survive a trip to the hospital. By the end of the day, everyone was debriefed on the situation in regards to the mountain, and at the end it was clear that everyone hated the fire user that had caused the second avalanche since it had led to many deaths that they knew of, plus the hostage situation down in the main camp. Overall, the mission in Switzerland took about 2 weeks to finish up and help repair some of the damage, but they also did not have another mission to directly head towards. As such, they were allowed to take some time and relax a bit until the World Hero Association determined where they would be sent next. Izuku though kept himself busy as he was updating the family photo book that he promised to keep up to date. He was including photos from this mission as well as the previous mission that they had done in Egypt, since Izuku always made sure to get pictures taken either during the missions themselves or when they had some time to relax. As such, there were some pictures from that he was given by other heroes or that their teacher had taken, but he had filled at least several new pages with all of the images, which made him happy. Though he did have some homesickness, which was strange to him because he never really experienced homesickness even when he was taken away from Japan by force. The duo noticed that Izuku was off and asked him what was wrong as he explained that he missed home, which he found strange due to not missing Japan. There may be some reasons, like you weren't given time to relax in the Corona family, so you never experienced it when you left Japan. Your mother and the Bakugos to a point were the only ones left in Japan that you had any good memories towards, while in America you have memories that are good with us, our parents, our school, and many other places outside of the Corona family. This is in addition to the fact that you don't have to suppress your emotions like you did in the Corona family, so you're experiencing things you normally would have, Ozzy said as he hugged Izuku's side and Zara was on the other side. Izuku nodded his head as he accepted the reasons and explanation of why he was feeling the way he was before he decided he wanted to go to sleep for the night. Another week had passed and they had spent a total of 3 months away from America, now out on missions, when the World Hero Association contacted them for a new mission. This mission would be a bit more dangerous due to the nature of the job, but the trio have proven themselves capable time and time again from their Egypt mission to here in Switzerland. As such, they would be hunting down a crime ring that was plaguing China, as the Triad had taken far more control of provinces in recent years that they are causing issues too great for the government to ignore, as some provinces are more or less outside of their control now. This meant that this mission would turn into a long-term mission for the trio and their teacher, as they would need to blend into the population and try to take down the Triad organization that was having an iron grip on these places. Of course, this wasn't going to be easy, since they just couldn't run around as heroes and arrest people, since a lot of the members, or rather upper members of the Triad, were unknown to the public, nor did the government know of their identities. As such, the World Hero Association gave the trio the mission and made it as a request instead of an order for this mission. The reason for this was because they wanted to use Izuku's past to help solve this case. They wanted him to take some risky steps if he was willing and return to the underground, in a sense as the underground prince, Grace. The World Hero Association had covered up many traces and information about Izuku's past, so not many know that he went on to attend a hero academy, so the only villain that would really know of this fact would be All For One himself. Though they knew the man could have spread this information out, the association was doubtful that the man has done so, since he would like to obtain Izuku's quirk for himself. If it fell into the hands of other villains, then it would be harder for All For One to acquire it, since he would have to cause a bit of noise to retrieve Izuku. As such, there was still the risk of All For One spreading out information that Grace had become a hero in training, so the mission was a request instead of a normal ordered mission due to the far higher risks and long term of this mission. However, the trio were not ones to shy away from danger, so after a few days of talking about the mission, it was accepted and they were off to China within a week. Third POV. Taking a breath of air in, Izuku calmed his heart down as he was anxious due to how dangerous of a position he was currently in. Infiltrating the underworld as the underworld prince from America was a bit more difficult than Izuku originally thought it would be, due to how cautious the Chinese triad was being. It had taken around a month or so for Izuku to make a new name for himself amongst the underworld in China to even catch the triad's eye, due to how cautious they were. This was due to the fact that even though Izuku was known greatly in the underworld in American and some foreign countries like China itself due to the triad's influence in other countries, Izuku had been gone for years from the scene. As such, his sudden appearance in China caused some hesitation from the triad on reaching out to him for anything. However, after this entire month of waiting and operating in the underground, Izuku was finally able to make an initial contact with the triad, as one of their known public members reached out to acquire his services for a session. Izuku had been selling his healing services in the underworld for a decent price, which was allowing him to store up a lot of money to use for his operations in the underworld. There was also the fact that any money he acquired would be for his own personal usage if he had any left by the end of the mission, since he was working for it, so the World Hero Association wasn't going to confiscate it, since this was a high-risk mission, so it should be high rewards also. Anyway, as the first official contact with the triad had happened, Izuku started to notice more and more members of the triad appearing and requesting his services, which meant that the triad was no longer keeping their members, or rather their more public members, away from Izuku, as they had been doing since they believed it to be a trap at the start. Which is fair, since it is indeed a trap, but a long-game trap that someone couldn't easily figure out. As he became more and more involved with members of the triad, Izuku noticed quite soon that he was being followed wherever he went nowadays by triad members. Luckily, Izuku had been training his ability to recognize energy sources apart from each other, since each source had a unique miniature difference between them that Izuku could pick up on and remember, so he could find them if they were within his range. As such, he was able to tell that by the middle of the second month on the mission, the triad had been following him. Izuku knew what they were trying to do in the long run of things, but he wondered how long it would take for them to get comfortable to the point that they would make the next move and reach out to him to acquire his services on a more permanent basis, because having Izuku out in the open for even their enemies to use wasn't wise for them in the long run of things. As such, he knew they were trying to figure out who he was in contact with, where he lived, what he did most days, and everything else out about his life, since they needed as much information as possible when they confronted him. The question would be, though, would they confront him with a business deal or with force, with the goal of keeping him under their thumb? Izuku just sighed as he entered a convenience store and grabbed some food, since he didn't feel up to cooking tonight. That was one bad thing about this entire mission, though. It was the fact that Izuku couldn't easily meet up with Ozzy or Zara, since some idiot in the government had met with them and exposed the fact that they were world heroes sent to China to help with the triad issue. Izuku was extremely pissed, since that forced the WHA to change the plans by a great deal, since the duo was meant to be with Izuku as a form of helpers, but now Izuku was doing his portion of the mission solo. This meant that the duo didn't live with him and couldn't show up with Izuku in public now due to all of this, else it would destroy the goal of Izuku becoming a part of the underworld so they can take the triad down. However, the duo seemed to have a plan of their own when it came to the issue of not being around Izuku. It seems because the last time Izuku was able to talk to them, they had that special glint in their eyes that spelled trouble for anyone and everyone. Sadly for Izuku, he was right because closing in on the end of the second month, which would also be the start of the break between the first semester and the start of the second semester of their second year of high school, Izuku learned of their plan when they started to hunt him. Izuku thought that they had gone crazy when they declared they were going to capture their villain of a lover when they broke into one of his meetings while he was performing healing services on a known public member of the Triad. Izuku wonders how they even knew he would be here since he had a range of different places he does his meetings at, which was known to the World Hero Association, but they never knew which one he would be using for the said meetings until after the fact when he did a report. The Triad members looked at him and then looked at the two known world heroes before they asked if he needed help. If you would. They have been hunting me down since my time in America. To think all of this is going on because I caught their attention in middle school. Izuku said as he backed away and started to make his escape with the main Triad member while the lower-ranking Triad members fought the duo. These two idiots declaring their love for me like that? Izuku thought as he had a small blush on his face as he ran away. The Triad member offered to take him to one of their bases and Izuku accepted the offer since it would be a good way to establish better connections with the Triad by using the duo as an excuse for him fleeing them and needing protection. The Triad only knew about Izuku being able to heal and not take energy away from others since those that knew on the villain side were limited to the Corona family, All for One, and the World Hero Association. The members in the Corona family that were not in jail still didn't know about Izuku becoming a hero though since none of them outside of the butler were at the compound and even then the butler wouldn't have the full knowledge of what happened to Izuku after the fact. As such, the Triad didn't know that Izuku was fully capable of defending himself since he would bring bodyguards that he paid for with some of the money the association gave him for the mission. This was to keep up his appearance as Grace and hide his skills until he had no choice but to show them and force his hand in the entire case. Anyway, as Izuku got into the vehicle that the Triad member had been waiting for once he was done with the session, they drove off and headed deeper into the area controlled by the Triad. This area there were less police and heroes who were brave enough to venture this far because of the lack of government control, but there was also the fact that some of these individuals were on the Triad's payroll as well or were being threatened to stay in line with the trade's wishes. Izuku knew to be careful around any so-called government figures in these provinces due to their loyalties being unknown to the main government and the risk of them exposing Izuku if he wasn't careful with his wording. About 20 minutes later, the car came to a stop as it arrived outside of a business building. It was a skyscraper that was one of the largest ones in the surrendering areas which gave whoever was in the building a clear view of the area and things such as traffic. Gives a clear view if police and heroes are coming as well. Must be why there are only a few buildings that are tall and everything else is limited to the number of stories they can go up since this building is near the center of the city. Izuku thought as he got out of the car and followed the Triad member into the building. Looking around the building it seemed to be a normal office building but Izuku could tell by the way some of the so-called staff held themselves that they were not normal office workers. Instead, they were likely members of the Triad and worked as bodyguards for the entire building. They all watched Izuku move across the lobby as he stayed near the Triad member that had brought him into the building so that no one would get trigger happy or anything with him being there. They rode up on one of the elevators and Izuku found himself in a meeting room with a few other Triad members that he recognized since he had given them healing services before, but there were also some unknown individuals. Everyone looked at Izuku in confusion on why he was in the room and demanded to know from the member that brought Izuku here why Izuku was there in the meeting room. I'm betting some of these unknown individuals hold some higher powers in the group. Izuku thought as he made sure to take a second to look at everyone to commit it to his memories as they could use that memory quirk user that they used in the past to get the faces and information out of his mind. This way they would know more about the individuals. Without Izuku trying to remember every single detail since they would have actual images of their faces for the government to dig into. Calm down gentlemen, Grace and I had to escape from where we were at since the two world heroes discovered our location. Though it seems they are less after us unofficially since they are hunting down their escaped lover here, said the Triad member while Izuku blushed a bit and coughed at how upfront the man was. Everyone looked confused so Izuku just opened up and explained what their fellow member meant. He means the two world heroes and I have a shared past. Before the fall of the Corona family by America's government, I was sent to school to get a general education, which is where I met them. Some people wanted to impress them and decided to start trouble with me since I had been rude to them. Long story short, the two became obsessed with me and wouldn't leave me alone, so when I escaped the Corona family they did everything they could to get me. This in turn led to them following me here in China, which I thought would be a bit safer than America from them getting so close to me due to the government's lack of control in some provinces. Izuku said as he sat down and finished telling a somewhat truthful story to the Triad members. They were all nodding their heads as they had listened to his story, and the member that brought Izuku spoke up as he offered Izuku a deal. Grace, the Triad can offer you far more protection if you were to become more in line with our goals and associate yourself with us. Of course, this would mean limiting your services to anyone that is opposed to us. Of course, your services would be paid for as well at a slightly different rate since we would be providing protection against the world heroes, said the Triad member, and Izuku made himself look thoughtful at the offer since he knew everyone was watching him. I will need a day to consider it because I have also considered just leaving China to some European country and hiding out there, but your offer is appealing as well, Izuku said, and the members of the Triad nodded their heads as he was offered a place to stay for the night, which he accepted, of course, to appear more open towards them and trusting. Of course, Izuku didn't trust them as much as he could break free of the duo's love, which was impossible. As Izuku sat in the new room, but he wasn't dumb to call his lovers or the World Hero Association since he was sure without a doubt that his room would be bugged or something, since the Triad would be stupid not to bug the guest rooms. Though it did help that Izuku didn't have to actually sleep since he was just stealing very small amounts of energy from the workers in the building so that he could stay awake in the event someone tried to come into his room at night and drug him or something else. Though he did put up the act of going to sleep when he turned off all of his lights and sat in one of the couches with the TV on low, so it appeared as if he fell asleep with the TV on. This would provide him some entertainment throughout the night so that he wouldn't be bored while keeping his guard up. Of course, doing this meant that the night didn't go by that fast as he had little entertainment outside of the low-volume TV, but it passed finally as it was now early in the morning and a knock came on his door. Izuku got out of the chair and made the bed look like it was slept in, so no questions were asked before he answered the door. Standing there was the Triad member that had brought him into the organization, which Izuku did greet the man as Izuku was invited to join them for breakfast in one of the lounges, which Izuku accepted, of course, since he really didn't have a choice in not accepting. After a short walk, they both arrived at the lounge where some other Triad members were located, and Izuku sat down where he was prompted by another member. As they were all eating, Izuku decided to speak up to the individual that had made the offer to him the previous day. About the offer from yesterday, is it still on the table? Izuku asked, and everyone went silent for a brief moment but continued to eat. Indeed, but let's speak about it once we are done eating and we can move to an office with the members that will need to be present for such an agreement, said the man, which Izuku nodded his head at and knew there might be a few higher-up members he would get to meet, which would be good to get their faces and names. After about 30 minutes of eating, they were all finished and went their separate ways as Izuku was led into a private office up on the higher levels of the building. Izuku did notice that the individuals on this floor held themselves with a different attitude as it was more formal and on alert than all of the other floors. Someone high-ranking must be on this floor, Izuku thought as he focused back onto what was going on in front of him as they were waiting for someone to arrive into the room, which they ended up arriving about 5 minutes later as an older man with some more traditional clothing walked into the room and everyone stood up outside of Izuku. Deciding to take his case from the rest of the room, Izuku stood up as well so that he didn't start on the wrong foot with whoever this individual was, since it was clear he held power in this building and most likely a good portion of the organization with how everyone was acting. The man took the seat behind the desk as everyone else sat off to the sides and left Izuku alone in front of the desk, where he took his seat again. I'm assuming you have been informed of my name, but if not, I go by Grace. However, I haven't been informed of your name, sir, Izuku said as he tilted his head a bit, hoping to prompt the man with his name, but the man looked at Izuku straight on without speaking, which confused Izuku until he realized what had suddenly happened. Izuku no longer felt his quirk, as he generally always kept it on in some form, but now he couldn't feel it nor see anyone's life energy even when he tried. Quirk canceling technology, interesting, Izuku said, which caught all of their attention as the older man smiled a bit and spoke. Indeed, it's to ensure that no one tries to pull anything funny when we have these meetings, the man said as he introduced himself as one of the heads of the Triad, as it currently had 3 heads. I see, but I doubt the technology does anything to your men's weapons, or if someone had brought a weapon in, since I was never searched, Izuku said, and the man chuckled and said he doubted Izuku, Grace, would try anything. You are outnumbered and your quirk was only a healing one. I doubt you will try something this deep into a building controlled by us, so I don't have any concerns about you not being searched since we scanned for bugs the moment you walked into the building, said the man, and Izuku's eyes opened a bit more, but he went back to a neutral face. They then moved on to the topic of the agreement without Izuku actually getting the name of the man, but only an alias, as the man went by the title of the Snakehead of the Triad. As the conversation neared an end, Izuku pointed out that he would have to reject if his freedom of movement was restricted, as he greatly cared for his ability to go where he wanted and when he wanted, as he had enough of that back in his days of being in the Corona family, since his every moment as a child was monitored, which always irritated him. The man said that it would be fine to go where he pleased and wanted as long as he took some guards to defend himself, and they were informed he was going out for the day. Otherwise, they didn't need his every single movement as long as he could be reached to return to the building for any emergencies. In the end, an agreement was worked out that they would pay 75% of Izuku's normal fee for any medical services that they needed, in addition to a flat fee every month, since they would be limiting him from healing their enemies, in addition to him having a home set up in the building for him to live in. By the end of the day, Izuku was dropped off at his apartment and movers would arrive in the morning to help gather his things and move them into the building. Izuku though was being quick, as he needed to alert the World Hero Association and his lovers about the changes that have happened due to the stunt that the duo had pulled. Izuku was careful though, as he searched the entire area with his quirk and made sure to check for anyone that might be listening into his conversations, since he had a large number of the Triad members' energy source remembered. As he was sure he was in the clear, he made the phone calls that he needed to and alerted the association of what had happened and the fact that he was now a part of the Triad. Some people in the association thought what the duo had done was hilarious, but Izuku thought it was just downright embarrassing, but the duo were just cracking away as they were on the call as well in their apartment. Now if you are all done laughing, we need to figure out what to do moving forward, as I will try my best to give information about the Triad to you all, but I don't know how often I can do that or when. Izuku said, and they all calmed down and got serious, as this was an important mission and no time to joke anymore. Overall, it was decided that Izuku would perform dead drops across the city in certain places that wouldn't be strange for him to go, and the association would have agents waiting to pick them up, but change the people out every so often to not rouse any attention. Overall, they were in a delicate portion of the mission, since this could make or break the entire case if Izuku was to get caught. There was no fear of him not being able to escape, but they needed his cover to last long enough to identify who the other heads were before they could move to take out the top portion of the Triad, rendering it leaderless for a portion of time. This would give the government and heroes time to break the organization down before it could regroup with new leaders. Luckily, they already knew the face of one of the leaders now, thanks to them meeting Izuku, but he would need to get them a drawing of the man's face whenever he could, which would be tricky but could be done later. Izuku just wished the mission would be done sooner instead of later, since it had already been several months since they started it, and it would likely take almost a half of a year or a full year before this entire mission would be done, and Izuku was right. This is because it was about another 6 months before they had made enough breakthroughs in the case to bring the operation to an end and pull Izuku out. They now had the names and faces of everyone in the main top portion of the Triad that the World Hero Association deemed the mission ready to proceed in taking the leaders out. Now the duo hadn't been doing nothing these entire 6 months either, since they had been working hard on causing chaos for the Triad, as they have been hitting base after base that they discovered even without help from Izuku in finding them. They wanted to bring the mission to a quicker end, so they were digging the roots of the Triad out of other provinces and helped the government push in to take it back. The duo wanted their kitten back, and they were not going to let anything stand in their way anymore due to them being without him for 6 months now, with only very short meetings in between them during this period due to the guards he had to hide from a few times to meet them. Izuku was ready to be back into the waiting arms of his lovers because he was drained from this mission and wanted a break for a brief period of time if they could get one. Anyway, it was time to start preparing for the fall of the Triad control, or at least the major portions of their control, as the government was preparing loyal heroes and military officials for a wide-range campaign when the leaders of the Triad are taken out. This will help destroy the Triad's control for a long period of time if their bases are taken out in a heavy at the same time they become leaderless. However, not all things go according to plans, because on the day that the attack is meant to happen, the leaders of the Triad had decided to have a meeting with Izuku, which meant that he was going to be in the room where he met the head of the snake for the Triad. Izuku was not comfortable with what would be going on when he was in that room, but he had no choice but to go along with it, because if he was somehow found out about being a mole, then his chances of walking out alive were low due to him not having his quirk and being in a room filled with guns that could end him at any second. However, as it was said, there was nothing Izuku could do about this, so he had to just go along with it, as Izuku entered the meeting room roughly the same time that the raid was meant to start going on around all of the provinces that the Triad had under their control. Izuku sat there and watched as the 3 heads entered the room and the anti-quirk technology was turned on, disabling all of their quirks. This meeting was quite sudden, no? Izuku asked, as he was confused on why there was such a sudden meeting, but the words that the Triad leaders spoke next shocked Izuku. "We are here to inform you that your problem of the world heroes is about to be taken care of." We have located their home and our men should be breaking into it at any moment," said one of the triad heads, and Izuku's eyes almost widened, but he simply nodded his head and thanked them as it would make his days easier without them always hunting him down, but inside he was freaking out. The reason he was freaking out is because he knew the duo kept pictures of him and them together in hugs and cuddling in a bed, which would not indicate that he was running from them, but rather he truly was a lover of theirs. These pictures include their time also at their hero academy or on hero missions, since they had been saving up to put them in the photo book that was left on the plane. Izuku thanked them and said they could have just had the message delivered instead of requesting a large meeting, but they said they wanted to talk about expanding their original agreement even more, since the initial one would only last until the duo's death, which the triad thought would be happening soon. Sadly for Izuku, he couldn't get out of the conversation as a phone rang and was given to the heads. One head took the phone and listened in, but as he did his face became enraged and pale all at the same time, and it was in that moment that Izuku knew his cover was blown. Izuku acted quickly right as the man made eye contact with Izuku, as Izuku grabbed a guard's gun and started to shot his way out as he made a dash for the door, since he knew he could win if he got his quirk back but would likely be ended if he didn't. Sadly, he was shot in his leg and fell to the ground since he was unable to just heal himself and keep going like he normally would have. "I see you found out?" Izuku muttered as he tried to stop the bleeding, but his hands were forced back by some guards and held up in the air a bit by the two strongest guards in the room, which was impressive since Izuku wasn't light in the weight department due to all of his compact muscles. The heads of course were not pleased to learn that they have had a mole in a high-level position for the past 6 months, since they had no idea what information Izuku had given out, but they were sure to see if they could get it out, as they ordered him to be tortured for all of his information. Sadly, before the guards could start right away, the building shook by an explosion, as the raid had already begun on the building, as alarms started to go off alerting the heads that there were heroes inside the building. "I see you gave up this building, but no matter, we have many more places to hide out in," said one of the heads, but they made a critical mistake, and that was ordering Izuku to be brought along to get information out of him, since they believed he still only had a straightforward healing quirk. Sadly for them, the moment Izuku was pulled out of the room, he turned his quirk on and made them all drop to the floor while he dug the bullet out of his leg, since it would be dangerous to heal it while it was inside of him. The triad members and leaders were all shocked as they dropped to the floor and wondered if heroes already made it up to them, but they then watched Izuku, stand right up with no more bullet wound in his leg and turn towards them. "You are all under arrest. The control the triad has in this country will be coming to an end today due to the massive raid that is being started across the country," Izuku said as he took energy from triad members across the entire building on the upper levels and avoided the lower levels where the government forces were pushing in. Izuku then pulled out his burner phone and called in his lovers to alert them where he was and that the upper floors were prepared for an easy push due to him acting. "My cover was blown due to them raiding your apartment. They were able to find it, so be careful next time we do something like this, since the pictures you keep gave me away," Izuku said as he scolded them and kicked one of the triad members out, since he was quite a bit angry that his lovers blew his cover. Both Ozzy and Zara apologized for their screw-up, since they didn't mean to almost get Izuku ended, and Izuku was sure he was going to not be allowed out of their sights for the next few days, which was fine with him since he wanted to recharge and relax with them due to this long and stressful mission. After about 15 minutes of waiting, Ozzy and Zara were at the top of the building with other government agents behind them who took custody of the triad leaders who were cursing Izuku's name and saying they would have their revenge, but Izuku doubted that. China was a bit different in their laws and they would have been in jail for their entire lives for being a part of the triad, but being the leaders who took control of so many provinces made the situation a bit different. Those leaders would likely be put to death and Izuku would never see them again, since they had more or less caused an open rebellion against the government and ran a large-scale villain organization, so once the government got the information they needed out of them, they would get rid of the triad leaders. After doing a bit more work, they all exited the building and Izuku grabbed what he really wanted out of his room, since most of it was just bought to fill his apartment to look lived in, but he did have a few personal items that he wanted to grab before they left. Outside of all of this, he told the agents and his teacher that they needed to take a break before being sent on the next mission, since he was drained and mentally tired from being away from his lovers for so long. They all agreed that this mission was a high-stress one that deserved some downtime, and it was also a fact that Izuku needed to catch up on some educational material since he fell slightly behind as well due to his situation inside of the triad and being monitored inside. As such, they would have the next month or so off from any missions unless an emergency happened. This would also put them in time to graduate from Ashwood Academy as well, since in 2 months' time their second year would come to an end, and it was long agreed that the three of them were ready to graduate, but Izuku wanted to head back in the final portions of the last month to claim the top spot on the leaderboard. He wanted to graduate with being the top of the rankings in the second semester tournament since he was just going to outright challenge everyone in one go. Their teacher just sighed as he shook his head and said they would take a break in some other country to get away from the drama that was going on in China with all of the raids going on and to a place they likely wouldn't be known since they were becoming a bit famous in the international news, though luckily their faces have yet to be spread. But there was talk about the Apollo hero and his companions who would heal anyone that needed healing. This also meant that one certain hero in Japan had also heard of the rumors of the rising international hero who was a capable healer as well, whose powers were said to far surpass any other heroes in existence, but they still remained a rumor since the man didn't know how much he could trust of the stories in the international news since the World Hero Association was declining to comment. As such, this hero reached out to a close friend who was also a world-renowned healer to see if they could get any confirmation of the rumors, and the friend said that she would try to see if there was any truth to the stories since she knew how much the hero needed someone with far better healing skills than she had. Third POV. To Izuku, it felt downright blissful to be back in America even if it was only going to be temporary since the threat of All for One finding him still remains even though they have grown stronger to a point that Izuku doesn't truly fear the man at all even if he couldn't get him in one wave of his hand. However, being back in America did relax Izuku's mind and allowed the tension to bleed from his body since he got to enjoy time again with Ozzy and Zara since they had more or less been away from each other for over half of a year due to the dam mission. Though it was quite funny seeing the two act so docile the first few weeks after the mission since they were so regretful on leaving their pictures of them and Izuku out in the open for enemies to see so easily, so they held back on any sadistic behaviors they normally would have shown to make sure they didn't annoy Izuku too much, which Izuku found grateful. But after the second week of them being like this, he told them to go back to normal since it was too weird not having them act like they normally would. Of course, that was just opening the floodgates for the too sadistic as they flaunted themselves in very sual manners or other means to get a rise out of Izuku like they normally did, but Izuku accepted it as it was part of the charm he loved in them since there were quite a few times that they just made a fool out of themselves, which Izuku believed was the goal since he would always laugh at it. Anyway, part of the reason they were back in America was to finish their graduation from Ashwood Academy and ensure that they were at the top of the ranking before they graduated, and today was the day that they challenged the ranks. Everyone in the school heard that they were back. You couldn't go even 5 feet without hearing whispers about the school royals returning, which Izuku just shook his head at since they somehow always end up as deemed as royals in some fashion at each school they have been going to. Anyway, it was now time to challenge the ranking, and there was only one day left for them to do it before the challenge came to an end for the semester since graduation was in a few weeks. Izuku had the school get every single person to the stadium since he wanted to fight them all in one go, and the school allowed it since they knew the result for Izuku's fight. Of course, the duo weren't allowed to challenge everyone in one go and had to go up the ranks, but the people were already going to be on hand anyway, so they could just keep going up the ranks no matter what until they couldn't anymore. The results were just as Izuku and everyone in the knowledge of his quirk expected, as with one wave of his hand, he dropped the entire student body of the school down to the floor in a mere second as you could see bodies on top of each other. Sadato, who of course was the homeroom teacher of the trio, just chuckled at seeing all of the bodies on the floor and wondered if Izuku would be more of a combat hero in the future as he grew more, or would he stay as primarily focused on healing. The reason Izuku as always held that he would focus on healing above all else was due to trauma-related issues of the Corona family forcing Izuku to end with his quirk, which made him hate his quirk deep down to a point, but as time moved on he has become more combat-focused at the same time as healing victims, as he would always multitask. So Sadato was happy for Izuku but always did wonder how it would play out further into the future as the trauma became less present in his mind. Anyway, as the teachers and now Izuku were sitting down on the side, they watched as Ozzy and Zahara raced each other to the top since it more or less became a competition to see who would end up in the second place position, because neither were foolish enough to challenge Izuku for the top spot since even they would drop in a wave of a hand. Izuku watched and compared his lovers to their past selves when they first went through the competition at the end of the last year, and he noticed their attacks were far more refined and used less energy or showiness to everything that they did. As world heroes, they were less focused on individual ranking in a country and more on getting the job done and results quickly since they didn't really compete for a rank on the world stage. Why should world heroes compete amongst each other on the world stage when they were already at the top of the food chain in regards to heroics? Heroes like All Might may be more famous than a good number of world heroes, but when a world hero steps into a country, the commission of that country concedes its authority to the agents of the World Hero Association, because in the end it's the World Hero Association that holds the true power in the world. Sadly, its hands are full most of the time, so bad actors tend to pop up all of the time, which needs to be squashed when given the chance. Anyway, The results in the end were that Zara won second place by a span of about 45 seconds of when Ozzy and her last match came to an end. Ozzy rolled his eyes as she can of course take the queen's position of second place since he will be the almighty Jack that causes chaos. Izuku just rolled his eyes at the childish actions of the two, but that was another thing he loved about them since it was fun watching the two bicker at each other in a playful manner, but it was time for that to come to a stop since Izuku wanted to back to the house already since him and the two mothers were going to be going through all the remaining pictures and finish putting together any recent photos that were taken into the family photo book. Now talking about photos, there is one individual photo that caught Izuku's attention on their recent small vacation that they took to Hawaii before coming all the way over to New York where Ashwood was located at. While over in Hawaii, Izuku and the others were unfortunate to have to cut their trip short since they had gotten word from the heads of the association that their location had been leaked by a lower-ranked World Hero Association member. Izuku was downright pissed when he learned of then and had gone completely off, showing rare examples of emotions which tends to be brought out by extreme things. In this case, it was the fact that their information was leaked by the very organization that had promised them to keep it hidden, which didn't sit well with Izuku. Izuku drilled into the association on if their family information was a risk of being leaked, since All for One would likely not hesitate to go after them to force Izuku's hand, but the association assured them that all other information outside of the team's current location was sealed to only the heads and a few trusted. The reason the lower-ranked individual had access was because they were a part of a team that was in charge of ensuring world heroes had any resources they needed for missions and where to send the stuff, which meant having the location of the heroes. The association did dig into the man and found he gave the location of Hawaii up to a hero known as Recovery Girl in Japan, though they did not know outside of the fact that she was trying to confirm the rumors and get healing services for an active hero who was too far injured for her to heal. That raised many questions in Izuku's mind on who was too far gone for healing to be completed by Recovery Girl and why they would still be an active hero. Izuku has healed other heroes and even some retired ones, but no official request has been put into the World Hero Association for anyone that was currently injured in Japan that Recovery Girl couldn't handle, so the association was very alert and on guard towards Recovery Girl herself now, as they wondered if she was working for All for One. It was common knowledge to the association that the man had his hands in an extremely large amount of things as well as people, so having power over a severely older hero wouldn't be surprising, but it did raise concerns. What surprised Izuku most, though, was who he believed to be the hero that needed healing, because too many things were staring to line up in Izuku's mind. The photo that had caught Izuku's mind and was separated from the photo book was one that had a familiar set of hair in it, but yet the man didn't match what he should have been if Izuku was correct, which was the problem. In the photo was a taller man who had blonde hair in a similar style to the #1 pro hero of Japan himself, All Might, but this man was thin and bony. When Izuku tried to dig anyone up by facial recognition in some databases, he found one man named Yagi Toshinori who lived in Japan, which raised even more questions. Izuku always doubted the fact that All Might never walked away injury-free like the news reports said in Japan, nor the fact that All for One wouldn't go after the man again if he truly was the one that caved in his face like the association currently believed. There was also the fact that All Might has been decreasing the number of hours that he has been cited in public over the past few years and is currently sitting at around 5-ish hours per day, which doesn't line up with his past when he was normally always out until nighttime. There is also the fact that, officially, All Might wasn't cited in Japan for around an entire week during the time that Izuku was in Hawaii and had received the report of his location being compromised as well, which made things a bit too fishy. Izuku had brought up his theory with the heads of the association, since if he was right and All Might has been hiding his massive injury, then it was a real issue for Japan's fragile hero society. Nearly every single country had heroes in it, but Japan took it to an extreme level where almost everything centered around heroics, unlike other countries that kept a decent balance. If the #1 pro hero, the symbol of peace for Japan, was that extremely injured, then it would likely collapse their country's society fairly quickly if the man himself was exposed in this theorized injured state of his and he was unable to perform his job anymore. The association was also not happy with this at all, since it would consume a large amount of resources and time of their heroes if an entire country was to suddenly collapse on itself, and there was the fact that they believed that All for One was hiding in Japan as well, which would spell disaster for Japan if All Might suddenly retired. As such, after some talk, it was decided that the trio would start preparing themselves to return to Izuku's homeland of Japan once they graduated from Ashwood and became official world heroes, as they would no longer have any restrictions, nor would their homeroom teacher have to accompany them anymore, which the old man was grateful for since he was done putting up with Ozzy and Zara's shamelessness. Sadato wondered how Izuku could stand the things that they did but never dared to ask since he was afraid of what answer he would honestly receive. Anyway, Back to the issues at hand and what would be going on in the future. Overall, Izuku was nervous about returning to Japan for multiple reasons. It means that he would have to finally confront his mother's death a bit more head-on in the literal sense due to the current plan of going to her grave and introducing the duo to her, even though it seemed funny to him the duo wanted to do it. There was also the fact that he still remembers the Bakugo family even though the memories from back then are distant and mixed in with all of the trauma that Hisashi caused at the end of his time in Japan. He wondered if the Bakugo family would even remember him if he were to stand in front of them, or if they even thought about Izuku Midoriya or Izuku Midoriya anymore due to how long it had been. There was also the fact that Izuku wanted to wear a mask when they went to Japan for several reasons. Firstly, Izuku had talked it over with the duo and each of them agreed that they would not be acting out in the public's eye. Instead, they planned to go underground and work mostly at nighttime as underground heroes for a period of time as they gather intel on All for One and to see if they could find out the truth of All Might's current state. This was to also help decrease the chances of All for One picking up on the fact that Izuku was now in the same country as him too quickly, since he knew the man would start going on the offensive if he had the chance to do so. Izuku knew his quirk was downright too powerful for the man to leave alone, as it was a threat to the man and it was also a blessing to the man if he could acquire it. Though, Izuku did wonder if the man could even be healed, since it was likely all scar tissue under the mask, which means he would need to be injured again or the scar tissue removed before Izuku could heal him. Anyway, we are digressing from the topic at hand. Backing up to working in the underground, Izuku knew they would need to start building connections in the country to better understand the current power structure of the country, and there was also the fact that the association wanted to dig into a few issues while they had the team in the country. These issues included the Japan's Hero Commission, Endeavor, and Hawks. All commissions were in charge of reporting information to the World Hero Association, and let's just say that the association was pretty damn sure that the Japanese's commission was fudging some things when they reported it. Endeavor seemed way too aggressive to not have caused some issues that would have gotten him fired by now, but yet a lot of his information was clean, a bit too clean in their views since they knew not all heroes were angels like they should be. Then pushing on to the issue of Hawks, well, there was a severe lack of information on this man, as a lot of it was tied to caretakers that just happened to be employed by the commission itself, which raised flags of a possible child solitaire program. All of these issues raised many flags, but then on top of the fact that All Might may be hiding the fact that he is severely injured from even his own government was not good at all. This meant that the Japanese's government would be ill-prepared for the time that the symbol of peace for Japan had a forced retirement due to a battle or his wounds just caught up to him. As such, they wanted that situation to get under control in regards to what was true and what wasn't true, so Izuku, Ozzy, and Zara needed to be careful when they went information searching, since All Might has done an extremely good job at hiding his wounds so far from even the World Hero Association, which was impressive since the organization tends to have its hand in everything. However, until they got to the country, Izuku was going to need to mentally prepare himself for being in the quirkiest country, since he is extremely doubtful that it has changed since his time there. This meant going to his therapist, which he honestly hasn't talked to in a long time due to being on the missions for the World Hero Association. As Izuku sat there in the office, he looked at the man across from him who was staring right at Izuku with a look of being completely done with whatever he was dealing with. "Welcome back. Done evading me for the past year?" his therapist asked, and Izuku turned his head away slightly in offense. "I wasn't avoiding you at all. I was out on missions and couldn't just come back to America at random," Izuku said, but the man just rolled his eyes a bit and said he had a secure channel connected to a tablet that the association had provided Izuku near the start of his Egypt mission but never used it. "You know you are a condensing jerk, right?" Izuku asked, and the man nodded his head and spoke. "Yeah, but that is why you liked coming to me, since I wouldn't hold back my opinion of your thoughts or mental state. I give it to you straight on and don't hide things behind fancy words," the man said, which Izuku nodded his head at, since that was true. He had been coddled when it came to his issues unless it was Ozzy or Zara, but they never did it out of pity and only love. Everyone else, he expects them to just tell him straight up about their views of him or what he says so he can get a clear image of what's going on. It was extremely helpful when he was having more issues back in the past, but now he felt annoyed since he did have a reason he was avoiding the man, because there was only one topic really left to talk about and he had no choice but to face it soon, since it's Japan itself. Izuku really didn't care for Japan outside of his mother and the Bakugos, and in all honesty he would rather see the country fall into ruin than save it, but that isn't a heroic thing to do. That was the issue now, wasn't it? Izuku knew he always had conflicting morals. When it came to things, since the time with the Corona family did change a lot of things for him, and he knew that. So far there has been an extremely few cases or instances where these morals conflict, but Izuku knew deep down inside that once he entered Japan those morals would conflict a far greater deal than anywhere else because of his dislike, or rather his hatred for Japan's hero society. The duo knew about it as well, and they enabled him when it came to avoiding his therapist, but they knew he needed to face it, so that is why they convinced him to go see his therapist now instead of not doing it until after they arrived in Japan. We both know why I avoided you, so let's not beat around the bush because it's due to you wanting to talk more about my time there when we have only brushed over it in the past, and you saw it through my memories you were provided. Izuku said, and that was true since they hardly ever talked about Japan, and the man wanted to do so at the end of their last meeting. The man already saw everything since he was given the memory file recording that happened when he was still under the corona control when the raid was being planned, but Izuku always refused to actually talk about it. His therapist had made diagnosis based on seeing the memories but never really off how Izuku talked about it. To be fair, the diagnoses were accurate since the man could see what actually happened, but that didn't mean Izuku was getting to move onwards from it since you never really move forward from the things Izuku went through when he was still quirkless and then right after he awaked his quirk. However, he was here now and it was time to talk about his past, so they got to talking and worked at Izuku's conflicting morals since that is what Izuku wanted to focus on in regards to Japan. As his therapist listened, Izuku could see theories and statements being put together in the man's mind by the way his eyes moved and wondered what the man thought, so he asked him. You are afraid that you will somehow revert back to the child version of yourself even though you know you have come far from that point in your life. Japan makes you feel what you considered weakness due to being without a quirk in Japan and the horrible treatment you received from people there. However, you are forgetting that you will have Ozzy and Zara to help guide you and stop you from lashing out at anyone you believed played a hand in your treatment if you were to meet them. The therapist said and went on to talk about how Izuku needed to recognize that what happened to him was indeed wrong, but he wasn't the child he was back then. Children were meant to be protected by all the adults, but those adults were the ones that failed, not him. It's okay to hate the country and even let some of your morals you gained from the Corona family help dictate your actions a bit. However, don't let them turn you into the same individuals who turned their back on you when you were a child. As long as you are not breaking the law, then what does it matter if you are being petty or a bit aggressive towards the other heroes or people in Japan? Said his therapist, and Izuku chuckled a bit as he knew he would let some of his frustrations about his past treatment out when it came to capturing any villains since they would be the best to release his anger on since they were already causing trouble. He could also be extremely petty when it came to other heroes, for example in providing information about himself to police or other heroes to make them think that he is a vigilante since they plan to start working underground heroics first before becoming more public about their actions later on when they aim for all for one directly. The conversation continued between the two of them until it was time for Izuku to go home for the day, and soon he found himself in a cuddle pile with Ozzy and Zahara with a few tears leaking down his face. Oh, the mighty have fallen. But yet there tend to be the ones hurt the most behind the shadows of darkness, Izuku said as he basked in the warmth from both of his lovers, and they just kept cuddling him. The mighty may have fallen, but it is them that tends to stand up once again even when they are pushed to the brink of collapse. Ozzy said, and Izuku just pulled himself into Ozzy's chest a bit more as Zara was on his backside hugging him. Soon Izuku went into a blissful sleep as the coming days in the future were sure to get chaotic whenever they set off for Japan. Third POV. The remaining time in America came to an end as the trio were once again off from America and headed towards Japan. This time, though, they were leaving America not as teenagers on the run from evil but as pro-heroes, a part of the World Hero Association on the hunt for evil, which would take them time and careful planning, but they believed that they could accomplish it together. As they were flying over the ocean through the night, Izuku sat next to the window looking out of it wondering, and of course he was wondering about what could have been if Hisashi Midoriya never returned that night to cause the pain that he did. Ozzy and Zara came up to him on the couch that was near the window and asked how he was doing since they knew he would struggle a bit with his mental state and emotions due to returning to his birth country since it was filled with so much grief and pain, but they knew they would be there for him to help him get through anything that came up. Izuku turned his head and snuggled into their bodies as he laid across their laps. I've been talking to the jerk of a therapist about Japan since we've never really talked about it, and I admit I still have issues regarding Japan, but I think I will direct that anger and energy towards being petty towards others while in Japan, Izuku said, and Ozzy made a joke about Izuku coming into his own form of being a sadist just like them, which earned an eye roll from Izuku. I will never be able to top you two when it comes to that, Izuku said, and they chuckled a bit before they decided it was time to take a nap since the plane was set to arrive in Japan early in the morning, so they wanted to start adjusting their sleeping schedule to Japan's time zone. With no trouble at all, Izuku slipped into his dreams while he slept in the hold of his two lovers. After their blissful sleep came and went, They arose to the sun spilling into the cabin of the airplane, which helped them wake up just in time for the captain to come over the intercom inside the plane, warning them that they were about 1 hour away from Japan. Izuku groaned as he heard the loud sound of the intercom and started to rub his eyes as he worked his way out of Ozzy and Zara's hold and slipped from the bed so he could start getting dressed, but as he moved off the bed he was yanked back by some sand which pulled him right back into their hold. You know, it isn't romantic to be in bed with sand on it. Causes some irritation in some spots. Izuku grumbled out and Ozzy chuckled a bit as he placed a kiss against the back of Izuku's neck. Morning to you as well, love, Ozzy said as he let Izuku go and woke Zara up. Moving to get their clothing on and out of their nightwear, they made their way once they were done into the main cabin portion of the plane to grab some small snacks for a breakfast, since they had planned to get a meal once they arrived at the home that the World Hero Association had set up for them. This house was located in the same city as UA itself in Mizutofu of the Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan. It was also the same city that Izuku grew up in and where everything happened. Izuku had actually made the request to live in the same city he grew up in for many reasons. 1. It was close to his mother's grave since the cemetery was just on the outskirts of the city. 2. It had the school of UA in the same city, which allowed them to keep a relative eye upon the school itself and kept the three of them a bit under UA's nose, since who would predict that you have people watching you living right next to you? The reason that they were on guard towards UA a bit was due to Recovery Girl's involvement with UA, as she was still under monitoring for possible connections to All for One. Due to her involvement with the school, it brought the entire school under monitoring, since it would be an extreme issue if UA, which was the top hero school of Japan, was actually controlled by All for One in the shadows. Thirdly, Izuku knew the city well from his past, and even with changes they would be able to get adjusted to the city faster than other cities across Japan, since Ozzy nor Zahara had to use their Japanese as language skills outside of Izuku, which he did force them to keep up to date on it, but they weren't 100% perfect like native speakers. So having a town that Izuku was familiar with would make it easier for him to explain directions and places to the duo when they needed to go out by themselves without Izuku or during missions. There were other reasons, of course, but they had to do with the mission that they were here for, and overall the city was a good place to use to get to other places in Japan quickly if they wanted to do so. But of course, as it was pointed out, the biggest reasons was due to it being tied to Inko's grave, which Izuku had plans to visit it a lot since he could never do so in the past. Anyway, the plane already has come to a landing and they were driving through the town as Izuku took in the sights. A lot has changed, but yet not much has changed either. Different stores and names, but the overall layout of the city is still the same as when I was a child, Izuku said as he looked out of the window as they drove down the street. They did acquire a car to drive around in Japan, even though they likely would use public transportation a large amount of the time. As they pulled up to the house, overall it was a more modern style of a Japanese home, but it still held some traditionally aspects into it that made it massively appealing to both the old and new generations. It also had room to park multiple cars and some privacy fencing to keep some privacy when it came to the yard. It had a few spare bedrooms since the trio all just slept together in the master bedroom, since they haven't slept apart unless forced to do so by a mission like the Chinese's mission that they had done before taking a break in America. As such, for Izuku, Ozzy, and Zara, the house was far more than enough, since they could use the spare rooms as offices or for other things, since they would be in Japan for the long term or until the World Hero Association decides to pull them off the mission for some reason to go to another country. Though that was highly unlikely in all general sense, since Izuku was born in the country and would know it far better, plus both Ozzy and Zara knew a good amount of the local language, which made it easier for them to blind in instead of sticking out even more due to being a foreigner who didn't speak the language instead of being one that did, which was impressive for most locals. Once they had gotten their things put into the new home, they decided that they would head out to a local restaurant that Izuku remembered from his childhood. It was a restaurant that never discriminated against him for being quirkless and didn't overcharge him for things either, so Izuku wanted to visit the shop once again. As such, Izuku put a medical mask of to help obscure his face, since he didn't want to be recognized by some ill luck and have his location reported back to All for One, or by some chance someone remembers him from his childhood case. Of course, Izuku was wearing a hood upon his head nearly the entire time as well, so that his green hair didn't stick out like a sore thumb either. As such, after a short walk from their home, they arrive at the restaurant, and it was a mixture between a cat cafe and a restaurant on the second floor away from the cats. People would spend some time waiting downstairs until their food was ready before heading upstairs to eat. Unless you were there just for the cats, then you paid a small fee to just sit around. Izuku enjoyed it in his childhood since the cats offered unconditional love. Well, it was conditional on pats and some snacks, but that was easy to do when you are a child starved of positive care outside of your sole parent, who was the only person in your life to care for you. Sitting down, Izuku enjoyed playing with the cats while his lovers just sat next to him and glared at the cats for taking attention and care away from them, which Izuku just rolled his eyes at. Stop being jealous of the cats. You get me all of the other time, so leave the poor adorable cats alone, Izuku said while holding one of the cats a bit in the air and putting his face near it, which caused the cat to lick him, causing Izuku to chuckle a bit. The duo sighed as they placed their heads on Izuku's lap and made random comments about any attention away from them should be considered a sin, but Izuku just ignored them. After waiting a bit longer, the meal they ordered was prepared, so they headed on up to the second floor to start eating their breakfast that they ordered and slowly chatted away over the meal. As it came to an end, they discussed what they would be doing for the rest of their day since it was their first day in Japan. Izuku was silent for a bit before saying he wanted to stop at his mother's grave to see it and introduce them to her. The duo nodded their heads and agreed to follow him to the grave since they wanted to go as well, and it shouldn't really be something that they should push off, and it was more respectful of them to go on the first day instead of waiting. As such, after an hour drive of making a few stops to acquire some supplies, they arrived at the cemetery that held Izuku Midoriya in it. Walking through the graveyard, Izuku started to get lost in his memories of him and his mother. Even though nearly his entire life in Japan was filled with hardship and pain, it still had its happy moments which all centered around Izuku Midoriya for the most part, and these memories made Izuku so wishful that she could have survived to see what he had become and wondered if she would be proud of him even with the sins that he had unfortunately committed due to the actions of others. As he was in his deep thoughts, Izuku didn't notice that they had already arrived until Zahara had grabbed his shirt, stopping him from moving forward past his mother's grave. "Thank you, I was lost in my mind," Izuku said, and they nodded their heads as they completely understood that Izuku was going to be somewhat out of his most of today due to memories and emotions that he was going through. Izuku turned his head a bit and saw the grave that belonged to his mother. Lowering down, Izuku sat on his knees and pulled out the supplies that he had bought. Overall, he had brought cleaning supplies and some flowers which he planned to use to clean the grave and leave the flowers behind. Izuku did notice, though, that the grave was relatively clean, so it meant that someone had been. Meet the duo who looked at him when they asked what took so long, which caused Izuku to explain the situation. As they started to eat the lunch, an explosion went off a few streets from them which caused smoke to rise into the air. Izuku sighed as he heard another explosion happened and saw the smoke increase about a minute later. "Let's go look at what is going on," Izuku said, and they nodded their heads as they moved a few streets down but found something quite shocking to Izuku and the duo as well, since they recognized the individual. Inside of the villain, which was the same villain Izuku had already dealt with once, there was a kid that had blonde hair and was using an explosion quirk. Though the kid was much older, it was clear to Izuku who it was when the kid from before ran out into the crowd and yelled out the blonde's name. "Bakugo!" The purple hair kid from before yelled out, and it was that moment that Izuku knew who the blonde kid was, which made him act just as the villain raised his hand to strike the purple hair kid. Izuku raised his hand and with a wave caused the villain to collapse to the ground due to the sudden loss of energy again. Suddenly, though, All Might appeared but looked confused when he found the sludge villain out cold again, but noticed the purple hair kid was now at the blonde one, pulling him out the villain hold, which All Might finished up for him and gave them to the medics on site. Of course, the other heroes were chewing the purple hair kid out for being reckless, but Izuku was honestly impressed with the kid since the other heroes had said they were waiting for someone with a better suited quirk. As the medics released Bakugo and the other kid, Izuku decided to follow them both since they left in the same direction, and with a bit of luck the trio found them in a side street a bit away. Though Izuku rolled his eyes at what he heard Bakugo say as he yelled at the purple hair kid that Izuku now knew was named Shinso, since Bakugo was yelling that he didn't need help before stomping off and away. Izuku knew that Bakugo had grown quite an attitude, which from his memories reminded him of the older Bakugo as well, since she was quite an angry woman as well. Apple didn't fall far from the tree with that boy, is what Izuku thought before turning his attention back to Shinso, who now had another individual with him, which was All Might. Well, it was All Might until the man dropped into a smaller form. The said smaller form looked exactly like the same man from Hawaii as well. So my theory was right, Izuku thought as he took a picture of the smaller All Might who was talking to Shinso and explained something about a quirk called One for All. Wait, One for All? All for One. This man better not be involving him in some damn war. That is recruiting a child soldier, Izuku thought as he made a move out of the hiding spot he was in and spoke up. "Now let's hold up a damn minute," Izuku said as he stepped forward, shocking All Might, who went on the defensive and asked how much he just heard and saw. "Everything, pick your places, better to drop huge secrets, All Might," Izuku said as he came to stand by Shinso. "I got some questions and you are going to answer them." Does one for all have anything to do with all for one, and if it does, why the hell would you be offering it to a child? Izuku said and asked in a demanding tone as Shinso questioned the thing lowly about all for one. All Might though got a dark look on his face as he demanded to know who Izuku was, but Izuku refused and told him instead to start speaking, while Shinso just looked completely confused and in shock by everything that was going on. All Might clenched his hands a bit and said he wasn't connected to all for one but wanted to know why he, Izuku, knew that name. Izuku though wasn't buying it one bit and grabbed Shinso and took off, which shocked both All Might and Shinso. All Might tried to follow but fell out of his buff form in pain from what Izuku could see, which confused Izuku on why he had two forms and if had to do with his quirk. Izuku was quick in his escape and soon was about a mile away or so, since he could barely feel All Might's energy source on the edge of his range. Once he was sure the man wasn't able to follow, he put Shinso down out of the bridal carry he had done and apologized. Sorry Shinso, but it is best if you avoid getting involved with something that connects to the villain known as All for One. That man is one of the top villains, and even though you could have gotten a powerful quirk, it surely was attached to many conditions which you may come to regret. Izuku said as he looked Shinso over, but the boy looked cautious of him as well due to the entire situation, which was fair as Shinso even asked why he should trust him over the symbol of peace. True, you should always be questioning everything that seems off. It's a good trait to have in life, but especially if you want to be a hero since it keeps you alive in the field. Izuku said, and Shinso asked if he was a hero, which Izuku nodded his head at and showed his license from the World Hero Association since he needed to have Shinso's trust. Don't go spreading the fact a world hero is in Japan. Don't need the local government knowing just yet. Izuku said, and Shinso nodded his head and asked a question that Izuku was slightly caught off guard about. Shinso asked Izuku if he believed someone with a villainous quirk could be a hero, which made Izuku pause for a second before chuckling and laughing a bit. Shinso though seemed to be a bit dejected, which made Izuku know he's been told that he couldn't whenever he asked that question. Shinso, if I can be a hero then you can be a hero with however so-called villainous your quirk is, because trust me, you can't top the tragedies and sin that my quirk is responsible for. Izuku said, which confused Shinso as he asked what Apollo's quirk was. The hero name was on the license that Izuku showed. Izuku made a sound before saying it was a quirk that allowed him to steal energy from others or any life but also use it to heal others. My past isn't a good one and I have been forced to use it for evil before I was saved from my life of crime, so if I can be a hero and even a world hero with blood of many on my hand, then so can you when you haven't committed any sins like I have. Izuku said, and Shinso asked how he knew he didn't commit any crimes, and Izuku chuckled even more. Your eyes tell me you are still innocent and haven't taken anyone's life, so I'm sure you have been a good kid. Izuku said, and Shinso rolled his eyes as he turned his head away with a small blush due to being embarrassed. They kept talking as they walked away, and Izuku knew the duo was near listening in, but Shinso didn't need to know that right now. As they kept talking, Izuku became interested in the kid before him, so he decided to make an offer of training Shinso for the UA exam, since Izuku learned that Shinso had a mental quirk which would prove hard for him to get into the school. Shinso asked why he would train him, and Izuku shrugged and said he got interested in seeing him achieve, plus it gave him something to do outside of missions and other things in his life, but in reality, Izuku saw some of his old self in Shinso and wanted to make the kid dream a reality. Wow. I keep referring to him as a kid, but I am only a few years older than him. Izuku thought as he realized that, but kept that fact to himself. Soon an agreement was reached and Izuku had a person to train with 10 months or so left until the UA entrance exam. This ought to be fun. Izuku thought as he sent Hitoshi home after exchanging contact details and getting a promise from the boy to reject any attempts All Might has in getting him to accept the quirk one for all, since Izuku didn't trust the man currently, nor did Shinso need a super-powered quirk to become a hero, which Shinso ended up with a few tears going down his face when he heard this from Izuku. Third POV. A few days passed since Izuku and Shinso's initial meeting, and during those days Izuku, Ozzy, and Zara did several different things. Firstly, they dug into Hitoshi Shinso's entire life to see what had happened to the kid, and they did find a range of things, such as the fact Shinso lived with a foster family that had a history of kids with certain quirks, such as villainous quirks running away from their home, which was written off by others as the children just falling to crime, which was kind of true since a lot of those kids were later arrested from crimes. However, Izuku didn't buy the fact that they simply just ran away, since he had an experience with a bad home himself due to the Corona family, so he was sure the foster parents were likely quirkist pigs that were most likely mentally abusive and possibly physically as well. As such, Izuku knew they needed to do something about that, but would need to take care of it delicately and figure out where Shinso would go since they couldn't just take him in. Well, They could, but they were only a few years older than the kid, and they could receive a call at any random time that would send them to another mission in a country, which would force the boy to move as well if he became a permanent part of their family. And Shinso's dream was to go to UA, not travel around the world and never having a true home. Secondly, they found out that the school Shinso went to was the same one that Bakugo attended, and dear God, Izuku was downright disgusted by what he saw in that school video cameras. There was countless of hours worth of video showing so many crimes by the students and the teachers as well. Izuku was honestly glad that even though Katsuki Bakugo was in some sense arrogant, cruel, and a bit of a bully, he wasn't an extreme and could most likely be worked away from what he's been turned into by the horrible teachers, while nearly all of the other students were far too gone in Izuku's opinion, since they didn't deserve leniency from his wrath, as he created separate folders for each individual and gathered the evidence of their crimes together, as he was more or less going to blackmail these people. Outside of all of this, Izuku does know very well that All Might has also been trying to find information about him, since Izuku had access to the police and heroes networks due to his position as a world hero. As such, the locals didn't know he was monitoring the case, but he was, and he knew that All Might had contacted a local detective by the name of Nao Mesa Tsukachi, who had a lie-detecting quirk according to police records, which Izuku made sure the other two knew about so that they wouldn't get trapped in a lie when it came to the man, since Izuku was sure All Might wasn't going to let Izuku's go due to what he knew. Anyway, it appears that All Might had contacted this detective, who Izuku believed to be in on All Might's current injured state due to the lie detector quirk itself, to find information out about Izuku, since the detective had ran several searches with information that would use to identify Izuku himself. Luckily, All Might seems to have completely forgot about Shinso a bit, since the detective didn't run any searches using the boy's features. Izuku did set up alerts that if anything similar to Izuku or Shinso was mentioned or used in a search, then he would get a ping about it so he can monitor how close All Might may get to figuring something out. Sucks to be All Might though, since Izuku was far more powerful and had people to back him up when it came to authority over someone else, so Izuku wasn't afraid of the man trying to pull strings or anything. Anyway, Izuku knew he had a bit of work to complete when it came to Shinso in regards to the boy's life, but also just training the boy as well, since he needed to make sure Shinso could manage when it came to the UA entrance exam. Luckily, he knew that he could somewhat cheat when it came to Shinso's training due to how he could just quickly heal Shinso and speed up the beefing up of muscles, though that did have a risk in it as well. The risk was of course that Shinso could become too reliant on Izuku healing him to improve in training, since he may become lazier after Izuku is less around in the future to maintain the physical condition he would gain due to Izuku speeding the process up. Izuku knew it would be a risk and reward assessment that he would likely have to play around with as he goes further into Shinso's training, but speaking up the training itself, it was time to meet Shinso at the training site. Where they were training is something you may ask, and it wasn't a gym. Nope. Instead it was none other than a trashed beach that had been laid to waste due to people not caring and the locals not maintaining it at all. As such, Izuku decided that this would be a perfect place to train the boy, since it would be away from the public eyes and less likely for All Might to just stumble upon him or Shinso, since he was sure without a doubt that All Might would try to use some force to get answers, since he was clearly pissed off the last time they had their meeting in that side street about a week ago or so. Luckily, nothing has happened yet, but Izuku knew it was only a matter of time before a street camera or something else helped All Might limit Izuku's daily activity down to certain areas, since he would be near the trash beach a lot more to help Shinso train, which helps All Might track him down. However, that digressing from the new topic at hand now. Izuku stood at the trash beach with Shinso, who was plugging his noise, and Izuku just chuckled a bit as he had his medical face mask off, since it would just trap the smell in it. Isn't it amazing? Izuku asked a bit in a joking tone, which Shinso had a face that looked like he was asking if Izuku was being serious or not, but Izuku kind of way, since this beach was the perfect place to train at without a lot of public eyes being on them. Anyway, this beach will be your training ground, as it will get you a workout in many different places of your body that a normal gym wouldn't do. We have 10 months and I want you to clean the marked areas of the beach before the end of the 10 months. Izuku said, and Shinso took a breath in as his eyes became wide and asked if Izuku, was kidding, but Izuku wasn't at all. Nope, and to help you a bit, I am going to also heal you time from time to help your muscles grow faster, but be warned to not get reliant on my quirk, since I won't do it every day. As such, only every so often will I use my quirk to speed the process up, because if you can't maintain your body after, then what the hell was the point of all this training I am going to put you through? Izuku said and asked Shinso, who gripped his hands and nodded his head as he thanked his mentor for any help that he was giving, since he knew Apollo had a lot of work to do as a world hero, so he was extremely grateful for any time that Apollo spent with him training. Anyway, get to work, Izuku said with a smirk as he kicked Shinso off the sidewalk and down into the sand, face first making him spit some sand out of his mouth while Izuku just chuckled a bit. Of course, when the training first started it was filled with more mistakes and stupidity as it was clear to Izuku that Shinso hasn't had any good trainers or someone to point out the flaws in his postures when training, but after about a few weeks Izuku saw that he didn't need to correct the younger kid's posture while training anymore. Now, they started to move into incorporating some hand-to-hand combat skills every so often once a small clearing was made. Izuku knew that Shinso would need more than just pure physical conditioning to get into the UA Hero course since Izuku knew the physical exam would have the students up against robots, which honestly didn't make sense in Izuku's view at all. It wasn't like heroes fought robots in the field instead of other humans, but no. UA decided to have a bias entrance exam against those with weaker quirks or non-physical quirks, which didn't surprise Izuku one bit due to Japan's quirkist society. So, with the knowledge of UA's stupid exam and the fact that Shinso only had a mental quirk, Izuku knew he needed to teach Shinso to be resourceful in using what was around him in addition to being able to analyzing situations to find weak points on people or robots in this case. The duo of Ozzy and Zara did stop by all of the time as well to join Izuku when he was training Shinso, which is how he got introduced to them, as they would often spar with Shinso to not have him just fighting Izuku, which would be bad when it came to habits. Of course, Shinso could never actually defeat them due to how good they were at in hand-to-hand combat, but he was able to hold his own after a few months of the training and physical conditioning, as he had already cleaned a quarter of the beach by the end of the first 3 months, which Izuku was happy about as it became cleaner and cleaner. As the space on the beach opened up, Izuku knew they would need to incorporate some quirk training into the schedule as well, since he knew Shinso likely never got actual training in for his quirk due to people's fear of it. As such, the three of them would start getting Shinso to practice holding them as long as possible under his hold, with them struggling to break free mentally. At the start of this training, Shinso could barely hold them for even 30 seconds due to how much trouble they gave him when they attempted to break out of their hold, but by the end of the 6th month they had gotten him up to an entire 3 minutes of them being under his power with them struggling. Now this may not seem like a lot, but you must remember that Izuku, Ozzy, and Zara all were trained by their sensei Sadato, who had a mental quirk that put them into illusions, so their mental fortitude was very strong compared to normal heroes and even far greater than normal civilians who would not have really any mental defense. As such, holding them under for a few minutes would be like holding a normal person for an hour with them fighting the hold, most likely, as the trio was trained to break out of mental quirks quickly by Sadato. Now, with it being the middle of the 7th month, nearly all of the beach portions that Izuku had marked out were almost clearly cleaned. The healing I have been performing on him has really sped this entire training up, since he could get back to work faster and had more muscles quicker. Izuku thought, since he estimated to be at this point around the end of month 8th instead of the middle of the 7th month, but that was fine since it just meant more time for them to use on other training. Sadly, one day when Izuku was out and about in town, he ended up running into All Might in his skinny form, as Izuku was on his way to meet up with Shinso at the beach to do some sparring as per the schedule, but running into All Might ruined it. As Izuku stood there, he took a step back while All Might quickly looked around before buffing up. "I see he won't let me just walk away. This idiot is going to cause so many issues, isn't he?" Izuku thought as he just turned around and started to run away, but sadly All Might was a fast man, and it appeared that the 3-hour limit he heard All Might talk about to Shinso that one day isn't close to going on from what Izuku could tell. Izuku knew he could escape easily by taking All Might out with a wave of his hand, but then that would complicate matters on a far greater scale than Izuku really wanted to deal with, since he didn't want to tip his hand in things, as he wanted others to still believe he only had a healing quirk, as people were far less on guard with him around when they thought that. As such, Izuku ran into a crowded area as he pushed his way through the crowd so that All Might couldn't just outright attack him due to others people being around, but that didn't mean All Might chasing someone didn't catch people's eyes, as people were screaming and jumping out of the way as they figured out what was going on. Izuku knew he would be left out in the open quickly, so he made a beeline for the police station and entered it as he came to the front desk and spoke to the person before All Might came barging in. "Yes, officer, I would like to press harassment charges against that man, as he has been following non-stop when I have committed no crimes," Izuku said as he pointed at All Might, who looked confused as hell, and the officer was dumbstruck. All Might started to speak up and saying if he didn't do anything wrong, then why was he running away, which Izuku just rolled his eyes at him. "Oh, I don't know, but why would you chase me if I had committed no crime? If I've committed a crime, then present your evidence or reasonable belief of what crime I've committed, otherwise you need to stop following me, as it's harassment." Izuku, with a smirk under his medical mask, which All Might couldn't see but likely knew due to the curve of Izuku's cheeks going up. Izuku could tell that he was annoying the man quite easily due to how hard All Might was clenching his hand, but that just gave Izuku more entertainment. Seeing as how you aren't speaking up about anything, it means you got nothing but bias or other motives against me that doesn't involve a legal reason to come after me. As such, I want an official report against All Might for harassment. Izuku said as he turned away from All Might to the police officer, who looked downright confused and conflicted since it was the #1 pro hero that the accusation was being made against. The officer said she was going to get her captain for her to deal with the situation, and while the officer was away, All Might came close to Izuku and started speaking. I ran after you since you had knowledge about you-know-who and wouldn't tell me the last time we met on how you know that individual. Instead you accuse me of working with that man. All Might said, and Izuku just made a humming sound without really bothering to pay attention, though he did hear it all. Indeed, but yet you wouldn't tell me how you were connected to the man either, since I doubt the name of the Quirks are just a coincidence. Anyway, you won't get anything out of me currently since I don't trust you not to be working for that man, Trash Might. Izuku said as he saw the officer coming up with her captain, who looked confused as hell. Sorry to waste your time, officers, but All Might admit he confused me with someone else, so the issue is taken care of. Izuku said as he walked away from the desk with All Might right behind him, who waved goodbye to the officers, but Izuku could tell that he was stressed since he had no idea who the person in front of him was, and the fact that they, Izuku, knew nearly every single secret of his. Izuku led All Might to an alley out of view and told the man to stop wasting his time with his form, which All Might knew he couldn't waste as well, and dropped out of his buff form. So let's be clear, I don't really care for you since you were interested in making a child solider, and I really hate people that do that. You were wanting to send a middle school kid to their death against All for One, since I'm taking it you aren't one of his men, for now at least. Izuku said, and All Might looked insulted and said that All for One was dead, which made Izuku come to a stop as he looked at All Might. What the hell? No, he isn't. Did his government not inform him that All for One was alive? Izuku thought. All Might though noticed that Izuku tensed up and asked what was wrong, and Izuku looked at him and said something shocking to All Might. Of course it was. You are an idiot to think All for One is dead since I ran into him about a year or so ago. Did your government never tell you? Izuku asked as All Might's eyes widened in disbelief, as he had asked how did he meet All for One and why would the government know that he was still alive. Reasons that I will not talk about, but the man has been hunting me down since he learned of my existence. Why your government knew is because they should have gotten informed due to the reports that they would have received, as the man had caused some chaos in America, so the American government knew that All for One was still around and had told other government and the World Hero Association, from what I was told. Izuku said, which it wasn't a lie. All of that did happen, but it was just that Izuku was just leaving out the fact of why he was being hunted and the fact that he was a world hero. Though All Might looked like his heart had just been stabbed as he grabbed his chest, and really Izuku kind of did just stab him in the heart, since Izuku didn't know the vendetta that All Might had against All for One. See my issue with what you tried to pull on that middle school boy? Izuku asked, and All Might nodded his head as he said he wouldn't have offered it to someone so young, knowing the man was still alive, which made Izuku slightly happier, but All Might was still kind of trash in his mind. Trash Might? Once you're trash you can't go back? Izuku thought with an internal smirk that he didn't let show. Anyway, I think it's time for me to go, so don't bother trying to look me up or find me, as I've made it nearly impossible to do so. I got to stay off that man's radar for a bit longer before I cross paths with him again. Though, that man is likely a bit scared of crossing my path again without proper preparations after our last encounter, Izuku said as he walked away, which confused All Might on his statement of why All for One would be afraid of such a young person, and then All Might realized he never did learn why All for One was after the younger man. I need to bring the others up to date with everything that has happened. Dear God, I don't even remember the young boy's name that I offered my quirk to. All Might thought to himself as he realized how stupid he has been the past half year since he had become so focused on the other male who he still doesn't know the name of. Third POV. The remaining time between that encounter with All Might and the start of the UA entrance exam was used to focus on taking advantage of any weakness that Shinso could find in his opponents. Shinso had, since he had finished cleaning the beach an entire month beforehand. Now, just fighting against Izuku, Ozzy, and Zara wouldn't give him the best results, since they have trained to cover any known weaknesses that they had due to the harsh training they underwent at Ashwood, or under the Corona family for Izuku. As such, Izuku changed their training grounds to an abandoned warehouse where Izuku had Shinso wearing a face mask and a hood to hide his features due to the fact that the trio was brining actual criminals or villains to fight Shinso for live combat training. Of course, Shinso freaked out when he was first told about what he would be doing for the last month of training and was terrified because something could go wrong, like the villains trying to end him or use him as a hostage to escape, but Izuku assured him that nothing could go wrong due to unseen safeguards that they had in place. This did ease Shinso's worries, and of course Izuku's safeguards meant a wave of his hand if he thought the villain might injure his trainee. However, Shinso didn't need to know that there wasn't really any other safeguards in place outside of that, since he needed that small illusion of safety for now until he grew with more experience. As such, they started Shinso out with low-level ranked criminals who were more or less just the regular run-of-the-mill street thugs instead of actually experienced criminals or villains, since it wouldn't do them any good if Shinso got beat right out of the gate, since that was inviable action that could happen, since Izuku was only going to step in if a critical injury or a fatal one is about to happen. As such, the first fight started out with just a messy slugfest that led to Shinso having a busted lip and a black eye, which Izuku just rolled his eyes at and asked where had all of the training he had done the past few months with hand-to-hand gone? Shinso of course lowered his head and apologized, but Izuku didn't want an apology but an answer, and he did get one, since it turns out that fighting his mentor, if you could call Izuku that, was different, as he held fear to fighting a criminal where he could end up getting ended. Izuku completely understood that fear, since everyone goes through it, but there was a line that those that wanted to become heroes had to overcome if they truly wanted to do the job, because in the field the reality of being ended can be just one lucky punch away. So knowing that, Izuku asked Shinso if he truly wanted to be a hero and what he was willing to do to become one, because one day he may have to weigh the life of a villain to the life of a civilian in the middle of the battle. So knowing that, can you still walk down the path of a hero, because even though Japan makes it seem like a wonderful job, it isn't in the end, since it's a bloody and deadly one. Izuku asked, and Shinso gripped his hands and said he wanted to be one so he could help people like himself and be the hero he needed back then, which earned a nod of approval from Izuku. Good, be the hero you wanted to come help you in your hours of need, as it will motivate you far. Izuku said, and grabbed Shinso by the back of his shirt and dragged him out of the warehouse as Izuku was brining Shinso to their apartment for a dinner, as Izuku knew that the foster parents never cared when Shinso showed back up at their house as long as he was there for scheduled visits by child services. Shinso though looked confused as he was dragged away, but didn't argue with anything since he trusted Apollo. Remember, he doesn't know Izuku's actual name. Soon he found out that his mentor had taken him to his home and was being forced to join them for dinner for the night before he returned to his foster parents. Though he was caught off guard by what Apollo said next. I know your living situation isn't the best, so feel free to come to our house whenever you need to get away from them. I'm sorry I can't offer to take you in on a permanent basis, but with us being world heroes we end up moving a lot more than normal heroes, since we go to different countries unless we are on a long-term mission like we are on right now. Izuku said, and Shinso was more or less blue screening right now as a computer would, as it took him a few moments to get his mind to think straight on what he had just heard. Soon he came back to his senses and looked at Apollo with a dumbfounded expression as he tried to play what was just said off, but Izuku wasn't having it, as he asked Shinso to bear with his current living conditions until he could find someone he believed would be good for him to take care of him, though he did have someone in mind already, since there was a certain underground pro-hero that had been hunting the trio down since they were believed to be vigilantes still. Shinso just ended up sitting down as he nodded his head, since it was still hard for him to grasp in his mind, but he was slowly doing it as they ate some dinner. I got to ask, what is your relationship with each other, since it has been confusing trying to figure it out during this year or so you have been training me? Shinso asked as Izuku choked on his food a bit, while the other two just smirked and leaned to Izuku as they placed a kiss on their respective cheeks on their sides, which Shinso widened his eyes a bit at as Izuku spoke up. They are my sadistic stalkers who I can't get rid of and ended up in a relationship with. Some advice I can give you is to avoid the lovers who enjoy seeing you wiggle under their thumbs. Save yourself a lot of headache. Izuku said as Ozzy and Zar roll their eyes and says that he would be bored without their crazy tendencies, which Izuku made zero comment on as he just went back to eating and left Shinso looking like a fish as he opened and closed his mouth non-stop as his mentor just came out as being bi and in a poly relationship, which Shinso could accept but didn't expect it to be so blunt and straightforward. Anyway, you ready for the exam at the start of next month? Ozzy asked Shinso, who gripped his hands a bit and said he believed he was, but the fight he had at the warehouse didn't make him as confident anymore, but Izuku stopped him on that thought. Don't let your mistakes hold you back, and in regards to the training at the warehouse I am having you do, well, that is just to have you further ahead of your classmates in the future, since you will be a bit more experienced in actual fights, but not by much. I just want you as prepared as possible, Izuku said as he looked at Shinso with a small smile before going back to his food. Shinso was a bit shocked at seeing a smile, since he knew his mentor hardly ever showed affection towards anyone or on his face outside of a neutral expression. Shinso always wondered if he was never meeting his mentor's standards, but seeing that smile made it clear that his mentor Apollo was a person of very few emotional expressions but cared more for actions than anything else. He also knew that Apollo's life had a lot of tragedy in the past but didn't really know a whole lot outside of that since Apollo was spare with the details which Shinso could understand. However, the night soon came to an end and Izuku ensured Shinso got home at a good time so he wouldn't evoke the ire of his foster parents. After that, it was time to go out on a patrol and find the underground pro-hero Eraserhead since he thought it was time for the man to learn a bit more since Izuku wanted to see how open the man was to adopting. Izuku knew the man and his husband present Mike were looking to foster but Izuku wanted more than just another foster parent to take Shinso. No, he wanted someone to give the boy a loving home like he was given by his duo's family. As such, he took the duo out for the express purpose of finding Eraserhead himself, which was always fun to watch the man go on guard towards their sudden appearance, since Izuku would know where the man was at once he was within a mile radius of them but yet the man would never know until they were right on top of him. It was much later in the night when they found Eraserhead and Izuku was sure the man was coming off of his patrol since it was getting closer to the morning once they found him. As they dropped down in front of Eraserhead, the man jumped backwards and was on guard as his air started to raise into the air. Always weird to have my quirk off since it's always on more or less. Izuku thought as he raised his hands in the air and spoke, now Eraserhead or should I show Yuta Aizawa? Izuku said behind his voice changer and mask since he didn't want his face known just yet to the local heroes. Eraserhead though looked pissed off that Izuku somehow knew his civilian name and was more guarded now due to that which just made Izuku chuckle a bit. We are not here to fight you. Just wanted to talk about something since I know you and your husband have been looking to foster a kid and likely adopt as well in the future. Izuku said and Eraserhead spoke out and asked why he would believe the so-called trio would come to find him over something like that. I really dislike that name they gave us, so lacking. Izuku said but Eraserhead said to get to the point. I got this kid that I found that lives in a less than good home. I know they aren't the worst fosters but they aren't the best either since they are really neglectful due to the kid's quirk and I was wondering if you would be interested in taking this kid into your home. He's also training for UA hero course and would be like a miniature version of you. To be honest, he could be your long-lost son or secret love child. Izuku said with a somewhat serious but joking tone that made Eraserhead look at them in disbelief as he asked what was the kid's name and they provided it to him. Look the kid up and see what you think. You can wait to take him in after he gets into UA if you want since I am monitoring his current fosters to make sure they don't do anything so he's safe for now in their neglectful care. Izuku said as he turned around and started to walk away when Eraserhead sent his scarf out to try to capture at least one of them but the man couldn't hold his quirk for long which allowed them to get theirs back as they vanished with a small sandstorm that Ozzy created blocking the man's view of them. Eraserhead just stood there on the roof as he rubbed his eyes as some of the sand ended up in his eyes irritating them even more than his own quirk did when he used it. While using some eye drops, Eraserhead grumbled about the troublesome and annoying trio that have been bugging him for almost an entire year now. Wonder why they got interested in this random kid? Eraserhead thought as he looked at some information online from a database he had access to use when looking people up. There wasn't much information that he could see through his basic database on his phone so he would need to dig into the boy and see if he could somehow find a trail back to the 3 headaches of his. Though secretly, Eraserhead was a bit interested to see the kid had a mental quirk and was attempting for the hero course though he knew that the exam was biased against those with mental quirks and doubted that Hitoshi Shinso would pass via the entrance exam and would have to go the same route he did via the sports festival. Might as well keep an eye on the kid when he does the exam. Eraserhead thought to himself as he left and returned to his home but was mindful of anyone that may be following him since he was still concerned of how the vigilantes had so much personal information of his. Now while Eraserhead will spend the remaining portion of the time looking into Hitoshi Shinso and try to find any ties to the vigilantes without any luck, we push forward to the day of the entrance exam where we can find our young challenger standing in front of the gates to UA as he looked up at them. A bit lackluster compared to what I thought it would be but that is due to the harshness of my mentor. Shinso thought as he learned to question and view things in a different light as what you see may not always be the truth and All Might was a good example of that. Apollo had also kept Shinso up to date in regards to anything he found out about All Might and the man's connection to the villain and it turns out that the connection for now wasn't a bad one but more of an enemy versus an enemy which Shinso still wanted no part in since All Might had more or less been willing to hide the truth of the quirk one for all and its true nature so Shinso was glad his mentor had shown up that moment to stop him from taking such a bad deal since he learned that the villain was still alive and kicking. There was also the point that if he had taken the quirk then he wouldn't have been able to really be the hero he wanted to be anymore, instead he would have become lost in his ideals. Shinso knew he wanted to be a hero for those that were put down and those that didn't have someone to turn to when he was little, and taking one for all would have indeed led him to saving many more, but not those who he really wanted to save, since it would have pushed him too far into the light when he had plans to become an underground pro-hero like Eraserhead. But he was even more recently inspired by his mentor and the team Apollo was a part of, but that was for another day, since it would be much harder to reach the world stage. "Here we go," Shinso said out loud, but a small crackling behind him made him tense up a bit as he turned his head slightly and saw one Katsuki Bakugo glaring at him. Bakugo kept glaring even as he walked by and went into the school, mouthing something off about how the idiot was going to get ended in the exam, which was an odd way to show he cared, but after learning under Apollo, who was more or less emotionless all of the time, it became easier to read people due to this mentor. "He needs therapy," Shinso thought as he pushed forward into the school. After checking in, Shinso moved to his testing area for the written exam and waited as the rest of the test takers entered the room for his group, which was Group B. The teacher that walked in for the exam was actually none other than Eraserhead himself, which Shinso was shocked to see the man, since there wasn't much known about the underground pro-hero, but for him to be at the school meant the man taught at it, which was a bit thrilling to Shinso. However, he pushed those thoughts out of his mind as he needed to focus on the written exam that was being handed out to them. As Shinso took the exam, he was so thankful that he paid attention in class and did self-study all of the time when he was younger, since he didn't have any friends or had to do something when his foster parents wanted him to be quite so. He was finding the exam relatively easy outside of a few sections where he just normally always was horrible, like math. The English section was frankly easier due to all of the interactions he had with his mentor and the other two, since they would speak in English most of the time, since not everyone knew it on a good enough level to understand. As such, Shinso had been learning things off of them, which helped in the English section where he normally would have done the worst, but it helped spending almost a year with 3 people that spoke fluent English. With the time passing, Shinso put down his pen and turned his paper over as he completed the exam, and he noticed that he had about 25 minutes left on the exam, even though he had double-checked it, which did make him nervous having that much time left, but he knew not to second-guess himself due to time or outside influences. Now, while all of this was going on, Izuku and his duo had already snuck into the school due to the security being laxer in a sense. While the staff was on a higher alert due to some security features being turned off, like the gate system that checked people in with ID badges, which couldn't work with all of these middle schoolers, the overall security was a perfect chance for them to slip into the school via the air without being detected. As such, they were moving through the school and making their way to a place that they could watch the exam and monitor the staff, since Recovery Girl's actions last year during their world tour as hero students got messed up a bit due to her snooping around for Izuku's location. Though, Izuku was sure now after his limited conversations that she was looking for All Might to get healed and not to help All for One, since Izuku had dug up some information that All Might pays Recovery Girl visits for off-the-record checkups, or what he assumes is a checkup due to his wounds, since it's on a reunite schedule. However, their bosses back at the World Hero Association just want a final confirmation, so Izuku and the duo has to either overhear some sort of confirmation of their theory or interrogate her to get a confirmation. Anyway, after working their way into the far portions of the school, they made it to the exam location for the physical portion, which is where the staff would be meeting at. This was a bit risky since Nizu was a hard person to pull anything past, but they were already given the clearance to have placed themselves a part of the school's staff if they needed to be forceful and have a way to monitor the staff closely for any reason. Izuku though had talked to Ozzy and Zarth about just planting themselves in the school regardless if they cleared the school of connections to All for One, since he wanted to watch his mentee progress, but also since he wanted to see how Bakugo has been and possibly reconnect with his family if they wanted to do so, since he isn't actually dead like they thought he was. But now he was breaking off from the main point that they were here right now, and that was to watch the entrance exam and see how his mentee does. Peeking through the vents, none of the staff had noticed them yet, though that doesn't mean Nizu hasn't somehow picked them up with his height senses or a hidden device in the vents. Anyway, they could see that the exam had started and the students were already running through the city by the time they had gotten to their viewing point. Izuku looked at the screens and could see that Shinso was making some decent work out of the robots by using some inertia to remove the heads of the robots, as he was also using a metal pole he pulled from one of the previously destroyed robots to help spring himself forward into a kick. Of course, this didn't compare overall to those that had quirks that gave them a better edge, but he was doing far better than most random kids in the exam, as even a staff person had pointed out how he was performing with showing no quirk usage. Izuku wanted to chuckle when Eraserhead paid even more attention to Shinso, but kept it to himself as he kept watching the exam move forward as it got closer and closer to the end of the exam. Though, Izuku could see All Might in his small form, which confused him since the records from the World Hero Association. Didn't show All Might as a teacher unless he was a brand new one, which was a bit troubling, but would also give more support to the theory of Recovery Girl wanting to find someone stronger to heal the man, since there had been rumors of his abilities out and about, but nothing the association ever confirmed, at least publicly. As he turned his head back to the screen, Izuku saw the 0 pointers get released as All Might had just hit the button to do so, and Izuku wondered why they waste so much money on large robots when they could have a fairer exam. Though, Izuku did realize that the Hero Commission of Japan was the one that had the most control of the content of the exam than the school itself did, so that would explain a lot, since he had zero doubts that the commission wanted flashy quirks and powerful ones above all else, like the quirkest pigs they were. However, as the staff made comments of no one doing anything heroic, they heard Power Loaders say that one of the robots was on a direct path to go over a girl if they didn't stop it, but then All Might pointed out that the purple hair kid was running to save the girl. This even caught Izuku's attention, as he was sure he knew who it was, and it was indeed Shinso. Izuku watched as Shinso arrived at the girl and asked her a question, from what he could tell as her eyes glazed over, indicating she was under the quirk effects of brainwashing, and Izuku wondered what he would do until he saw the girl use her quirk again and got the boulder off of her. He made her go past her limits under his quirk, which is smart, since even with all of the training he wouldn't be able to lift a rock that size. Even I would have a bit of a trouble without something to use as leverage, Izuku thought as he saw Shinso lift the girl up and move out of the robot's path, earning some praise from the staff. Soon though, the exam was called to an end by Present Mike, and Izuku thought it was time for them to make an appearance as he slowly opened the vent cover while the staff was talking, so no one noticed, as Izuku slipped into the room silently and walked amongst them until it was too late, as he sat right next to Principal Nizu. You all need better situational awareness. If someone unknown could get this close to your boss, Izuku said with his mask on and voice changer going, since he was being careful, since he had no idea where All for One had eyes at in Japan, because if he was out of gear he was wearing a medical mask and changed what he looked like slightly as well. Right after he spoke, the entire room was on guard and getting ready to attack the unknown individual when Eraserhead spoke out. Why are you here, and where is the other two, since you always travel with your entire group? Eraserhead said, and Izuku chuckled as Nizu looked at Izuku and analyzed him. Of course, they are here as well, Eraserhead, but anyway, I am not here to fight but to take care of some official business, Izuku said as Ozzy and Zara both came into the room from the vent, which the staff saw and was even tenser at having 3 unknown people sneak into the school with them being so close. On behalf of the World Hero Association, we will be stationed at UA moving forward as we carry out our missions regarding UA and some other cases in Japan. Your cooperation is appreciated and is required regardless of your desire to allow us here, Principal Nizu, Izuku said behind his mask as he had a smirk on, as he could see the small body movements of Nizu, which was hard to pick up for anyone outside of Izuku who had been trained so well by the Corona family. Izuku did inform Nizu that non-compliance will result in UA being shut down, which the staff eyes widened at that statement, but Nizu just nodded his head and said they could have a meeting right after the students leave the campus, which Izuku agreed with. Oh, the fun is just about to start, Izuku thought, as he knew they likely had no connection to All for One outside of whatever All Might's deal was, but it didn't mean he couldn't use this as a chance to torment some of Japan's top heroes like Nizu, All Might, Recovery Girl, and the other staff as well, who were all working at the top hero school in Japan. The staff felt a sudden shiver down their back as they watched the trio take a seat, as they were still a bit shocked that the 3 so-called vigilantes were actually world heroes. Third POV. The tension in the room could be felt when Apollo, Izuku, Pharaoh, Ozzy, Oasis, Zara left the room, leaving the UA staff alone in the control room, as you could likely cut the tension with a knife if it was possible. However, Nizu broke the silence as he ordered them to ensure all students and other parties were removed from the campus so that they could deal with whatever the world heroes were after. We need to be careful. This isn't the Japanese's commission we are dealing with, but the World Association, and their heroes carry far more weight than most other people, as even our country's commission must give way to them in a lot of moments, so we need to be careful. I will try to figure out what they are after, but don't give them any more reason to prolong their stay, Nizu said, as he knew this was a slippery slope they were on, as he wondered what they did to catch the association's attention, as they hardly ever get involved in a hero school of a random country's hero school. So whatever caught the association's attention had to be important for them to authorize not just 1 but 3 world heroes to intervene into a school. Nizu also wondered what other missions in Japan would require 3 world heroes, since he knew world heroes were some of the top powerful individuals with unique quirks that are sometimes world-shattering by definition, so the association always keeps a close eye on them and how they deploy them. There were so many questions but no answers, but Nizu knew he would get them sooner or later, but the issue was, would he get the answers before the association got whatever they wanted out of them, be it either something good or something bad. Time was a huge issue and was one that he couldn't just work around, so he got to work quickly on trying to find anything out about the three world heroes since they arrived in Japan and if he could find something that brought their attention to UA. Though while this was going on, Shinso was walking out of the school feeling a bit proud of himself because he knew if he never had gone through the training he did with Apollo then he would never have achieved the level of fitness to even stand a chance in that exam since it was against robots, which his quirk didn't work on. Now though, he had to just wait for the results of the exam to be sent in the following weeks to see if he had placed high enough to enter the hero course since he knew he had a slight disadvantage still compared to those with physical quirks. As Shinso was walking out of the school onto the street, he received a text message from Apollo as well which was to congratulate him on a job well done, which confused Shinso on how his mentor would know he was already done with the exam, plus how would he know how good or bad he did. Shinso asked how he knew if he did a good job on the exam, which earned just a smirking emoji back from his mentor, which Shinso rolled his eyes at as he knew he wouldn't get a clear answer at this point. Though Shinso wasn't going to put it past his mentor of having hacked UA or something crazy since he knew Apollo's team was crazy sometimes in the things that they do. Slipping his phone back into his pocket, he made his way to the train station since he was going to be going to the cat cafe that was near his mentor's home since he knew that Apollo wouldn't be home until later in the day since he had already made that clear, so Shinso didn't want to sit in the empty house by himself, so the cat cafe is where he decided to go. Izuku though was now sitting in the staff meeting room back at the main UA building waiting for Nizu and the rest of the UA staff to return, though Izuku did enjoy the few moments where he saw their faces fill with shock and a tad bit of fear due to them looking into UA. Though, Izuku did wonder how much information would Nizu be able to dig up between coming from the control room to arriving for the meeting since he knew he was good at covering his tracks, but he did let some things slip on purpose like the fact that Shinso had a connection to them since Izuku was sure Eraserhead would have informed Nizu of the boy before the staff arrives in the meeting room. Overall, there wasn't much Nizu could find, but there were some clues if Nizu could put the pieces together because while he hid most of his face when meeting Shinso, he did leave enough to connect back to the meetings with all might. This would give a large hint of why they were in Japan and a possible lead on why they were at UA as well if Nizu was in the known of what Recovery Girl had done last year, but it would be something that they would have to wait and see on. Now back with Nizu himself, who was working quickly on a tablet in front of him while he was being carried on Eraserhead's shoulder towards the staff meeting room. The principal was multitasking as he has been watching his security camera with audio in the staff room plus digging anything up he could about Apollo's team, but he wasn't finding anything that would really help him. As they were closing in on the staff room, Nizu raised his head and looked at Aizawa and asked the man the name of the young child that Aizawa was meant to foster soon for the world heroes. This confused Eraserhead, but he did give it and saw Nizu working on the tablet as they drew closer to the staff room, and by the time they reached it Nizu raised his head and said he had some theories on why they were here in Japan but not why they were looking into you. With all of the staff outside in the hall, he looked at them and explained they were about to learn some highly secretive topics that involved a dangerous villain most likely, so they should be careful with what they share to others in regards to the meeting they were about to happen. That is when All Might ended up putting the dots together that the world heroes were likely here about All for One but didn't know why they would be since he was here and could handle it. Sadly for All Might, the man did not put together the fact that the green hair kid that he had chased that one day was the world hero known as Apollo like Nizu had done. This was because Nizu had found videos showing the hero training Shinso Hitoshi at a beach, and by judging on the height and general body build he was confident that Apollo and the mentor of Shinso Hitoshi were the same people due to Apollo giving information about the boy to Eraserhead. Entering the room unannounced since it was their school, they found the three world heroes sitting at the end of the table, leaving the head of the table open still for Nizu to sit at like he normally would be doing so. As they all took their seats, Apollo looked around and noticed that Recovery Girl was not in the room, so he spoke up. "Where's Recovery Girl? I believe all of the staff should be here." Apollo, Izuku, asked to Nizu, who raised a brow like some staff did, but Nizu said she would arrive in a few moments since she sent the remaining students she healed away, which delayed her a bit. Apollo nodded his head and sat there in silence as they waited and waited, which Izuku could see that some of the staff was getting a bit tense and annoyed that they were not talking about anything, but it was fine for Izuku since he loved playing mind games. After about 10 minutes of waiting has happened, the door opened to reveal Recovery Girl, who grumbled about idiots pushing themselves too far and getting hurt every single year. She looked around the room and then saw three unknown individuals since she hadn't been informed yet of who they were since she was busy healing people down on site, so she never saw them in the control room nor heard their introductions. As she sat down she asked who the three individuals were, but before Nizu could say anything, Izuku spoke up and started to explain who they were and why they were there. "My name is Apollo, this is Pharaoh and Oasis. We are heroes with the World Hero Association and I assume you know why we are here unlike your colleagues, yes. Izuku said to Recovery Girl and the entire room looked confused outside of Recovery Girl. Even Nizu looked confused, which meant that the principal likely wasn't clued in on what she had done last year in trying to find someone to heal All Might, which the man has been pretending to not be All Might this entire time they have arrived but as a normal staff person. Recovery Girl face turned a bit sour and asked what happened to her friend that she had talked to since she hasn't heard from him since that last time when he gave her the information. Of course, he is fine and alive if that is what you're concerned about. However, he still broke many protocols and caused many legal issues for himself when he provided you that information since he could have gotten thousands ended when he compromised a world hero's location. You won't be hearing from him for quite some time but he is healthy, Izuku said to Recovery Girl who looked as if she was eaten alive by guilt and she more or less should feel that way. If she didn't ask the man to give her the information then the man wouldn't have done so due to their friendship. I see, I'm assuming you are here to arrest me as well? Recovery Girl said, and this caused everyone's eyes to widen in the room who had no idea what was going on. Nizu looked stressed, confused, and intrigued in all one go as he was trying to figure out what all has happened without him being in the knowledge about and how he could somehow save Recovery Girl who was extremely important to you. Izuku did not answer for a few moments as he looked at Recovery Girl but after fueling the flames a bit with his silence he spoke, "At this time you will be taken into custody to be questioned by us. Please know we have been authorized to do as we see fit in regards to giving out a judgment if we determine if you have had ill plans with the information you gained or connections to the villain we are here hunting. You must also understand that doing what you did put UA in the crosshairs of the WHA as well, correct?" Izuku asked and she nodded her head as she said she didn't have ill intentions but needed someone with a stronger healing ability than hers for a person she knew. "I know. I'm sure you will come back clean but things must happen as they are required. I know you also wanted All Might here to be healed as well, which is an entire other subject that the World Hero Association is investigating due to him hiding his state from the association, which has caused some issues and may bring some legal trouble as well," Izuku said, causing All Might to cough as Izuku had pointed to the man himself when he was talking to Recovery Girl. Everyone in the room was shocked at how they knew about All Might's state and Izuku just rolled his eyes behind his mask. "We will talk about that later. But first, any questions before my team takes Recovery Girl to be questioned?" Izuku said, and Nizu raised his hand and Izuku pointed at him. "What villain are you hunting and does it tie into your investigation into UA?" Nizu asked and Izuku nodded his head as it was indeed true. As of right now UA is under investigation for ties to the supervillain known as All for One, otherwise known as the Merchant of Quirks, as we are here in Japan hunting him down, Izuku said, causing everyone to take a breath in as even Nizu raised an eyebrow as he was kind of annoyed from what Izuku could tell as he looked at All Might and then Recovery Girl. Some of the staff said the man was a myth but Izuku said the man gave All Might his wound and lives to this day, which made them all turn to All Might who looked as if he had seen a ghost once again. Love making him have that expression? Izuku thought as he pushed forward in the conversation. Of course, even if we hid this from you it would have come out likely after we talked to Recovery Girl, since we know some of you have an indirect connection to the man due to meeting him before, but we are here to determine if anyone is actively connected to the man in any direct way. Once we are done with our investigation we will focus on hunting the man down only and use UA as a base of operations, since I would like to see what the so-called next generation of Japan has to offer. I'm also curious to see how UA differs from a World Hero Association school which I've graduated from, Izuku said with a smile under his mask as he wanted to see if his former dream school was anything like he had dreamed as a child or was it just smoke and mirrors like Japan's quirkist society. All Might though had some questions as well as he asked what information they had on All for One current state and whereabouts and if they also knew anything about a green-haired young man that somehow had known of All for One. This last portion of his question made Izuku almost choke on the air he was breathing, but Nizu rolled his eyes as he spoke first. "All Might, Apollo is that young man you talked to as he trained Hitoshi Shinso for our entrance exam," Nizu said, and All Might's eyes widened in disbelief but then calmed down. "Oh, that is better than a random person knowing about my secrets," All Might said as if he wasn't even taking into account Shinso who knew about his quirk and skinny form, but regardless Izuku ignored that and talked about All for One. Current location is somewhere in Japan but we don't know the exact place. His overall state is a bit like you as he has to wear a medical device to help him breathe which kind of looks like a skull to be honest. Saw it myself when me and him last fought and I kicked his ass before he ran away," Izuku said, causing All Might to be shocked a bit as he did remember Apollo mentioning something on those lines when they had met the last time. Anyway, we need to get started on our questions for Recovery Girl and then move forward. I also believe you all have an exam to grade, Izuku said, and Nizu nodded his head and offered his office for them to talk to Recovery Girl, but she said she was fine in the meeting room since they would all go back to the control room to grade the exam, which Nizu nodded his head. Recovery Girl, do you wish for a lawyer or other representation? Izuku asked, and she said no as she didn't have anything to hide and needed to be truthful as she didn't want to tie Yue up in the mess. Nizu thanked her and asked Apollo if he could stay for the questioning as he was her boss, which Izuku agreed with. It only took about half an hour before the three of them were okay with the answers they received from Recovery Girl and released her so that they were alone with Nizu now. What will happen to her? He asked, and Izuku considered what he wanted to do with her since she did obtain classified information about his location, but after some thought he told Nizu she wasn't going to face legal issues but will receive an official warning on her license about the issue, though it would be sealed shut, and if anyone looked it up they would only see it was about improper handling of classified information and nothing more, which with her job and Nizu being in the loop wouldn't cause her any issues at. Although other heroes might be slightly bit more worried of giving her classified stuff in the future. Now, how about you explain the full story of All Might's quirk, which is called One for All, since I don't trust that man not to try and hide something. I know because he talked about it to Hitoshi Shinso as he offered it to the boy, but I stopped him from succeeding in giving it. Izuku asked Nizu, who raised an eyebrow but nodded his head as he explained everything and the connection to All for One, which Izuku wanted to know about. I see, Izuku said as he looked at Nizu in silence after saying that small statement. Izuku looked at his lovers and then back at Nizu since they were good at silent communication through their bodies. Izuku knew they would agree with his decision, so he made it as he told Nizu they would be staying on Yue as staff as sorts to help them with a cover story on why they would be around Yue a lot. Outside of that, Yue is in the clear for now in regards to possible ties to All for One, but we will be digging into every person's past that works for you as we need to still complete our tasks for the association. There is still the issue of the association deciding what to do about All Might since he has endangered Japan by keeping his injury a secret for so long. He could face some jail time since he is being reckless, Izuku said, and then Nizu asked if the rumors about the healer that Recovery Girl wanted to find were true and if the individual could heal All Might. Izuku wanted to laugh so hard since Nizu hasn't found anything out about his quirk as he never uses it during his so-called vigilante work he did this past year or so. Nor in the videos from security cameras would you be able to see Izuku ever use a quirk since it's not a visible one. Oh, the healer is real alright, but I don't know if they will heal All Might due to his stupidity. The man has made Japan so unstable and fragile that it's more of a question of is it worth healing All Might and allowing him to continue his stupidity or allowing him to save more people? Izuku said, which Nizu nodded at, but you could see him grip the teacup slightly more in his hand. Nizu likely wants All Might healed to face off against All for One and to increase his time limit, which I don't even know if it would since his quirk may be rejecting him and forcing him to transfer to someone new. Izuku thought. Anyway, I suspect we will be around the first years more so than any of the other years since that is the year I'm suspecting All Might to be interacting with. That man does not have a teacher's licenses from what I looked up in Japan's government databases, so I think it would be good to have 3 individuals with teaching licenses to monitor the big blonde balloon. Izuku said, which earned a chuckle from Nizu as he agreed since the 3 of them could do what they wish and he really had no way of stopping them if he wanted to keep being the principal of UA. As Izuku got up to leave though, Nizu said he could inform Hitoshi Shinso that he had passed the entrance exam since the staff had finished grading the physical exam already. The boy has placed 15th on the leaderboard due to the rescue points and passed the written exam since I just graded it myself right now. He will be placed in 1A with Eraserhead, who can help teach him the underground hero portion of society. Nizu said, and Izuku nodded his head and left the room as they started to make their way home. Nizu though was left in the room with his thoughts as he wondered what chaos and trouble was going to be coming his way in this upcoming school year, but he didn't know there was going to be quite some chaos going on due to the path that fate wanted to happen. Now they could only wait for the coming battles and meeting between past and present to happen, but that was for the future, as right now Izuku and the duo were heading to the cat cafe to pick up Shinso to take to the house for dinner and let the boy know the results of the exam. Breathing in, Izuku could feel the cool night air slip into his lungs as he filled it with air and then exhaled with a small breath made by him, which he could see due to the cold night. Ozzy walked up behind Izuku and kneeled next to him as they watched Zara take out a small group of criminals that were doing a drug deal which they had stumbled across while they were out searching during the night. Of course, The thing they were searching for was the base of All for One's operations, or at least someone that had some connections to the man, since there has been a disturbing shift in the trends of low-level criminal activity for the past few weeks, which would seem like it would be something due to All Might's presence, but looking closely at the data you could see it wasn't connected to the appearance of the symbol of peace. No. Instead, the drop in crime happened much more intensely than when All Might shows up, and it has only been dropping the closer it gets to the start of UA, which was the very next day. However, even with all of the searching they have been doing, they haven't had any luck in finding the #1 villain's base of operations, and the World Hero Association was getting a bit wary of the man's current capabilities and the future of Japan's society due to the confirmation of All Might's current weakened state. Of course, All Might wasn't a happy man with the fact that more people knew about his weakened form, but accepted it since there wasn't anything he could really do about it. Though, Izuku has hesitated on telling the World Hero Association about the man's quirk, One for All, as even All Might had asked Apollo not to tell others. Sadly for All Might, Izuku never keeps really anything from his lovers, so they knew on the very first day Izuku had found out, but Izuku was indeed hesitating on the World Hero Association matter. Izuku knew that telling the association would be the right thing to do, because having such a quirk unmonitored would be devastating if it were to ever land in the hands of someone with ill intentions and left unchecked, but telling the association also ran the risk of someone with ill intentions wanting to control the quirk as well. Even Ozzy and Zara were undecided on if it was a good idea to inform the association either. Even though they did trust the higher-ups, they didn't trust the lower-ranked members, since they already had one incident where something was leaked. As such, it was decided between the three of them that they would keep it a secret from the World Hero Association for now at least, but they were going to force some conditions upon All Might when they talked to him next once the first day of school happened. These conditions, of course, were the fact that All Might had to alert them of anything regarding One for All, tell them who the next successor was going to be before he handed the quirk over, and to also be a good boy and stop wasting his time limit, since he needed to last as long as possible so the World Hero Association could figure what to do about Japan's situation. Overall, it was a situation that Izuku knew would turn Japan into a mess regardless of how much they prepared for it, but they could only do so much. Anyway, Izuku came out of his thoughts as he could see that Zara was finished with the criminals she was dealing with, so him and Ozzy both jumped down to the street below and moved towards her. Let's get them turned over to the police before we call it a night, since we haven't found anything that we need so far, Izuku said, and both Ozzy and Zara nodded their heads as they indeed had no luck in finding any leads to All for One or any of his men. After dropping the criminals off, we could find Izuku and his lovers at their home as they were sitting down and enjoying a dinner. Looking across from him, Izuku looked at Ozzy and said he had some rice on his cheek as he leaned over and wiped it off before eating it, but then froze when he realized what he had done as both Ozzy and Zara grinned deviously at him. "Oh, getting bold with your actions today, aren't we?" Ozzy said, and Izuku just rolled his eyes as he hid his face a bit from them as he just tried to ignore their comments. "Just leave me alone." Izuku wailed as they wouldn't let up, but after his complaint they relaxed, and just had smirks on their face as they went back to eating while Izuku tried to keep himself calm. Soon the dinner came to an end and it was time to go to bed, but Izuku had an ill feeling about the coming days in regards to UA, as something about the drop in villains and the fact that nothing could be found on All for One was troubling, but for now he knew he couldn't really do anything about it, so he had to push it aside. As the last day had come to an end, the morning greeted the trio as it was time for the start of UA's first day, so the trio pulled themselves out of the bed as Izuku groaned at the loss of heat from both of his lovers. Ozzy rubbed his eyes a bit as he leaned down and pulled Izuku from the bed and held him up. "You are always so lazy in the morning, yet you can build your energy up whenever you want," Ozzy muttered as Izuku was holding on to him like a cola now and had his head resting on Ozzy's shoulder. Walking into the large bathroom, which could easily fit all three of them in the room at once, Izuku was set down on the counter as Zara was already working on getting her teeth brushed, and then held another toothbrush up for Izuku to take, which he did slowly. "I'm lazy because I don't gather energy in my sleep all that well like I do if I am awake, and I am used to always having energy stockpiled inside of me above my normal levels," Izuku said as he finished brushing his teeth and looking in the mirror. Soon they finished their morning tasks and were ready for their day as they grabbed a small meal for breakfast, as they would eat more later when lunch came around, since they slept in a bit later than they normally would have, so they were cutting it a bit close to getting to UA on time before the majority of the students would arrive. As the train arrived at the near station, each of them was riding on the top of the train in their hero outfits, since they decided to just go to UA in them and not reveal their true names, and Izuku would still be wearing his mask for a bit longer as he was the only one they were concerned about in regards to All for One. Though, if someone really pushed it, they could somewhat figure out his face if they met the other two out in public and saw Izuku with them when he was only wearing a medical mask, but everyone wasn't that smart all of the time. Anyway, with the wind blowing in his hair as it pushed his hood backwards, you could see Izuku green hair fluttering about which the duo kept trying to keep down as it became more of a mess, though Izuku was sure they were using it as a reason to just rub his hair as they always found it to be really soft. Our stop is coming up, Izuku said as he pulled his hood back up and stopping them from touching his hair as he stood up on the train roof, which they followed as well. Jumping off the train as it started to slow down, they moved across the rooftops closer to the UA gates before landing on the street itself. Izuku looked out into the main street and saw a small number of students starting to push forward into the school. I wonder what time Shinso will get here if he isn't already in the classroom. Izuku thought as he remembered how happy Shinso was when he was given the news of passing the biased entrance exam of UA. The smile on his mentee's face made Izuku quite happy and allowed himself to smile a bit in front of the younger kid. Well, time to traumatize people or scar the life out of them, Izuku thought as he started to head towards the school with Ozzy and Zara following behind him. As they entered the school, they made their way through the hallways without anyone saying anything to them, though they did get some looks from students wondering who they were. None decided to stop them since students just assumed they were staff. The situational awareness, if lacking in a lot of these people, Izuku thought, since no one even questioned who they were since most of UA staff was known. Izuku just sighed as he brushed the thoughts off to the side as he arrived outside of the staff room and pulled the doors open to see nearly all of the staff in the room looking straight at them. Do you need something? Izuku asked them since none of them said anything outside of the staring, but they quickly broke that off once Izuku had said that. Most not be friendly after all of the interrogations that we put them through, Izuku thought, since they had run the staff through the entire show of being questioned, and a bit of intimidation had to be used on some idiots like Vlad King who had far too much pride. However, outside of all of that, none of them appeared to have been lying from what Izuku could tell on their energy levels, but that didn't mean they weren't still under observation for anything outside of All For One, since Izuku did want to see how UA compared to Ashwood. As Izuku entered the room, he walked over to Eraserhead, who had a small glare on his face since the man knew anything to do with Apollo seemed like a headache. As Izuku arrived in front of the man, he lowered himself closer down to Eraserhead since the man was in a sleeping bag on the floor. So, I heard a rumor that you don't go to the opening day speech. Instead you go do a quirk apprehension test to see if students have potential to stay in the hero course? Izuku asked, and everyone went silent in the room as they looked at Eraserhead and Apollo. Pushing himself upwards a bit, Eraserhead looked at Apollo and asked if there was an issue with him doing that, but Izuku said there wasn't. Nope. Just wanted to see if it was true, since it reminded me of how our homeroom teacher was back at Ashwood since we had to do a test on the first day. Izuku said to the man, who raised an eyebrow at the statement but nodded his head in the end and inquired if they were going to be joining him for it, which Izuku said they were going to be. I wonder how he deems people to have potential. Izuku thought to himself as he stood up and said they would be heading to the training field where he does his little test at. As they exited the room, you could feel as if a weight lifted off the shoulders from all of the teachers in the room, as even All Might seemed tensed around the three world heroes. Suddenly, though, the door opened back up and Apollo stuck his head into the room. All Might, meet us in Nizu's office after school today, as we will be having a conversation, Izuku said before he closed the door again and left for good that time, but All Might wasn't in a good state as he was a bit tense as he had a good idea of what the conversations would be about and he didn't want to have it, but he knew he had to do so. Though, he still wondered how strong the trio were since Apollo had fought All For One and came out unharmed, and this was the terrifying thought that made All Might wary of Apollo and his lovers all of the time, as he himself didn't come untouched by All For One. While All Might was stewing in his fears and the tension, Izuku was smirking as he knew the man was going to be on edge all day now, which Izuku enjoyed seeing. Let's go spy on some rookie children, Izuku said with a spring in his step as they moved throughout the halls. Now, Izuku did tell Eraserhead that they were going to go wait outside, but that wasn't true at all. Nope. Instead they were heading towards 1A itself, as Izuku wanted to see how they would act in three random people entering the room to watch them just out of nowhere. Though, Izuku knew they would likely make the mistake of assuming it was something that happens on the first day of school or something, but that their fault for thinking something like that. As such, standing outside of the classroom doorway, Izuku had a clipboard in his hands that he had taken from a random office. They walked past and entered the room without really alerting anyone since they came in through the back door. As they walked into the room, they could see that everyone was talking amongst themselves outside of a few people like Katsuki Bakugo and Hitoshi Shinso, who were both just sitting at their desk being quiet. Though one individual, Ida Tenya, according to the files Izuku had borrowed, was yelling at Bakugo to take his feet off of the desk, which didn't make sense in Izuku's mind. Yes, it was a bit disrespectful, but those desks got replaced often most likely, so who the hell cared if they got scratched up a bit? How hasn't anyone noticed us? At least Shinso knew we walked in but didn't acknowledge us to others. Izuku thought as he wrote notes down on the students that he was gathering so far. These notes were expanding on things such as their quirks and their personalities that weren't really covered in their student files since most information about quirks were just plain basic information. Though, Izuku already noticed some distributing things such as a purple hair boy that was being more or less a pervert. People like him die off quickly in the criminal underworld, or at least they do in America. Izuku thought because if you touched the wrong person then you were dead on the spot back in America. Though, Izuku did notice some things that he had questions on but ignored them for now as he pointed towards the door as he saw all of the students were in the room and it was close to time for Eraserhead to show up, so he wanted to leave now before the man arrived. As they quietly exited the room, they went down the hallway just as Eraserhead entered the other side of the classroom, which meant he missed the trio leaving. Now while Eraserhead was scaring his class and telling them to get changed and outside, Izuku was climbing up into the tree that was near the field, which had a good spot of all the tasks that the students would have to do. "You think anyone is going to notice us?" Izuku asked the duo who were also in the tree hiding, but they just shrugged and said they doubt it since even though with enhanced hearing didn't notice them and only Shinso did, but he wasn't the standard since he received training from them. Izuku just sighed. As they waited for the students and Eraserhead to come out. After a few minutes they could see Eraserhead coming out of the building, and as he came to a stop next to the tree, he looked up and made eye contact with the trio. You noticed us, good," Ozzy said with a sly grin on his face as Eraserhead raised an eyebrow but went back to waiting for the students as one already came out, which was Shinso. Shinso looked up a bit before looking forward and disinterested again as he knew his mentor and lovers were up in the tree, which didn't surprise anyone outside of Eraserhead until he remembered that the world heroes above him knew the boy beforehand and trained him a bit. After a few more minutes passed, Izuku was getting tired of waiting. "They are taking too long, wasting so much time," Izuku muttered in a low tone, but luckily for his patience the students started to come out to the field. "You are barely on time. Get better and stop wasting precious time as I have 3 years to turn you into heroes," Eraserhead said with a small glare and told them that they were going to be doing a quirk apprehension test. "Katsuki Bakugo, you're up first. Take the ball and throw it as far as you can, and you can use your quirk as anything goes as long as you stay inside of the circle," Eraserhead said, and Izuku had many ideas on how some people could use their quirks to place higher since Eraserhead said anything goes. Though, Izuku doubted many as if any of them would use their quirks to their full advantages with the loopholes that Eraserhead presented them, as they could weaken their classmates' results or use their classmates to increase their own results. Again, Izuku doubted most of them would even consider it since it would likely be non-heroic in their eyes, which Izuku would scoff at since in the field you do many things to survive and win when it comes to dealing with large villains. Izuku watched as Bakugo blasted the ball about 700 meters and a few people were amazed at how far it went. However, someone made a stupid comment which Izuku was sure it was the pink girl named Mina Ashido who said that the tests looked like it would be fun. Well, Eraserhead took that statement and went with it as he asked them if they thought it was so fun then they should raise the stakes of the tests. "Since it's fun, let's make the stakes high because now the person that scores in the last place will be expelled. Is that fun enough for you?" Eraserhead said, and everyone started to say that it wasn't fair or that they earned their place in the hero course, but Eraserhead wasn't having it as he said no one was safe in the hero course because their potential could drop to 0 and he would remove them. Izuku honestly liked the teaching style of Eraserhead but did have some concerns since from what he knew this test was biased against those without physical quirks, so he wondered how Eraserhead was going to really judge them correctly. Suddenly though, Izuku had an idea, and that was to join in on the test itself, so dropping out of the tree he announced his presence. "Eraserhead, I want to join in on your test. I'm interested to see where I would place in it being an actual hero and all," Izuku said as he caught everyone's attention, though none of them saw the smirk on his face that was hidden behind the mask since he was joining in to just screw with Eraserhead. Everyone but Hitoshi and of course Eraserhead was confused on who Izuku was, but then Eraserhead called out to him by his hero name, "Apollo. Why are you wanting to join the test?" Eraserhead asked, and the students didn't recognize Izuku's hero name. "But just curious where someone like me would fall on your ranks in regards to potential, since that what you are truly after in this test I believe. Also, I wanted to start to get to know your students since they will see me around since I am using UA as a base of operations for a while, though it's not like UA has a choice in anything I demand from it," Izuku said while whispering the last part so no one heard him outside of the few that had enhanced hearing, which confused them on what the hero known as Apollo had meant. However, that wasn't something to talk about right now because Izuku made Eraserhead move forward with his test and they got to work on them. As the students took the tests, they were confused on how badly it appeared that Apollo, a hero, was doing on these tests. Overall, Izuku was of course doing as best as he can, but he wasn't a strong man or had any enhancements due to a quirk like a lot of people in 1A had. No, he was similar to Hitoshi and a few others. Izuku didn't outdo people like Ida in speed or do better than those with strength enhancements in the grip tests or jumping further on the sand test, since some could create things. Nope, Izuku did the best he could, and now it was time for him to do the last test, and that was the softball throw. As Izuku walked up to the circle on the ground, he could hear a few mutter in confusion as they wonder if he truly was a pro hero, since he didn't seem all that great, which made Izuku smirk as he wanted to show the point that not all pro heroes were flashy or like All Might. Nope, some pro heroes were just like Apollo or Eraserhead in the fact that they were not eye-catching and did appear as threatening as someone like All Might or Endeavor. Gearing up to throw the ball, Izuku threw it with all of his strength, and it went only several hundred meters at 370 meters, which wasn't the lowest distance, but it wasn't the highest distance in the class. Izuku averaged all of his scores together and knew he would place right about in 6th place or something along those lines, since he still had years of experience and an amazing physical condition as well, which gave him a high average overall in everything. As the results came out, the air was a bit awkward as Apollo, Izuku, who was declared to be a hero, was in the 6th place, just like Izuku thought he would be at. Even Eraserhead looked confused on how Apollo ranked where he did when he knew for a fact that Apollo was a world-ranked hero, so he was wondering why some of his first years ranked higher, and there was also the fact that Eraserhead noticed or at least believed that Apollo never used a quirk, since even Nizu has yet to figure out what the hero's quirk was. However, Izuku never used his quirk at all in the test, since if he did it would show some of what his quirk could do, and there was also the fact that he wanted to delay word of his abilities from getting out just yet, since they still haven't found any solid information on All for One. As such, Izuku wanted to keep the fact that he was in country hidden from the man for as long as possible, since it could either drive the man deeper into the underground or make the man attack out of nowhere if he knew Izuku was in country. Anyway, in regards to the test itself, the student known as Minato was in the last place, but Eraserhead announced that no one was going to be expelled since it was a logical ruse, which caused an uproar of course with the students, and one said she knew it was a lie. Izuku though knew it wasn't a lie, but was going to let Eraserhead play whatever game he was planning for now, since he wanted to see play out, but that didn't mean he didn't gab Minato and warn him of keeping his hands to himself, which caught all of their attention and Eraserhead's. Great boy, keep your hands off the females, got it? Otherwise, I will show you why, even though I ranked 6th on this little test, that I am a very scary person, since I can kick All Might's ass in 1 second flat. Understood? Izuku said as he gripped the perverted boy's head a bit tightly, causing him to shriek out and say he will keep his hands to himself. Though some students whispered out that they didn't really buy into the statement that Apollo could take on All Might as the man was the #1 pro hero. Izuku just smirked behind his mask and told the students that one day they may come to understand that being flashily and put on a pedestal like All Might didn't mean much when there was many strong people across the world. Just because I ranked 6th doesn't discount that I'm not strong. The strongest tend to be the ones that you least expect and are the hiding dragons or tigers that reside in the mountains, Izuku said as he walked away waving his hands. Suddenly, both Ozzy and Zahara dropped out of the tree and followed right behind Izuku, scaring the class since none of them knew they were there. Eraserhead though pointed out that they needed to work on their situational awareness, since they already knew that one individual had been hiding in the tree and no one thought that more might be there, which was foolish of them since it could get them ended in the field. All of them nodded their heads and asked who the other two were, which Eraserhead gave them the hero names out to the students and said to expect all 3 of the heroes to be seen around campus for the remaining future. As such, the day came to an end with some lessons being taught and some information on Class 1A being gathered, but unknown to all of them the near future was going to be a bit darker than anyone would like, as many truths and hidden paths would come out. Third POV. The child cursed and blessed by the heavens is what they all would say, and many would agree with this sentiment when they would first think of the hero known as Apollo. There were many reasons for this line of thinking once they heard the life of the famous hero, but they all—
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.